We promised you a raffle after lunch, and that's what we're going to start with. So I'm handing it over to Boppus, who's going to take care of that.
Yeah, we have set up a raffle here. The raffle is for all our patrons. So either free members or paying members, doesn't matter. So it's a raffle. I have 185 numbers here. It's the number of patrons we have. And the thing you can win right now is a Patreon guide bundle. So exclusive guides for Hearts of Iron 4 from the Patreon, Hygge HOI Patreon. So I will draw a number, and then we will take a break back to you guys, and I will check which one in the Patreon community it is. And the first member is number 1, and the last member is 85, and there's a lot of members in between. So I'll fire this one up. Number 86.
Hey.
I'll be back to you with a moment who number 86 is.
Yes, lovely. Thank you for that. Number 86, whoever you are, we'll soon know. Big congrats to this, and we will have another raffle around Barbarossa, probably, Operation Barbarossa, because we will have a small break there.
I'm glad we didn't do too many raffles, because I stared at that raffle wheel and I'm feeling dizzy.
Yeah, a bit dizzy. So, welcome back to each and every one of you. I hope you've had a nice and pleasant lunch and a pleasant little break. I know we had to recharge our batteries, but now it's kicking off.
It's kicking off as if the Sino-Japanese war wasn't riveting enough. We will now have more countries joining the fray. We can see that the Germans are lined up to invade Poland. Basically, what Ivan has here is one army with quite decent infantry.
Yep.
That is all lined up on the Western Front. He has one army of garrison troops.
Okay.
As these are very plain garrisons. They are, the last time I checked, they're 16 width. No artillery. These should just be... No, he has converted these. So he has 10 tank divisions. Or assault gun divisions, I should say. Where we see that we have motorized infantry, we have medium assault guns, full on with support companies. And these are quite decent for start of war.
Yeah, they are. They are. Sorry, if someone, like
Marcus,
technician, please do something, because we have a
tack så mycket.
TV that was going to shut down. Yeah, but they're quite decent. Are they fully equipped, all of them?
Leading question.
I know.
Dawn noticed, and we're going to call people out on this during the day. We've said this. People who haven't fully equipped divisions, and people who are not fulfilled on their supply, their logistics fulfillment up here. And we can see that neither of this is true for Ivan. He is lacking some equipment. He's on 98%. This draws down the fighting strength of the whole division. And the efficiency of it. And we can also see that he is lacking trucks.
Yeah, and Boppus, you wanted to chime in here.
Yeah, we have a result.
We have a result.
The raffle.
Oh,
our very own båt.
Båt.
Yeah, Alexander bought one.
Congratulations.
So we get a bundle, Patreon exclusive guide. We'll see how we do on the Eastern Front, if we would have needed them before game, or if it's fine to have an extra guide. But yeah, congratulations.
You don't need to wait to win the lottery bundles. You can get any bundles and you can of course get these amongst many other great things.
So sign up as a free member and partake in the next lottery around the time for Barb. But as of now, the Germans are poised to attack, and they are going to use Hungary and Romania to mop up Poland, which is probably why he has 16 with infantry garrison division, because his main focus it's taking out the Dutch player, the Belgian AI, and of course Badger in France, and also try to get help down to Pontus in Africa, who plays Italy. And that's...
But speaking of these bulk commanders, I mean, if we're looking here at Hungary, he has 16 with cavalry divisions out right now. This is just one step up from a garrison division. And this is against an AI Poland. Of course, they'll mop it up. But even if this had been a player Poland, this is... we can see that they haven't prepared to be fully effective by the outbreak of the war. Romania's gotten a bit further along, but these are still 20 division troops. His marines here.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he won't turn
won't
them up
use
to
them,
30.
no.
We'll get back to his planned naval invasions, but it's very clear that he is preparing for a naval invasion of the Soviet Union and basically do very little else before that.
Exactly.
If we remember that we talked about what is needed to get Italy's plan off the ground and successfully completed.
Yeah, because
help from the other axis.
Help from the other axis, and Raj has lined up. Raj has no idea, if we go from Raj's perspective, that around 54 Italian divisions are waiting for him, and that's not bad. But it's also, as we said, it's a sizable chunk of the Italian army. So if
It is
this
a sizable chunk.
if this doesn't come through, could spell disaster for Italy.
Yeah.
And for the Axis. And also for what we discussed before lunch, since Japan is eating gravel in China, they will need help from the Euro axis to come in and relieve pressure, to threaten the British Raj. If that doesn't happen, then they're in quite dire pickle, both for the Pacific but also in Europe.
Ah, the famous dire pickle.
It's a dire pickle. Yes. Come to,
but I don't think that Italy is preparing at all to push into France. He's
No.
simply holding
He's
this
holding it.
Alpine front. The Germans are already, I think we could see this, but I should make this clear. They are already pushing into the Benelux. So Germany's going for a push as early as possible on the Western Front, try to cap France quickly. Holland should fall without too much trouble.
Yeah.
Belgium is AI controlled. That's basically discounted. But we have understood that France will try and meet the Germans in Belgium. So they're going to go toe to toe up here. I think that you don't have the bonuses from defense on core territory. That's the drawback of meeting them this high up. Because Ivan should be able to push this French infantry. These are 15 Winter divisions. There's no anti-tank in them.
and 10 assault guns. Yeah, they should put that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you have less tiles to defend.
Exactly.
And I think that it's not a bad strategy trying to meet the Germans in Belgium.
No, and we have had some questions in chat here, especially where does Italy draw supply to Ethiopia from?
This is a special mechanic, as I understand. I would like to get a second opinion from Boppus on this, but as I understand it, in Ethiopia, in Italian East Africa, we are rolling. We will get back to that, but basically they have supplies for half a year, and then if they capture British Somaliland, they will get further extra supply. But we are rolling, and we can see that basically nothing is happening in Poland.
Yep, but Belgium. Here it kicks off. Yeah, and I mean, Germany is pushing through here.
These are still just Belgian divisions. But here he has reached the French front line.
Yeah,
So we'll have to look at this from the French
encirclement.
perspective.
Yeah.
Weird line to choose.
Yeah,
And I think that he's almost... No, he wants this tile because
he
Brussels
wants
is a
that.
metropolis.
yeah. So he wants to
So
hold.
very, very hard to push.
It is, and we can also see that. Well, Anton, for the Dutch player, he's been cut in half. And not much to do there for him. His fight will continue in Dutch East Indies, where he can wreak havoc on Japanese convoys.
It's not over yet. The Belgians are recapturing Holland.
Then that.
And we can
that's
see
not
here
something
this
you say
proud
really.
Belgian division
Yep.
with encirclement.
Yeah. And the French, is it the French that are pushing, or is it the Belgians? I think it's the Belgians pushing.
No, it's Belgian
Yeah,
divisions.
it's Belgian. Belgian
I don't
divisions.
know why he doesn't mop up
No,
this.
I do not know.
I did expect more of a quick push.
Yeah, but that is just a cleanup operation.
Let's
since
look
Poland
at
is AI.
the war in the air.
Yeah.
And we are waiting for the Italians to join the war because we are very...
Yeah, since he has 180 days before he needs to join, he can he can really just decide when does he want it. And he's been talking about 1 or 2 months after war has started. So we'll see when Italy moves in. It's going to be interesting here, but I mean, France is kind of holding for it.
And this is interesting as well.
Yeah.
We have the first clashes in the air between
Yep.
the Germans and the British, and the
British
British are
are
holding their own. For
Yeah.
some reason, I can't see who's winning
Yeah.
this. It's clear that German planes are getting shot down, and
Yeah.
we talked about this before. That even when the UK is outnumbered in the air, they often break. He is through the French front line,
He is. Yep.
but he pulled back for some reason. Very strange.
Yeah. Oh, that could also be if. Yeah, but he's encircled 5 of the French divisions.
Yes,
Yeah.
it seems like
Yeah.
the German armor has
Yeah.
spoke too soon.
Yeah. He doesn't.
Not too many problems
No,
with.
he doesn't push line just as of yet. But here he's. Yeah, he's gonna. He
Go
wants
for the
to-
open tiles.
Yeah, go for Lille, but he wants to mop up and. This is
Slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, slow and steady.
And we
wins
can
the
already
race,
see
yeah.
that Johannes is pushing up a fallback line done by Amiens.
So I mean, pretty standard opening to the games. Pole. There are some red and green bubbles.
Fighting in
Yeah, we have fighting. Yeah, it's a German.
a German armored cruiser in the Red Sea.
Yeah, it's probably one of the
that
Panzer
should
ships.
that should alarm.
Yeah,
the
that
Allies.
should alarm.
But they have a lot of other things going
Yeah.
on.
The big problem with that is that could actually tick them off to that something's coming.
Also, a lot of German
Yeah,
submarines in the Mediterranean.
there is.
Let's see here.
Yeah, it's
And
taking
Don,
very-
give us a shout if we're missing something on our front here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
not right now.
he's through.
He
Yeah,
is
and
through the next
Yeah, and
French
he's
front line.
Yeah, this is
These
just
infantry
months
divisions,
Yeah.
they are.
or weeks.
Yeah, this is a mop-up operation. But then again, we also knew that Badger weren't going to invest that heavily in holding it.
Seeing how easy this is,
It's too.
he
It's a bit
has
too
to
easy.
mount a defense according to our
Yeah.
rules, but this is, I'd say this is, he might as well not.
Yeah, I mean this wasn't much of a defense, to be completely honest. So we'll see if he redeems himself later with the fleet.
Ivan is pushing with very, I think he could be more.
Yeah,
there we go.
There we go. There it could also be this has even handed over to Simon or other, just taking their time, knowing that it went easy. We don't have
We
to
have
rush this.
armor divisions that are standing still for a bit. Take this.
Yeah, click it. So
You pin and then you move around. You
Yeah,
pin and then you move around. We'll be talking about this a lot.
yeah, pin and move, pin and move. So yeah, but this quickly. Fall of Warsaw.
Follow Warsaw, but not
No.
a capped Poland yet.
No.
They have taken a few tiles of. We see once more.
Oh.
An AI encirclement.
Yeah.
So that's the first lost German division of the war going to the Poles.
Yeah.
It really is the day for the AI.
It is the day for the AI.
Yeah.
MVP this game, AI. No, but I mean that's also from my point of view. One division, 16 with garrison. That's not a huge deal, but it's still sloppy. I
But
think
this is some good defensive work.
it is. Yeah,
I just think these are orders that are actually
yeah,
because he's pinning
yeah. He's pinning.
and then he's not moving out of the encirclement.
No.
Which
No.
I think that is also a mistake.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
But he thought he could push the German armor divisions.
Yeah,
That was a mistake.
could not.
Or a mistake. It was.
Yeah, it didn't
true.
work. It didn't work. But there are some. He has some green
though.
offensive bubbles. Yeah, if he could. But then again, he just has infantry. He doesn't have any offensive capabilities of note.
No
in France.
Italian declaration
Italian,
of war
no.
yet.
That's
My
what we're
guess
looking
is
for.
that he's waiting for the Germans to cap France.
So he can just start moving.
I'm not sure he wants to because this might be a Vichy region.
Yeah, if I
That
were,
would be a problem for.
Yeah,
he
but
really should declare before
he
France
should declare
falls.
and take it. Yeah, because if that goes to Vichy, the plan doesn't work. He can't trap them.
No.
But he can be trapped with 54 divisions or something like that. Which I think that if I were Pontus looking at this as of now, I would declare.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go for it. Poland is still holding
Not
out.
sure what he's waiting for.
Yeah, it could be some.
They might be just waiting for Romania.
It could be.
Because
Could be a
Romania
Romanian.
ain't fascist enough. They need to be 30% fascist, so they can't join the war. And I
Ah,
think
they
that's why
can't.
Poland is still holding on.
Yeah,
They're
okay.
lacking 500,000 men on that front right now. So
Yeah. So then it
Yeah,
kind of.
but does that really count for the Italians, though?
not for the Italians, but might be. I was thinking if they built Marines or something. I haven't checked it out. I think they
They
have.
built Marines, but they're not.
They're
not
not ready
equipped.
anyways. No.
No.
I don't think he's intending to use
No.
those right now. Those are for Barbarossa.
Yeah, but the forces of Kingdom of Italy successfully conducted a naval invasion at Constantine. That means the Italians are in them.
Ah,
Yeah. So
Yeah.
let's go down and see what
I know you all want to follow France, but I don't think that is. And he is pushing.
he is pushing and he is moving towards that. But
Yeah.
okay, he's moving.
And he's also landing
Better
in Algiers and Tunis.
Yeah, so
We
he's
have naval divisions.
Yeah, and
naval
he
divisions
naval
over here.
invaded us over there.
I will remind you that this was garrison, but they have moved
They have moved.
because
Oh,
he
forgot
forgot
to
to
garrison
garrison British
that,
Somaliland. So we might have a situation where the British garrison moves out,
Yeah.
and now it's a race for time.
Yeah, it's a race for time here, but I think
Yeah,
yeah,
they're landing.
they're landing. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
quicker.
So the first part of Pontus' plan has worked.
Yeah.
He is also pushing the Indian infantry where
Yeah.
he needs to, and by now we should have a bit of panic in the Allied camp.
Yeah,
he is now
Yeah,
just move, Pontus,
up,
move.
move.
He wants
Click, move.
this railway,
Yeah.
and these supply hubs.
yeah, because he really wants that to capture it. I'm wondering, Boppus,
And he did manage to take the other side as well, which means
Yeah, yeah.
he
Yeah, he-
won't be dislodged in a while.
He won't be. But how is the mood in the Allies chat room right now?
Let me check. I think there's some kind of panic because I see South African tanks moving down to Ethiopia.
Yeah, there should be panic, right, as of now. Yeah, because they're scrambling down, trying to have this.
Yeah,
And
those tanks will do. It's just one tank division.
it's one tank division. Nothing else
They
is
are
moving.
moving troops. No, they're not moving
No.
troops off the line in Egypt.
No,
so
they're putting
Sticky
them-
isn't panicked yet.
Yeah, and Italy, Pontus is
Ooh,
just
this
keeping
could be-
together.
Does he have more divisions here? Because he really
Yeah,
wants to
he
capture
wants
British
that one.
Somaliland as well.
Yeah, and he has some more, but I think he's right as
These
of now.
shouldn't be entrenched.
No, but I think he's trying to cut off
No.
Egypt right now.
And I also think that
And
his
the
raiding
retreating.
seems to work because these aren't
Yeah.
fully orged.
No, and yeah,
Very, very good job so far from
yeah,
Pontus.
very
We're not
good.
saying that this has worked as of yet.
As of yet. First part of plan has
He's also
worked.
invaded
Yeah.
Tunis. He's invaded Algiers. This is because he wants these
Yeah,
regions
he
for
wants
later. He wants to be able to strike at Gibraltar.
Yeah, and also link up with Spain easier and not having Vichy.
Yeah.
Yep. So
France is taking a while
yeah,
though.
I mean Badger has somewhat stabilized it. I think also that Germany pulled up some front line troops to help with Poland. So that's where they can, maybe where they went.
Just click
But I
that
mean,
away.
yeah, Badger is still holding. It's a lot of red for them, and he will fall eventually. That's
The British trade is. This is also usual when a war starts. Trade lines get disrupted. You need a minute just to fix that. But there are so many things happening for the guys playing right now.
Yeah.
Especially Sticky, who's main controller, and the only one playing in the UK, right?
yeah, he's the only one playing UK. That's a solo UK. But he is still pushing up.
Italy has managed to capture the port in British Somaliland, which means they will.
Yeah, they will eventually kill
This.
those. And but how much is he? If I were him, I would move over a more
Yeah, and capture the last
infantry.
port.
Yeah, an infantry division over there, just to get it.
He did get a bit put. I don't think he really defended these regions.
I don't
He
think so.
has cut the
Yeah,
rail lines into Egypt. Let's
Yeah,
see how
he has.
these are for supplies. They are not capped yet.
no, but they
Can we
have.
see where this supply is coming from? Boppus, could you have a look at where...
Oh, we missed the Winter War. White peace.
Did we miss the Winter War?
We're so sorry.
Yeah, we're
I-
so sorry. We didn't
To
get
be
the
honest,
pop-up.
we could see that Victor's push didn't work.
Yeah, no,
He lost that.
It
A
did.
white piece, this is the usual.
Yeah, that's usually
There
standard.
goes France. So France has fallen,
Yeah.
which means that Johannes now...
Now tries to get his territory, so we
Yes,
can.
and we
start
can see
working
that
on-
these regions didn't go to Vichy
Nope.
since Italy controlled
Yeah,
the major towns, which means that he can mop those up, and these will be
Also-
Italian territory.
Yeah, also boon for Italy. But I'm surprised of, if we go back to North Africa, the lack of response from the allies in this.
I need to come in there.
Yep.
They have nothing to respond with. That's the problem. They have built
Yeah.
military civilian factories for way too long, so
Yeah.
they don't have anything to respond with. So this
No.
is turning out great, I would say. I'm just
Yeah.
looking forward for 10 tanks from Germany
To come down.
come down there with 500,000 Romanian infantrymen.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, this
Uh,
will, and I just want to say from the Winter War, there's no bum rushing units left.
he lost all.
Yeah.
Hard.
I'm really
blow.
sorry we
Been
missed
sorry
that.
for
This
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
His
But,
army comprises of 75,000 men right now.
that's hard.
and that's a blow for the Axis.
That- that's a
that
blow
means
for the
we don't.
Axis,
We
yeah.
will have a weak Finland. We can look forward to Finland not joining straight up.
No,
at the
I
start.
think he will wait 180
But this
days.
was a risk that Victor was aware of. He knew that this
Yeah.
was a chance.
Yeah, it was a risk.
It's also why he went fascist. It
Yeah.
is not good if you go down the fascist line, you lose the Winter War. So this hurts his build for late game.
Yeah, it
But
does. It does.
Victor, he's a gambler.
Yeah, he is. And he gambled. And sometimes you win and sometimes you lose.
Yeah, but that means he cannot claim that he is undefeated in the Winter
Nope.
War as Finland.
Nope, he cannot. But then again, just seeing this, and he's trying to widen it. The problem here, I think, is for Pontus. How is he going to push now? Where is he going? And how greedy does he want to be?
I'm not sure why we are paused.
I'm not sure either why we're paused. Maybe it's a hot join, or maybe tactical DC power.
Rage quit.
Rage quit.
Let's look at Free France
Yeah.
just quickly to see.
Yeah.
Here we have Madagascar.
Oh yeah,
Pontus did pull off, and he did pull off the naval
Oh,
invasions
he's in
down
South Africa. Oh,
I mean, Pontus-
disaster. Disaster.
So far,
So far,
this
disaster.
Pontus
Yeah.
plan as Italy has been
Yeah.
close to perfect.
Oh my God.
He's achieved everything he set out to achieve.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
wanted these naval invasions in North Africa for
Yeah.
later on in the game. He has achieved everything he tried to do in
Yeah.
Ethiopia, except for wiping the last pockets in British Somaliland, but
Yeah.
he will do that. So he has supply for, I'm not sure how long, actually. That might be a good
I'm
thing
trying to
check.
find that actually.
We are looking into that. He's landed on Madagascar.
South Africa doesn't have troops.
No.
No.
South Africa has no troops. Let's check in and see.
I think
They have one division.
They have one who is moving down instead of hunker up in Pretoria. Go up to the capital.
So the closest, apart from that one division,
Yeah.
the closest allied divisions are now in
Yeah.
northern Kenya.
South's gonna cap.
Very probably. Let's
Very
look
probably.
at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're,
And 10 German tanks are now moving down Italy.
Oh, they are.
So they're soon in Egypt. And their tanks are down in Ethiopia.
this is a very, very forceful start for the Axis.
Yeah. It is. I mean, it's a lot of things. Yes, Ivan is doing a good game here. What you can expect from Germany, but wow, Italy and Pontus.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's. I'm kind
We're
of
looking at an MVP.
Yeah.
great.
The war has just started,
Yeah.
and I think
Yeah.
that the greatest play.
Yeah.
We hand out awards within the community for example, the greatest play and most valuable player.
Yeah.
And I think Italy's looking very good for those right now.
Yeah, and since it's not historical, we do not have to take into account the incompetence of the Italian army because now they have Pontus. So I mean, I think this could actually.
There are actually mechanics to kind of simulate the poor performance of the majority of the Italian army historically.
There are, but I mean, this is also just looking at that from an allied standpoint. They are losing North Africa. They have nothing to respond with. Suf is being invaded. He has one division there. Italians are pushing out. They've closed the strait. France is losing Madagascar, and he can't do much about that because he just capped. But you have to ask yourself, okay, what do we do now? I mean, overdrive mode. I think the overdrive mode of Falk would be okay. I really have to scramble now. Yeah.
Yeah. So South Africa is at 51%.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, we just had an amazing comment with Pontus is making the trains run on time, and I completely agree with that. That's he's making everything run on
Okay,
time.
but
Yeah.
you shouldn't attack there, Pontus. I don't think that's a good
No,
idea.
you should go around.
Yeah, and he's headed there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. This is a
amazing.
very good example
Yeah.
of how you can
And
do
the
unexpected
thing now, because you said earlier, we have a lot of German submarines in the Mediterranean.
Yes.
Yeah.
They have blocked the straits.
Yeah.
So they're getting raided from supply
Yeah, everywhere.
at an extreme rate right now.
Yeah, and they're losing subs left, right,
Yeah.
and center. They have nothing to respond with, and there goes
There's-
South Africa.
There goes
Oh
South
my
Africa.
God.
So
Oh.
that's the, even though they had light tanks, but that's one of the 2 tank nations.
Yeah, yeah,
So we have 2 allied miners producing tanks. It's Canada and South Africa. That's all of the South
Yeah.
African tank division. And even if they take it back, I mean, you've lost the equipment, you've lost
Yeah.
the divisions you had, you've lost the divisions that were in training,
Yeah.
potentially.
and you have to kind of reset your mind.
Yeah.
And also with this taking Saf, he also takes out Jonte, who is a really good micro player. He's an experienced player who now has to kind of restart, and they have to put time and resources to take it back.
We should
Okay.
mention, though, that when you cap, you get focuses that this continued fight. So you do get some factories.
you do.
But this is very little.
Yeah, and
Switch over to my screen. I need to
Yep.
show this. We see the route of the
Oh, yeah.
Egyptian army. They're trying to defend. There's something left, but they're gonna go down with everything.
yeah,
And let's see where the German tanks are at right now. We have that's Italian. German tanks are
on their way, or are they already?
they're already down here.
they're here.
So they're going
Oh, yeah,
to the
he's going
border.
now.
Yeah, look
Yeah.
at this.
Oh god.
So these they won't stand a chance.
Yeah,
Completely the right decision to pull
Egypt
out.
will be lost, and they
Yeah.
won't take Ethiopia before
No.
the tanks are going out down from the
no. I'm,
south here or north.
The only thing that could have crowned this achievement would have been to cut off.
the railroad.
And I think he should. No, the railroad's cut off. But he
cut
has
off there.
3 tiles
Yeah.
here. He should have
Cut
gone
that.
for that airfield.
He should have gone. But I mean, we can't fault anything.
No.
Because this is, and also as people are saying in chat, we have from Scrutinaz, having seen a few of these games, this Italian moves are maybe the most coordination moves I've ever seen, and I tend to agree with it.
Yeah. He should focus his forces up.
Yeah, this
in
is
northern
dangerous
Ethiopia.
for
Yeah.
Italy. They will lose a supply hub here.
Yeah, okay.
Might be able to take this one.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
then again, if he gets his troops out, which he can, jobs are sheeped. I mean, stuff
Yeah.
is gone, and they will have North Africa.
Yeah.
But then again, still, the UK have their fleet, even though it's locked in the Med, a part of it. But yeah, I mean, and the tanks have started to roll. He's
Oh, look
engaged.
here. We have a naval battle.
Oh, yeah.
33 destroyers from the...
Yeah, against 2 for the UK.
So this is a win for the Allies.
That's a win
Yeah.
for the Allies. That's also a win for the Allies. Yeah.
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 You
But,
want to take back control?
no, we can. If you can go into, because we've seen the German tanks starting to roll here, and they're rolling up and looking at it. And war against.
Romania.
He denied Bessarabia. He must have
Okay.
denied Bessarabia. But
Oh,
Why did he do that?
I don't know why he did that.
okay. This is interesting.
This is very. But his army isn't fully equipped.
And he isn't in the Axis.
No.
So I think that was a huge mistake from Rosen.
Yeah, or he has a very cunning plan that I'm not privy to. But yeah, and I mean, when the supply is fixed for the German tanks, well, they are fixed now, they will roll in and take that. But it's an impressive start for the Euro Axis.
Yeah.
And probably what the Axis as a whole needed after this China war, where they were kind of beaten down. And yeah, we have from Mortal Vision, Soviets needed to bump up the Allies.
Yep.
Yeah, agreed.
Sticky's air in Egypt is not deployed.
No,
That
I
was a
think
mistake.
Sticky has a lot on his mind right now.
This
But-
is so common. This is so
Yeah.
common.
Yeah, truth be told, I played France a couple of games ago when Boppus and Badger actually was casting. I wanted the German Paras to go off so I could kill them, and they didn't jump, and I forgot to put my air back up. So yeah, common mistake to do.
Okay, so white peace between the Soviet and the Romanians.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, so this.
Oh yeah,
They're coming back.
they're coming back. They're coming back slowly but surely.
Yeah, I just looked. They were 9% from capitulation. They have lost 500,000 men though.
Yeah.
So not the most brilliant China war, but they're winning in the end.
Yeah, and Otgard is asking, is an Egyptian invasion on way from the Axis? Well, yeah, they're in there with the tanks.
They're fighting now.
They're fighting
They
now.
are
and
breaking.
they're
If
breaking.
you,
Yeah,
They're gonna break through. This is.
Yeah,
in 3 days, Sticky will lose some divisions there,
yeah,
but it shouldn't be. But the thing that will happen is that when they take Egypt, the Allies' last sliver of supply,
yeah, goes.
yeah,
Yeah.
which
This
means
will
that
be a
all the
sandwich.
divisions that are
Yeah,
they're pulling out.
yeah, but Canadian tanks are trying to push back the Italians a bit down there, as we saw.
But this is mountains.
Yeah, it's mountains, and it won't help. But
And
when
they're pushing through, but they need to recapture the whole rail line.
yeah,
So
and
that's going to take time.
and also seeing this, if I
They are through El Alamein.
yeah, and if I know Ivan, he will not stop. He will come down to help out.
Oh,
Absolutely, absolutely.
These three will be. Yeah.
Yeah.
There it goes.
There it goes. That's done.
They're
Done and
Yeah.
dusted. That's
There goes some
Yeah,
divisions in.
they blew up the canal.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I think sounds strategy probably in this case, but I mean these divisions down here, they can hold the Italians, but they cannot match the German panzers that's coming down.
Nope. And Sticky has realized that and is moving out his
Yeah.
troops, so he's basically abandoning the north there, which
Yeah.
means that
Yeah.
effectively Pontus' gambits didn't work. They are not
Yeah.
going to be destroying his troops in
No.
Ethiopia.
No.
They are not headed to. He did not reinforce Aden,
No, he hasn't reinforced
which
Aden.
he should have done, but that doesn't really matter.
No, because he has the other part of the strait.
Ah.
So yeah, so he can still hold that, and that's
I think it goes from
yeah,
enemy to contested,
Yeah.
which doesn't matter for
No.
Britain, but it matters for.
it matters for Italy.
Yeah.
But I mean, we have this to say the opening months of this war. We're only in February 1940. There's a lot of plays left. The U.S. hasn't joined yet. We have Mexico. We have Brazil coming in. We have the Comintern. But it has not been a good start for the Allies.
They
To put it
did
mildly.
remember to blow the Suez Canal.
Yeah. Yeah. But they remembered that. They are up and they're trying to retake South Africa. Some
are
Congolese
retreating.
division. Yeah.
So the Congolese divisions are there is one South African armored division.
Yeah. But
Let's see if they still go as capped.
yeah. They're still less camped. And I mean, South Africa have only lost 555 men so far. But hats off to Pontus. He set out to do something and he did it.
But you can see there when we're looking at viewing the UK that Sticky has overloaded. Focuses are getting behind these free military areas. This is pretty much standard.
Yeah.
But it's not good for him because he needs to.
Yeah.
He needs time to take a few of these before
He does.
the Japanese enter the war.
And and there Japan has finished up China.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which
Did we get a date on that?
no, we did not get a date on that, unfortunately.
Let's look at the naval conflict in the Mediterranean. The Brits have gotten their anti-submarine resources out there, but they are getting sunk.
Yeah. But I agree here with Otgard in the chat with Italy, one of the best openings ever. And
Yeah,
absolutely.
I have to agree.
Absolutely.
It's really, really good. It's a really strong and solid start for it. I'm wondering if if Pontus actually thought that it was going to go that well. And I mean, Saf is coming back slowly but surely, but still disruption. He was counted as capped. There's There's a strong opening from the axis, especially from the
And
Euro
I'm
axis.
bugged, so I can't view anything but the UK Navy. That's not important for now.
No, it's not. But yeah, they're coming back here, and there are some naval engagements outside.
And this could become really dangerous for the South Africans. They are not well supplied
No.
here. The Germans are heading down. They've surrounded the last of the garrisons that Sticky left to slow them down at El Alamein.
Yeah,
They
moving.
can just roll over into Baghdad.
Yeah.
Because basically the Allies have no defense of Iraq. And I understand that it's not a priority right now, but they really should have a few divisions. They have managed to recapture Aden.
Yeah, and if he gets... he went with the zone. If he gets naval supremacy now, Sticky, he could invade in the back and take the port.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that would be a really good move.
That would be a really good move, a bit of a comeback move from Sticky, and also a signal to the Allies.
I think it's still very hard to encircle any divisions with just the Indian troops.
Boppus.
The thing right now that's actually good for the Allies, because looking at this, as I said before, what Japan should have done is send an envoy to Germany.
Yeah.
Let's crush Raj together. Let's try to do this. If you look at the time now, it's March 1940.
Yeah.
They have the possibility to actually attack Raj in 9 months.
Yeah.
Looking at the setup right now, an attack on Raj has 3 divisions at home right now.
Yeah.
And not a lot of possibility to actually move them out from there. But go over to Japan and look what Japan have done. This is a strategical mistake, I would say, because they are sad because they almost lost the China War.
Yeah.
So they're going, if you look at the plans down there,
Late war.
they're going for a late war. So I think you would agree with me right now. If they would have attacked Raj in 9 months, Raj and Africa would be Axis 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. But I mean, it's also hard to fault Mako and Adam for this because they've gotten a bloody nose. They still want to do that. But if they
I'm not saying I'm not understanding them 100% or that I would have made a different call in the heat of things.
Yeah.
But looking here from a confisher, just watching, I would say if they would have attacked early on, Raj would be finished.
Yeah, Raj would be finished, and that would be a huge blow for the Allies, even larger than it is. But as you say, it's easy for us, and it's a boon for the Allies, really, because are they going to get that encirclement of the Australian troops that we see here? Because they are working hard to get that encirclement. Yeah, I think they're gonna get that.
Oh, that's a huge pocket. Look,
oh
my
and
God!
that's the last of the.
That's the Canadian tanks. If he can
push it, Pontus.
Push it and pin. Push and pin. Or is he getting out?
Just
attack.
Attack.
No, not there. No, Pontus. Come on.
Oh no.
Okay, not the best. Why would you push them back? Kill them!
Yeah.
Kill them!
We're starting to sound...
This is an open... Oh my God.
That should be clear. We're not rooting for the Axis.
No. But we want to get...
But we're rooting for huge surrounds.
Yes,
they're
we're always rooting.
We're always rooting for that.
Yeah.
We are not rooting for this.
Jakob
what is he doing?
Actually has a valid point in chat with...
Here they go.
Japan going late is probably good because it delays the Americans. Yes, but you could also take out Raj. So, it's...
But I think that despite the debacle in China, this means that they have a really good chance of pushing the Raj.
Yeah.
Why? Oh, he's done something else smart here.
I would say they delayed the Americans, but the Americans have 400,000 men.
Yeah.
And like 1,000 planes.
Yeah.
I just want to point out...
They are paradropping somewhere.
Are they paradropping?
Yeah, forces of the Sodom of Bulgaria have successfully conducted. Are they trying to paradrop behind and cut them off? Because that could spell disaster. Oh, they cut them off. There's a surround.
Yep.
Oh my God, that's a lot of troops.
He got it open.
Yeah.
But he's going to get it.
He's going to get it.
Yeah.
Pin them. What are you doing?
Pin
them.
them.
And that's a very nice paragraph.
Oh, that's 3 tanks.
Yeah.
3
Yeah,
Canadian
How
tanks.
many
that's all the
tanks
Canadian
do they
tanks.
have?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just want to switch over to Canada.
Yeah.
He has 3 tanks.
Yeah, and those are in a pocket. Oh, disaster. This is
But they still need to pin them and finish them off.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they-
that's
Okay, there are German tanks between them.
Yeah.
They are not getting
Yeah,
out.
and now they're losing.
They are not getting out.
They're not. No.
That is once again
Yeah.
very well played from the Axis.
Yeah, very
well played.
And it kind of emphasizes and shows what Boppus has been talking about the whole first segment: coordination and communication. The Axis are showing really good coordination and communication here.
And I think they're going
Oh,
for
yeah, they're
more
going-
surround. So
Yeah.
not just have they killed off basically every offensive division that the Euro allies have,
Yeah.
they are taking out a lot of the infantry.
can
And this, I mean, if the Roche loses the
Yeah.
he won't be able to mount a defense
No,
at home.
he
I
won't.
think we're seeing
And then-
the defeat of British India here.
Yeah, and then Jakob has also pointed it out in chat. Italy could probably just mop up India, especially if they lose all their troops.
Yeah.
If I were India, I would just leg it and retreat. I would run now.
Okay, we have.
Go back home.
Is it?
Is it? Which?
We are paused.
Yeah.
That is good because it means the studio has time to catch up with all that's happening. I just wanted to point out one small. This won't have any game impact because the Allies aren't defending Iraq.
But he's blocked the Strait, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He sent his cavalry divisions
To block that.
to
strait.
block the Strait of Hormuz as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
It's
just-
good. It's good.
It's so sweet.
Yeah, Pontus is really putting on a show. And yes, not to worry, we are going to have a talk with Pontus later on. But right now he is kind of busy, as you can see in this game. It's from the whole Axis actually, also with the power drops from Bulgaria, cutting them off, what they've gotten out from this. I mean, they capped Saf, which was good. They annihilate, or soon will have annihilated the Canadian tanks. They've won North Africa, and I mean, Spain isn't even in war yet. But
Just
then again, the US isn't either.
Just to pile it on for the Allies. You know, the French bill we've been discussing quite a lot.
Yeah,
Where are those French factories?
yeah, they're in Africa.
Yeah, if you go, they're in French Congo,
Yeah,
so they're here.
Are you talking to me?
No,
yeah.
sorry.
In general, we're
I'm
just
spying on the teams.
spy on the teams. Spy on the teams. Yeah, the
Very nice.
factories are here.
So he has 4 ships and 4 mills,
Yeah, he has 7. He has 6.
and it
Yeah.
looks like we thought we were getting a dockyard build from Free France. He has
7.
realized the situation
Yeah.
and is building
Supplies on mills.
mills, but he's building mills in regions that are now looking not that far away for the Italians, and I
No.
really do think they should consider going on a proper safari.
Yeah, but then again, to have this, I think yes, a proper safari, but also they have barb. They will need to barb sooner or later, and
Yeah, but looking at this,
Yeah,
I mean, the Germans
they have
to,
time.
The Germans have to retreat, but not for almost a year.
almost a year.
10
yes.
months.
Yeah, they have that. They
Ah.
have that. So
So they could keep pushing here for 10 months. That's a lot of time in this state.
it's a very long
Sticky is
time.
preparing a small naval invasion. I do think it's too little, too late.
Yep.
But anything to annoy.
Yeah, and also show some kind of we're not done. We're pushing back. We have coordination. We want to do things. I think that's.
I think what he should do is maybe focus on taking back Hormuz, even though it doesn't affect any troops of his right now.
Yeah.
It is. This will be a springboard towards India.
Yeah, and Spielkind actually asked something here, and we maybe weren't in full agreement. Do you think full safari will be worth it now? Yeah, go for it. Just mop
I mean,
up Africa.
considering how little troops the Allies have, at least, I mean, for the Italian, at least take Congo.
Yeah.
South Africa doesn't really matter at this point. But you can knock out Free France by taking just French Congo.
Yeah, I mean, you could do that, and there's also the possibility here, which I kind of find really interesting. Doing a full safari, you can do that with some Italian inf, some cavalry, do that, but go over to Rush.
Yeah.
Cap India.
Yeah.
That's what I would do right
And
now.
at this point, you might not even have to, cap it out. You might not even have to invade it, just forcing them to keep proper port garrisons
Yeah.
on the western coast from day one,
Yeah.
while they're losing divisions in Africa. I think it will be very, very, very hard for India to mount a proper defense.
Yeah.
So this kind of offsets much of the damage that the debacle in China caused Asia Axis.
Yeah, and we actually have that the player from Japan, Mako, who is available for a talk. So I'm just going to send some information for him, and then we can actually get to the bottom of what happened in China.
Well, you're setting that up. I can just give a quote from the Allied chat from South Africa, summarizing the start very well. Well, this was an interesting start. That was a summary. Yeah.
It's a classic understatement.
Yeah,
from
that's
them.
a
The
that's a
Soviet
classic.
is totally oblivious to everything. They're talking about, should we go down on train production, perhaps?
Yeah, okay, so the Soviets have done what Soviets do. They kind of hunker down and just, we don't care about this.
And in a
No.
few months, we will be looking at the Soviets and
Yeah.
their preparations for the
Absolutely.
Eastern Front. But this is a sterling start for
Yeah.
the Euro-Axis. And this means that the only thing I really feel they need to do is
Gibraltar.
take Gibraltar.
Yep.
Then you've closed the Mediterranean.
Yep.
And they can focus 100% on the Eastern Front. And the problem for the Allies is not they're. I mean, this is a bleeding ulcer in Africa.
Yep.
But they need to, at this point, start to get the mindset ready for, okay, where will we get a D-Day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where will we D-Day?
That preparation has to start right about now.
Yeah.
They don't have. They don't have to plan the actual operation, but they have to figure out when can we land in Europe. And right now, they're completely on the back foot.
And we see Stick is trying to set up some defenses there. And I stress this again. If I were Löfgren on Raj, I wouldn't care about that. I would leg it back to my own country. I wouldn't stay here.
But I think he might lose.
Yeah, but now his troops are moving, but I think they're moving to the fallback line.
It's a long way to get out
It's
there.
a long way.
And they
It's a
can't,
really long way.
can't redeploy strategically.
No.
I mean, there is a railroad if they get to Juba.
Yeah, but that's a big...
But they have Italians here. They have German tanks. These German tanks,
They're gonna
they
take
cannot
Juba.
be happy. But
No.
they should be able to bag at least some of those divisions.
Yeah. I'm just fixing this.
And we see once again the problem with over motorized. And I think this was good when they started.
Yeah.
But as your supply lines lengthen, you need more trucks.
Yeah, and the oil and so forth. But I also think we haven't taken into consideration this. They have the best possible moment now to do a full safari, take out Rush, and also Spain will soon join.
Yeah, and I think you can see where Ivan has his
Yeah,
eyes.
he has his eyes
His
on,
gaze
on
is
Badger.
on French Congo.
Yeah, French Congo and Badger, he's coming for you. The thing is with this now is seeing where will Italy go? What will they do now? And I, for one, hope that they will go for Dominion of India.
But they have time to do.
They
a
have
safari.
time. Yep.
They have time to do a safari and then.
And
go
just
to-
look in the middle there. We
Yeah.
have one new huge pocket.
Yeah.
So now we're
again.
not talking about India being able to pull troops
Oh,
back
good
because
point.
No.
India won't have any troops at all.
And these are the Australians that
Yeah,
need
the
to be in
Australians.
Yeah.
Singapore.
Yeah.
And if Singapore is an easy fall, it's just all of it. It's
Pontus
just all
move.
of it.
Pontus move.
No, he's moving.
Yeah, but he's...
But he's moving these down there.
Yep.
Yeah, this will be a huge pocket. And this
Yeah, but
is now.
needs to close it.
Yes.
Pontus move in. Norway,
my
yeah. Expected AI. F in chats for Norway.
Yep. But also good for the Axis.
So he is. It seems that Mako is ready for us. So we're going to try this and see how it works. Hopefully we can hear him and he can hear us. Hello, Mako. Can you hear us? Hopefully. Maybe.
I can just say that the pocket we talked about, that is now closed.
It's closed. Hello, Mako. Can you hear us?
1 second.
Yep.
No, I cannot hear you right now. Wait. 1 second.
Yeah, no rush.
1 second. Okay, now try now. 1 second.
Yeah, can you hear us, Mako?
Okay, yeah, perfect. Perfect.
Great. First of all, I want to ask what happened in China?
Basically, I tried the last strat, but it go wrong because Firefly is not too much playing without the front lines. So basically, we collapse it in the middle, and I lose like half an army, maybe 3/4, like 30 divisions, something like that. So it's huge. But yeah, basically like that. We tested on the game, but we tested before game.
Yeah. Okay. But 30 divisions, that's a lot.
Yeah.
So what is the plan now for the comeback game here? Because Eurax is looking good in Africa.
I mean, right now I'm trying to delay USA, so we're gonna go late game because at started we enter, he gonna get wartime industry, total mob. So basically, what we're gonna do is delaying USA for entering the war, and that's gonna let us time to recover. And I'm planning to do Amtrax and Amphibs.
Okay, so kind of an island hopping strategy. I think that sounds like a sound strategy from where you're coming and the bloody nose you got in China. I mean, you fixed China, it's yours now, but delaying in the US, that's a smart move. Magnus and Boppus, do you have anything you want to contribute with towards Mako?
I'm not sure.
Sure.
See if we can get him in picture as well.
Yeah,
no, but
basically, we talk about it because if we go early war, we don't have right now like a decent strike force. That's what I meant, and they doing already good, so they don't need help basically.
I'm very interested to hear how you're cooperating with Manchu because you have a strong navy, but you haven't focused too much on the navy, and we see that Manchu's been in a lot of dockyards. How are you talking between yourselves?
It's basically we're doing like 2 types of fleet, and because navy is like a triangle, we're doing 1 type of fleet, and Manchu is doing the counter of the counter fast. So basically, if you try to counter us, Manchu can kill it, and if you counter Manchu, we can kill USA. It's basically the plan. And doing like super heavies, so he cannot pierce it. So if he go destroyers, Manchu goes anti with light attack and kill the destroyers. So basically, it's like a triangle. So we have like a mix of doctors. We have 60 and 60. So it's the same that USA have right now.
That's an interesting strategy of speaking about it like a triangle. It also makes it easier to understand what you're trying to do. And I'm gonna wish you the best of luck in this, in the naval war and the coming war with the US, and in delaying them. And also hope to see a comeback from China.
Yeah. I think now we're gonna focus on tanks and planes, and maybe with that we can come back very easy.
Thank you so much, Mako, and good luck in the future game.
Thank you.
And while you've been interviewing, I'm checking out what's happening in Africa, and they're just losing. They're losing the entire army right now. So we have a new big surround perhaps enveloping.
Yes, and just to bring you up to speed on that, I was checking the pocket we looked at before the interview. They closed that pocket, and it was almost half the Indian Field Army.
Yeah.
So 11 out of 24 divisions. Half the Australian Army. 5 out of 10 divisions. So that means on just 1 pocket, that's half the Indian Army, half the Australian Army, and the rest of them are looking dicey down in Kenya right now. And to maybe just to bring home Dan's point from before, I will show you the Japanese plans. If they had gone early war, we heard Mako's reasoning for why they wouldn't, but all of this is undefended. There's hardly a division here.
Can I stay with that? Because we've got some questions here in chat about that. Do they know how India look? No, they don't. Because if they knew, he would cancel and go early, probably. But then again, India can handle that. And we also have from Saxo, he did look a bit beaten down. Who wouldn't in that case? But he has a strategy, and I think that's kind of the great thing with this community and these type of players. You can get a bit beaten down, but you keep on.
And it's easy for us with all the information, but I don't think they have processed yet just how much of a disaster Africa has been for the Allies.
No,
I don't think
I mean, it's one thing that it goes well, but they don't know that basically if this goes, they just took the last port in East Africa in Allied hands, because Portugal here is neutral. So the next port is down here. If they manage to get around this and close this, there isn't an Indian army.
No.
There are 4 divisions in India.
Yeah.
There isn't an Australian army.
And we see
all of them are here.
Yeah.
This is the last remnants.
And they will take
These are
this.
the last
They
remnants.
will take this.
Ivan is coming now. And we see that Sticky is pulling up some troops, forming a fallback line a bit further down, and the Indians are running. But no,
Sticky needs to let his miners go. You see that the Free French have order of defense. Let's look at their Division C.
Yeah.
They have a huge advantage in that these are 30, which are actually mountaineers. These are good.
They are.
They have a huge advantage in that supply is horrendous, fighting in the middle of Africa. But this isn't a defensive line.
No.
This is just slugging it.
This is just panicked retreat. And
the whole of Belgian Congo is open.
Yeah.
This line is wide open in the north.
And soon...
I wouldn't push this though, Ivan.
No, I wouldn't. Don't get greedy.
Snake with 1 tank, that's a good way of losing a tank.
Yeah, but also a top tip. Don't get encircled, don't snake with tank. But we kind of saw the furious pinging of defenses down in Africa from Free France. I mean, this is not... They can still come back from this, but if Italy goes over for Raj, it's a lot of if and buts in this, but the Axis have put themselves in such a great position, and I mean coordination-wise good, but mostly thanks to Pontus' plan, which was a madman's plan, but wow, it worked.
And especially, I mean, the key. I think Pontus has hammered in one thing. The Allies need to know what's in Ethiopia.
Yeah, they do. But
even if they had known, I'm not really sure what they would have done, because as Don said, they have so few divisions.
Yeah.
That if there is anything in Ethiopia, it's very, very hard to hold Egypt.
Yeah, the only thing they could have done from that, and I don't know if you guys agree with that, but if they had known, that would have been, okay, we can't counter it. Should we just abandon North Africa from the start? I mean, that's the 2 decisions.
And they could have just garrisoned the ports.
Yeah.
I mean,
and Trotsky's...
The whole plan hinged on this strait.
Yeah.
This strait turned out not to be as decisive as thought. It forced the Allies to evacuate out, but they got all the divisions. They moved from Egypt. They got them out.
Yeah.
The problem is that they stayed and fought.
They stayed and fought.
And that's one of the hard things about this game. You have to know when you just need to just leave.
But I think this comes down to, as we have said all day, these plans work perfectly with each other. We had a early Axis plan, put a lot of stress early on, put a lot of divisions in Ethiopia, and we had the Allies converting military factories to civilian factories.
Yeah.
So France fell, it could have fallen even quicker, but pretty fast. We have Mexico still building civilian factories, I think. So we had like a huge civilian strategy.
Yeah.
And this is if you know that, Allies gonna go with civilian factories, I just gonna put all the cards in early.
Yeah.
That will pay off extremely well. And this also were very well played from the Axis, but they also got a lot of help from the Allies. Playing along with the strategy.
I think Saxoliv kind of captures the essence of it in chat when it says it really balances quite well. Japan's blunder barely matters as Allies they can't build from it as of now with an early D-Day without debuffs because they don't have divisions in the field.
No.
So, I mean, we kind of square it up again. So I don't think that Mako has to be that beaten down of it. Of course, it's a personal pride thing.
Yeah. If he knew how this looks, he should be looking so relieved right now. Like, if China went to hell, but...
Oh, are they taking that pocket? No, because that's Portugal. But then again, we will see. When is...
Could I take 2 points there?
Yeah, take 2 points.
The first, just buying back, the Indians got their troops out of Kenya. The Australians didn't. The Australians are down to 1 infantry division.
And that's the one running around there, right?
I think it's this one.
Yep. He's over here.
The other point, just looking a bit forward in the game, because the Axis now captured Iraq.
Oil.
That's a lot of oil.
Yeah.
That is a lot of oil. A lot of oil is also in Iran. That will be up for grabs, but that's not allied oil. They will need to trade with that from a neutral nation. If Axis is smart, they get good relations and try to trade that oil just to steal it. If we're looking down here, this isn't a huge amount of rubber, but there are a lot of rubber production here, and especially since we now have next to no Indian army, no Australian army. We have 8 divisions from Holland. They won't be able to hold Singapore. All of this rubber will be gone.
Yeah, and how much rubber can Brazil produce?
That is the question.
Yeah.
But they need Brazil to produce infantry divisions.
Yeah, they need troops because they lost.
Right now it's about 500 rubber on Brazil.
But then again, kind of now the problem isn't, as I think Chat has said and we've been into, the problem is, yes, resources, that's a problem, but men in the field, that's a problem now for the Allies because they don't have them. And I'm just, how would you have done this, Magnus? Because I've been sitting saying, Raj pull out, don't stay in Africa. And now he's still in Africa, lost half the field army. Would you have stayed or would you just have abandoned it and gone home? Because he doesn't have enough troops.
Right now, I would. I mean, the French have to fight. They have to do something to try and just hold the Axis off until the Germans have to leave for Barbarossa. I would not have stayed and fought over Kenya, which is it's worthless ground. Sticky had the right idea with making a defensive line down here between the Portuguese provinces, but it should have been a lot earlier. I think the main mistake they made was trying to fight over Sudan. Like they could cut the Italians off at that late point when the Germans are already in Egypt. And they need if they had conserved the tank divisions at least. Because that was a hard blow enough. That takes away the Allied offensive capability.
It does.
Then the second disaster comes once again when the Indians stay and fight. They should just I'm out. I need to be at home soon. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I'm leaving. If they had gone home, they could have a chance of mounting a defense in India, and you still would have ended up exactly where you are now, with the British trying to have a defensive line down here to at least protect South Africa, with the French trying to protect the only factories they have, which are in Congo and here in West Africa.
And we have this, first of all, Artgard is writing in chat, good analysis, Magnus. So, and I concur, good analysis. We also have Saxoliv, who has also, we played for 4 hours now, and we haven't mentioned the special project even once. I guess those are really interesting for multiplayer. And I want to say this, we have mentioned them briefly. We talked about the super heavy railway gun, but we haven't gone into detail.
We are deeply disappointed that you're not writing down everything we're saying during this 10-hour live feed.
Exactly, and we just brushed at it with for 5 minutes. But do we have any interesting projects being developed for?
Let's look at what some of the majors are doing. I can see here. They are working on proximity fuse. I mean, this is. I have nothing interesting or insightful to say about the proximity fuse.
No, me neither.
Super heavy howitzer. I'm guessing this is just basically to do something.
Yeah, you can put them as a support company in your infantry.
They could start researching the land cruiser.
Yeah, or the military engineering vehicle.
And the land cruiser. We talked about it briefly, me and Boppus last night. And I'm not sure that this is anything more than, for the lulz, that this is actually viable in a multiplayer game. But you had some stats on that, Boppus.
Yeah, that was November, though. But I could make it have a huge effect on armor on my divisions. a huge effect. So.
Yeah, we have this also. Saxolive says, "Oh, sorry, I got hungry before lunch break and took half an hour out." Yeah, I completely understand that. We also sat here and were hungry before the lunch
Deeply
break.
disappointed. I'm deeply disappointed.
You're still my favorite. Here. No, but I mean, there are some interesting special projects, but seeing how the game has developed, I don't think the special projects will be the game deciding factor here.
Not in this game.
No.
The more
British are also working on the proximity fuse. Let's check this proximity fuse. What it actually.
Yeah, it gives you some.
Could we get a country that isn't?
Yeah, I don't
keep talking. I'm gonna look this up.
Yeah, look that up. No, we have some interesting things, but I'm also a bit. I would have done the military engineering vehicle just to get the mechanized engineer or the tank engineers, just to motorize it more and get more punches in my tank divisions. If I were Germany.
Yeah,
but he might have a plan for that.
I think the thing is now, and this happens to, I would say, all players. Germany is living his best life down in Africa. We're in August 1940, almost September.
Yeah.
He had plans to refit his assault guns.
Yeah.
He's building tanks.
Yeah.
He hasn't designed the new tanks yet. He's not refitting anything.
No.
So the question is, when a possibility for Barb comes, could he even start Barb? Because they're down in South Africa with their tank force.
Which isn't refitted because it's not done yet.
No, because they're having way too much fun right now.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're doing the wrong thing.
No.
But it's
it's a very good point.
Yeah.
One should point out that it is. One should point out. One should point out there that is only the 30th of August. They bought a.
It's just
back in
only
Swedish.
the 30th.
Okay, let me recalibrate. It's only August 1940.
Yeah.
So they should have ample time to get back.
Yeah, but then again.
But will they?
Yeah.
Are they aware? Now it's paused at least, so they can think a little bit.
But I mean,
I think a lot of people appreciate this pause. Right now.
But I mean, also we have this thing, and we're coming back to it because that's kind of what I meant when I said, do they have the time for this? And that was March 1940. Now we're in August 1940. The new tank isn't designed. It's not. It's designed here. Yeah, it's not refitted because assault gun go vroom, have fun in Africa. That's kind of what they're doing. And I do not think that they will miss out. But will they get home in time? Will they be able to be?
What
ready?
we should say is also that Germany really needs it doesn't just need to refit the tank divisions for those already. They also need a lot more infantry.
Yeah.
Say 40 divisions at least.
Yeah.
I would say.
But also, they could go for a late Barb going.
Yeah, they could.
1942 and just take Raj before.
I mean, they could, but why do a late Barb at this point?
Why not?
I would rather take Raj
Yeah. I agree
and take
with
a
that.
late Barb.
Yeah.
That's
Secure-
160 factories.
Yeah.
But
in your hand.
I mean, let the Italians deal with that. If it had been me, I would not. At this point, I would not. I would want to keep up the pressure on the on the Allies. I would want to bring this game home and make sure that this game is decided before the US can really have a huge impact. But that's me.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah, and I'm tending to lean towards Boppes here. I would finish up Africa and send Italy over to Raj and take that out and wait a year to refit, because I mean the Commandant isn't going anywhere. They're there. They can't really have a game impact before Barb. Essentially, they will get some more production. They will get out some more tanks. But if you secured all of that, I mean, then it shouldn't.
Another small detail on the trade, because Boppes mentioned to me before the game that Johannes or Badger on France was hoping to trade oil and trade resources from the Soviet Union because it doesn't need the combos.
Yeah.
Well, look at what happened. We have no land connection.
Yeah, we
from
have no land connection.
Soviet Union or any allied power apart from the Raj. And so that might be the smallest spanner in the works.
Might be. Going back to chat, we have Saxolive again, who has he agrees with you with a fast Barb in this case. But he also has the question, and when we get back into game, we can check that. How are the Spanish carriers coming along? the Spanish carriers, and we will take a look at that when we're on post and back in. But then again, I'm also wondering, how is Nistan's head doing now? Because he was prepared for Africa and all that. Is he starting to think about, Brazil looks nice?
That would be, I mean, at this point, that's what you should be doing as a Spanish player. Trying, like, they are knocked back on the feet. They're losing hard. What we should say, though, is the only thing that is looking good for the Allies so far is the naval game. We should have a look at the Spanish Navy, what it does with that. Maybe the most effective thing you could do right now is they're going to be starved for resources, and everything has to be transported by boat. Build a raiding navy, go crazy.
But then again, here, if Nistan is doing the kind of and now we're checking the carriers for you, if anyone has it. Oh yeah, Panzerschiffs.
Yeah. Discuss.
Oh, I love Panzerschiffs. They are amazing. They're amazing, and also
he has 7. No, wait. Am I actually on the right?
No, you're on Germany.
I'm on Germany. I'm sorry.
But again, that's something Badger did when he played Spain. He bought the license production for him.
And we can see that. I think this means that the first Spanish carrier.
I think that's the one training.
Bit buggy.
I think.
There we go.
I think down the one who's trained. Yeah, there is. We have it. The Delgado. It is out.
Amazing.
Yeah, and I mean, this is Saxo Liv is kind of soft for it.
I mean,
yeah, okay.
It looked very impressive.
But it's out.
I can see that.
But it's out.
This Spanish carrier is just
Spanish Armada, pride of 1523.
It's basically a raft.
Yeah, with a flight deck. That's
not even a flight deck. The flight deck is just the raft.
Yeah, and an engine behind it. But I mean, he said he was going to do some carriers.
He's just stuck an outboard motor on a raft and like, look at the Spanish carrier. I'm very sorry for that accent, by the way.
I won't even try to do any, but I mean, I
choice.
I do enjoy that when he says he's going to build a carrier, he commits to it. But I mean,
he built 2, and that will be his analysis after the game. I built 2 carriers.
Yeah, game impact. No, but I mean, if he does what Spain tends to do when they join, they tend to attack Portugal, which they can. That means if we go back to Africa, the Portuguese territories are up for grabs and
if they're not fast, because when Portugal caps,
that goes to
this will turn yellow. This will be Spanish. This will be Spanish. In the middle will be Sticker's defensive line.
Yeah, and Sticker's defensive line is hunkered there. Yeah, a quick move around. Sorry for pointing there, and cut it.
Yeah, if the Italians are really if they coordinate on this.
Yeah.
I mean, what is it? 8 divisions.
Yeah, it's 8.
But by now, 8 divisions is what about like a 10th of the Allied Expeditionary Force?
And
they have 226 divisions.
Yeah, and I think I saw 5 raw Indian divisions, and I think that's kind of half their army right now. Right?
Yeah,
something like
when
that.
You count number of divisions, Allies and Axis are actually quite evenly matched.
254. But if you go over to an allied country and see what that
was 229 when I looked last.
It was
224.
Yeah. Okay.
But
kind of
the allied divisions we have are a lot. We have more AI countries.
Yep.
We have French divisions that are either really good or not good at all.
Yeah. Garrison holding units.
I would say in the UK we have 50 of those divisions.
Oh yeah, and a lot of
depending the home islands.
And the Allies have a sum total of 2 armor divisions.
We also have Spilkind, who left a comment with, the Axis should communicate better with Japan and let them know that Asia is empty.
I'm not sure they know Asia's empty. I'm not sure they know they've surrounded a lot of divisions in Africa.
But they don't know.
I lost my connection.
Did you lose your connection?
Why did I lose my connection?
Yeah, but it's the game. I think. Server lost. Connection timeout. Yep. So it's not on our end. We're still up here, still up and running, and that's good. So lobby simulator. once again.
Which means a lot of time to answer questions from the chat.
Yeah, I think we've kind of fixed a lot of them here. But also, Spilkind says that they can't go over Ash yet because the strait in Yemen is contested, so the fleet can't go there. That's true. It's a very valid point that it can't get through there. But
also, the Suez Canal is blown.
Yeah, the Suez is blown, so they have to take.
But that's a matter of time.
Yeah.
And this is where your point that they should have had more Italian divisions on the other side would.
Yeah. They should have. But then again, Spain is soon here with their mighty carrier, and that can be enough to force project.
I mean, the biggest immediate impact that Spain will have is that it will be so much easier to take Gibraltar when Spain is in the game. They will have air right on the threshold. They will have the opportunity of putting railway guns there.
Yeah.
And then it's a matter of time before Gibraltar falls.
Yeah, it is. And that's something we have to take into account with that. But first half of this year or war, first year, because it's good. Yeah, exactly like that. A lot happened, and we warned you before launch that it's going to kick off. It's going to be a lot happening that we have to keep track on. I didn't think it was going to be this much, to be honest.
No, and that is very much thanks to Italy.
Yeah,
we have to say, and we sadly, which bugs me, we missed showing you the Winter War.
Yeah.
The upshot there is that Finland lost, and Finland lost not just the war, but divisions they really can't afford to lose.
We actually have a good question in chat here, and with it's Saxoliv again. You are on fire, man. Can you open up behind the scenes? Are the factions in voice together, and if so, are the Asian and European axes separated? Like, how do they communicate with each other?
We'll see if I can. Okay, this is our chat. I don't know if we need to show you this, but basically we're in Discord. You have the axis over here. You have allies. And right now we have one player in Asia axis. But when Asia heats up, usually you split up so that the axis, the Asia axis, they move to a different line because they need to talk about Asia things. It's really annoying when if you, for example, planning a horrific defensive campaign in Africa, to have the Manchu player talking about dockyards. So we tend to split up between Europe and Asia. Same thing when the war starts, the common turn is in their own channel.
Sorry, if we can go back to the game because we have the code now, so we can get it up
Fantastic.
Again, and keep playing, which is nice. So to say. But I hope that answered your question in how they're communicating with each other. It usually becomes that common time tends to be in their own chat because the Eastern Front is a huge pain, and the allies tend to want to coordinate the Pacific War or D-Days and such. But there's a lot of jumping in between. So they have some communication with each other. I actually feel that I don't need to do this right now. I can just focus here instead. Yes, they can jump to other channels if everyone has agreed on such. But the allies can't jump into an Axis channel, and the Axis can't jump into an allied channel. So that I hope that answers the question here.
But that means it's quite, I'm saying a cozy experience might be the wrong expression, but
depends.
It's kind of nice because you're sitting down with your own crew, especially if you're playing like the Soviets, where it's so stressful from 41 onwards, and you're just huddled together with your group, your crew in Discord. You're throwing things back and forth. It's kind of it ticks on during this whole ramp up to the war when just sitting building things and people are complaining that my stability is this low or my war support never seems to tick up.
Oh, my focus takes 70
you're joking
days.
around. Joking around about weird things with the game or the mod or the people do. And then it gets really intense.
It gets really intense. But that's also the fun of this because, I mean, we are friends who like a game. And you like the game, and we like to show you how we play and what happens when our group plays. But basically, it's an experience to be a part of it, and it's good fun. Yeah, and it actually still has this. The best spice would be the one jumping between Discord. I think the best spice would be the ones sitting and watching the stream, actually. But on gentleman's agreement, we don't have that.
I think it's caught by the cardinal rule: no cheesing.
No cheesing, no cheating, nothing like that. But yeah, it kind of gets, especially when you play Eastern Front, it's kind of nice just being huddled together with the other 4 crazy bastards that want to play the Eastern Front and says, Soviet, that sounds fun, let's do this, which is kind of a self-inflicting wound that never stops.
That got dark.
Yeah, I know, but that's the Eastern Front for you, dark. I mean, you've been there, you've seen it, yeah.
Me and Johan played Soviet along with some friends last time. I think we mentioned it this morning. And it's one of those nations that's just so fun, even when, most of the time, even when you lose. As long as you feel, okay, we're losing well here. And we had one of those games where it was like, we were on the back foot from the start. The game didn't go that well for the Allies. But you're just so proud of, like, we pulled back without losing divisions. And you're so proud of that achievement when you have the whole Axis faction against you. So, yeah.
Yeah, or the fact, we just lost 10 divisions when we pulled out. That's great. But, Boppus, you had something here.
Yeah, I've been listening into the chats. So, the Barb discussion are in full swing in the Axis chat.
It is.
They're talking about 41 or 42 Barb.
Okay.
They're leaning toward a 42 Barb.
Okay.
Finishing the Safari, taking Raj. And Germany has a stack of Panzerschiffs coming out, which he thinks will give him supremacy to also take out the UK.
And if
they have that possibility, 42 Barb is...
Then it's viable.
Yeah.
And then they should go for that.
Yeah. Absolutely, because if you cap the UK, it's so hard to come back from that as the Allies. Have we seen
UK
that
and Raj, that's like 450 factories.
Yeah.
That's almost like,
and there's no possibility of a D-Day and...
No, that's a win.
So the Soviets are really on their own if you pull that off.
And also finishing up Africa, knocking out Free France. I mean, that's huge. And I mean, the US, yes, they're a powerhouse, but
not yet.
Not yet.
They're no powerhouse yet.
Exactly. And 42, that gives Mako more time to build up and become stronger. And if he doesn't have to worry about Raj, that's maybe you went wrong. In your calling.
I think you have. I think this leans Axis right now.
Yeah.
Can we say that?
Yeah. I'm leaning Axis. I'm leaning.
Oh, now you're leaning Axis.
Yeah,
Slightly
leaning slightly
favors
Axis right now. It's actually does have a point with D-Day from Greenland.
Yeah.
To put it in current modern
and
context.
that's why Greenland is a good place to have.
Yes, Greenland is important. But as of now, there's a lot of possibilities here. And I'm leaning towards, I would probably lean towards doing a 42 Barb if they can get the supremacy.
Yeah.
Because the UK, their divisions aren't really up for the task.
No, I mean, speaking of strategic mistakes, though, I mean, how much is it worth investing in knocking out the Free French factories in West Africa? Because realistically, the only thing they can do is keep defending West Africa, maybe push a little bit in Africa. So I'm seeing, I don't like the thought of as Axis kind of getting stuck in fighting a bush war in West Africa when your divisions could be doing better stuff.
Yeah.
So no matter what they do, which path they take, I think they should be really clear about, okay, so where do we need our top divisions to be? Because
sorry, can you just write in there that I'm not joining in for this? I feel like you have everything under control, so I don't really. I'm saving my poor computer and bandwidth.
I can't write in this.
Okay.
So can I write?
Boppus
maybe can write. There's also mention in Russian.
What were we saying? Yeah, because I mean, Italy has all of a sudden a lot of resources compared to other things. I mean, Italy could do their own thing in Africa or in India, and the rest of Euraxis, I think, should pivot back to Europe. Either a sea lion or i.e., an invasion of the UK,
Yeah.
Great Britain, or a barb.
Yeah, yeah. I hope that we can. I actually wrote to Johannes that I'm not going to.
For all the
I've
Irish
written in
viewers who
the
are really mad about this,
communications channel.
the mod lets UK annex Ireland if
Yeah.
we don't have a player on it.
Yeah.
Which is great for the game.
Not great for the Irish.
Not great for the Irish. No, no.
They tried that before.
They
weren't
tried it.
happy.
Not a night. All right. We also have a question here from Saxolip. We have taken a look into the Soviet situation, but could we have a tactical overview on how the 1v1 would likely go? Who compares whose tanks once we get out of the lobby simulator? Of
Hopefully.
course.
And to be clear, we can't look at those things while we're in the lobby or
No.
if someone's hot joining. That doesn't let us click around.
No.
So we can't show you things on screen more than this right now.
No.
But I
I
think that's a
can-
great idea before a barb.
Do you want me to check it out?
Yeah,
please.
we would
Yeah.
love to. We would
Our
love.
Keep
expert
rolling,
is on it.
and I will check it out.
Yeah.
You look so relaxed in your corner. Bob.
Yeah, I have a real nice time here.
Yeah. I'm having a really nice time.
When they cut me off, I was eating some kebab. I was, yeah,
Yeah. I
no
mean,
pressure.
no pressure. Everything works.
See
Yeah.
what you can have when you don't have a cat cam?
Yeah.
We have a Boppus cam. Yeah, but a lot of this is also for you who played Paradox games. Lobby simulator is a thing, but we're making do with it and the best of it. But it's been a very, very interesting start of this war.
Yeah.
It has. One must say.
I'd say the most fun we've had with the first year of war in a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also with the.
I don't think the Allies would agree, but
No, they wouldn't agree. But they had their fun before lunch when they laughed at Japan. I mean, so what goes around comes around, apparently. No, but it's been a very interesting couple of hours we've been sitting here talking about this. Nothing has gone as I thought it would go.
and it's just so bleak for the Allies right now.
It's so bleak.
Yeah.
It's so bleak. And
But I feel like
yeah.
I'm really glad we talked about North Africa at least briefly this
Yeah.
morning because this is a great example of it. It's not that Egypt in itself is really critical. It's what happens because of
yeah.
if you lose a lot of dishes, like they have done now.
Also, Boppus,
Yep.
we have a question from Spielkind, since we've been talking about the Sea Lion. Could we also briefly show the UK defenses on the home islands?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I can check that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can do that right away. So we see here that Sticky has kept divisions up here. A lot of them are home guard templates, and these spawn automatically via focus.
Yeah, and green. They're not trained.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he should take the opportunity to train.
Yeah.
In stages, train these divisions.
Yeah, he should. He should.
We have some
Hot joining
expat
players.
divisions.
Yeah, and we have some hot joining players, so
Yeah.
you can see it now, clicking around.
But if we look, so let's see if I can. No, I cannot.
No, we have to wait until lobby simulator is done.
Oh,
Hot joining players, yeah, it's a hassle and a haggle. But I mean, also this kind of high that the Axe have gotten, you can ride on that for quite some time, even if things are starting to become hard in the Soviet Union during Barb, if that would happen. It's easy to take a small setback when you have this massive success behind you. I mean, so, and vice versa, the morale in the Allies has to be quite low.
I was in that chat too.
Yeah.
See what they were talking about.
Yeah.
Silence.
Oh, so it kind of Japan, it's
Yeah.
silent as a grave, yeah. And
Yeah.
that I can think sometimes can be a problem when you tend to go in and just focus on yourself and you stop the communication.
Yeah.
You stop okay, what's the next step? What's the plan? What should we do? Maybe I have one or two that does that, but when it's silent as the grave, it's hard to come back with a counter.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, the thing is now, what positive points do you seize on in an Allied chat right now?
The US is soon joining. We haven't lost French Congo yet. SAF is back. That's good.
Yeah, and I don't think
Japan
the other
is-
minors.
Japan is not in.
kind of weak.
Yeah, Japan is kind of weak. Japan is waiting. Because, I mean...
But, I mean, Japan doesn't know precisely how weak
No, absolutely.
the Commonwealth is.
But
the Commonwealth do.
Yeah, the British also knows
Yeah.
how weak they are.
And I think that, I mean, the only thing that Sticky can do now, right, as kind of like the faction leaders that say, I'm really sorry, guys, but I have to look towards the home fleet. I will send what I can, which is basically air, because he can't send divisions halfway around the world. And we'll just try and make whatever stand you can in India.
Yeah, and also Saxoliv also points out something they have and still going for them. They have the navy, and they've blown the channel, Suez Channel, and they still hold Gibraltar. So I mean, at least the Italian fleet is not out and about.
And that's the other thing I think we're going to look at when we restart the game here, is how far along the Italians are in repairing the Suez Canal, because then when they get that repaired, danger will rise.
Yeah, danger will come. But I mean, that's...
Could you also look at the Italian Navy, how badly hurt that got in the Mediterranean?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because I also think the Navy is going for them. Japan is waiting. That's also going for them. But other than that, I think you also need to grip for straws here to see, okay, what positive points do we have? The Navy is one. And I think that it will be interesting when we've gone through the home defenses more, and Boppers has gone down to the USSR, the Soviets, to see how has this affected the US and what is Martin doing and PT, because are they going to churn out a lot of infantry and bodies to cover the losses that the Allies have taken, or are they sticking to their original plan? That's something I'm interested to see. But I think that's something I leave in the warm and capable hands of Boppus when he goes through this.
So in 229 days, which will be summer 41, the Suez Canal will be repaired.
That opens up a whole new way.
And I promised you that we would look at the British defences. And if we look at it, we can see that, I mean, you have a bit of fort defenses. We have radar, of course, you get from the start, and they've really built this out. But division-wise, I mean, this isn't bad, but a concerted naval invasion will melt this port defense.
Especially if you pull up Romanian Marines and Italian mountaineer divisions and the tanks.
I really hope they don't pull the Italians out.
No,
that's what I would do. I would just let the Italians go on a rampage. Africa, India, and then focus the rest of it on Europe.
But this also frees up a whole new dimension, because if they secure Africa and they secure the Raj, hypothetically say they do that, the need for a D-Day wall isn't as big. No. And that's manpower that can be used for more specialized units, more offensive units, which also frees up a lot. But
because I mean, if you look, you can see the Mediterranean kind of here behind me. It's really hard to show you right now. But all of these port provinces, Italy would need about, I would say, 60 divisions to have a decent port defense just on the provinces they control. All of that they can now put into divisions attacking Africa, attacking India. So winning and locking down the Mediterranean, it just does so much for resources that can be placed elsewhere. Same with the Balkan states. They can drop a lot of it. Spain can drop half and move that over to the other front. What they need to do is break Gibraltar.
One thing that struck me, which I saw now, the Axis haven't cared about Greece. Greece is still here. They haven't had a war there. But, I mean, they have more important things to do.
Sticky finally pulled off his naval invasion into British Somaliland. I'm not sure why, except for the laws.
Because he doesn't really have... Someone has to go up and kick him out. But, I mean, he doesn't have the troops to fill the gap here, so to speak. So, Yeah, we're rolling again, but then again,
And Italian divisions are.
oh yeah,
Down there.
yeah,
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 should have done that sooner, but
Yeah.
we can see that they're relocating to.
they're relocating. Yeah, and SUF has taken control of the. Yeah,
the African colonies, which was
yeah,
South Africa and
yeah,
5 more provinces.
yeah. That's basically what I got. But I mean, Greater South Africa to go for that.
Good on you, Jonte.
Good on you. Come back, man. Come back.
Italians are still raiding outside this
Yeah.
coastline.
So-
So, yeah.
Yeah, but also the Dutch East Indies are there up and raiding, which can spell some trouble because the Axis doesn't have the naval capabilities right now out there to counter it, and that's
I'm back on this bug that only shows me the UK.
Yeah. Also soon have that sorted.
We can check this out. What they have.
Yeah, they have subs. A lot of subs.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, some subs.
There we go.
Yeah. So.
And we should say, Dutch East Indies gets really good subs.
Yeah, they do. They have some
Probably
really
the
good
best
subs.
in the game.
Yeah, and some good sub commanders also.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some they are really good. Really good.
But if we look at what they have for port defense,
9
which is
divisions.
also headed to Africa. And I'm guessing they've figured out that the Japanese aren't going to come in a while. But basically, these Dutch divisions will go to Africa, and they'll be set up for a few months, and then they'll have to go back.
Yeah.
And it's not enough to cover. Let me just remind you what the Japanese have planned.
Yeah, they have that planned, which is
This
something.
is going to sting.
Yeah, that's gonna sting. How many troops does Australia have right now? Not that many.
See if we. Yeah, they're up to multiple divisions.
Oh, 2.
They now have 2.
Wow. That's
3 more coming out, but
Yeah.
they don't have.
And I'm thinking now maybe we can because I saw Boppus waving his hand, so I think he has some smart things to say here.
Yeah, we can go over to my screen. I've been checking
Yep.
the templates. So we have the Soviet template here, T-34. Something is bugged with this template. Here it goes. 14 armor, 41 in piercing. Hardness, 54. Quite a good division.
Yep.
Good soft attack. If we look at Germany, as I said before, they haven't been designing anything new. So they have their motorized assault gun division, which can't pierce
No, they can't pierce
the Soviet division and is in all the stats worse of less hardness, less of everything.
Yeah.
The thing to remind yourself over here is that they have 1,500 tanks in the stockpile, which they haven't been using because they don't have the time to do it. And they also have 500 mechanized.
Yeah.
So they need to take the time to do that switch.
Yeah.
For the Eastern Front. And here it can be really exciting, especially if they go for an early war, because they won't be really ready for it.
No.
And as always in the Eastern Front, if you win the first 3 tanks rounds, if you win the first one, you have a better chance winning the next one and the next one. And that can start rolling in the wrong direction for Germany, buying a lot of time and even making the Soviet being able to advance. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but since they have all their attention elsewhere, they're not really preparing for the barb. So that's also a reason to perhaps prolong it, or right now go in and actually put in the effort to put out those units.
Yeah, I have 2 things here. One, just looking at this, is they're lacking 4,000 trucks as of now, which kind of affects their supply. They can, it's a lot of days before they fill that up. And we have a question in chat from once again Saxoliv. Are they researching new tank tech?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
The Panther is going to be
on its
researched
way.
here. Yeah,
But I mean,
2 years ahead though.
Yeah, but that's 494 days before it's finished, so that's going to be maybe for a 42 barb, but then again, they should be. But then they're having fun in Africa right now.
Yeah.
But they should be thinking about designing the new, using the new tank, and maybe use that stockpile you have of 1,500 tanks.
Yeah.
and convert them. I mean, and re-equip. And also, he has the manpower and he has the possibility with this because the D-Day wall maybe don't have to be that big. Pump out a couple of more tank divisions.
Yeah.
For Barb. I mean, that's something. That's a
because he has his 10 starting tanks from Danzig War.
Yeah. He does.
Then the Soviets just have they're reorganized right now. I think that was 5 divisions. Yeah, they have them.
Okay, so
5 medium tanks.
Okay.
They are building 13, but they don't have the equipment for it. So they will be possible to push out a few more. You see, these are full of medium tanks.
Yeah.
Lacking other stuff, but
I would probably have canceled the ones that lacks medium tanks. And just push them out. But how much infantry does the USSR have?
I'm just gonna say 8 per day, so they're pushing out, but it's not in huge amounts yet.
No, it's not.
Infantry, 3 million.
3.4 million.
Yeah, most of that is infantry.
Yeah.
Most. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So and I mean, if a late Barb comes, it gives the Soviets more time to prepare. The question is, will it be enough? Basically, but as of now, the tanks that the Russians have are better than the German tanks. But we haven't seen the finished German template yet.
No.
Is it possible maybe to look at Hungary, because they have tanks also.
They have tanks.
But they still can't pierce the T-34s.
No, they can't.
They can't.
Still, it's not far away, so it won't punish them too much.
No, absolutely not. And there's a great deal of soft attack in those Hungarian divisions.
And quick.
Yeah,
that's
they're
what
really
I
quick.
love with Hungarian tanks. And they also have a lot of focuses, or I think there's someone here giving you 10% speed.
If they've taken...
Somewhere here.
It should be somewhere there. And we have a question again. The question is, will 20 tanks do anything if the Soviets don't catch the Romanian players' plan?
No.
The short and easy answer for you.
Yeah.
No, if they don't have fuel, they can't do anything.
But it's worth noticing if we either switch to my screen or... Yeah, you can switch to my screen.
Yeah, go to... You can switch me out completely.
Okay. Just want to take a slow breather there. Or...
Lucas.
Yeah, but they're having some technical things to it. Yeah,
okay.
Here.
You can just say it.
You want your computer on screen? Yeah. They have port defenses. Yeah.
It looks like they... I don't know why he has a light tank over here, but this tells me that he at least has some readiness for naval invasions. The plan might still very well work, but...
Yeah, because we got a question here. Maybe you can look at that. Who has the bigger Black Sea Navy? Because we see Romania, they have some ships.
19 dockyards right now.
Yeah. And he has a couple.
It's not the most scary thing I've ever seen.
No, but then again, what does the Russians have? And where have they put them?
Oh.
They haven't put them...
Yeah, they have the subs, which are raiding.
Ay.
Yeah, the rest is in Gulf of Finland.
Yeah, they put everything into the Baltic Sea.
Which should mean that supremacy is going to be Romania's.
Yeah.
So the question comes down to how good are the Romanian Marines?
Yeah.
Oof.
And what is Bulgaria doing? Because he's going to follow up the Romanian attack. And what can he provide? He's also preparing for Greece, right? As of now,
Greece, right?
Yeah.
Someone should invade Greece.
Yeah, they're still here. What does he have in production? Because that's just bog standard infantry. He is building
UNSC.
Oh,
he has a kind of a space theme. I like this.
Yeah, and
ODST.
Also,
Halo.
Yeah, yep, and also typical Ian of going either navy or air up to sea. We actually have this, which is a special treat. We've talked about the Allied disasters, and we're going to come back to that as a treat later on. So, because I got a really firm hand of slow down, I just asked this. So I'm thinking that that's going to come. It's going to be a bonus surprise for you in a little while. But okay, I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, we're gonna have some interesting parts to see here.
Should we check in with the Japanese?
Yeah, he is rebuilding his army.
Quite a swole navy, though.
Yeah, that's a swole navy. That's a good navy, which is out on training. And it's interesting to talk about the triangle. Jakob actually said it in chat that then there's the fourth corner of the triangle, which is then not a triangle, it's a square. But that's carriers that kills everything. And I know that Jakob loves carriers in it. So it's going to be interesting to see this late Japanese entry into the war, but he's building some good stuff here. And also,
and we're looking right now on the screen on the Manchu Navy, and this just confirms what Mako told us, that he's building super heavy battleships, he's refitting his fleet, and here we have the cruisers. And I think it might be worth looking at the US Navy, what they are building.
That's destroyers, subs. So he is gonna try to strangle and starve, but also a lot of that's early heavy ships. Yeah.
So we have a carrier fleet here, but this looks more like sub-hunting fleets.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you say.
Yeah.
And that's the destroyers.
So this has to be the strike force, right?
Yeah, that has to be the strike force. But this is the old fleet. I don't think that... Yeah.
Here we got it.
Here we go. Yeah.
So this is what he's put up.
As of now.
Yeah. So he's gone battleships.
He's gone battleships.
And I know next to nothing about Navy, so...
I know next to nothing
is
about...
this a good ship?
Yes.
Ask Badger.
Yeah, okay. We're gonna.
So this is a boat.
Yes,
it has big boom on the boat.
Yes,
boat. And I think this isn't the finished product either.
No,
because he's gonna refit this and put on some fire systems and radar and stuff. So it will be interesting to see exactly. But yeah, it's kind of quite a good ship.
Yeah, feels like he should start refitting those. Yeah, he's researching advanced fire control system. I'm guessing he went for that.
Yeah.
I also know why it takes way too long time now before we start. For some reason, Raj is reinstalling the game. Don't ask me why.
No, I'm not asking why. I'm just baffled. It's also a first. There's been a lot of firsts.
No. We've had reinstalled before. Believe you me.
Perhaps
that means they're in some
come
deep
to the
booty.
conclusion that it's going the way it's going because the game was wrongly installed. It has nothing to do with anything else.
Okay, so fair. There you heard it. Wrongfully installed game. So he's going to reinstall it, come back, and then everything that we
have
see.
500,000 more troops, and hopefully...
But I mean, they're trying to rebuild. This is true for all the minor Commonwealth. They're trying to rebuild their armies. They're just so starved of equipment. I looked at the US if they're lend-leasing anyone, because they should be able to lend-lease by this point.
Yeah.
At this point, not a single lend-lease.
Not a single one. But as we've looked at Manchukuo and we looked at Japan, and I can see that the color of Siam has changed. To
the Ratanakosin Kingdom.
Yes, and it was kind of unclear what plan he was going to go for and what build he was going to do. So here we see. There's infantry. Yeah.
Do you want to bring in him for a quick interview?
I think we'll wait with him for a quick interview. But we can take him in later on because he has to...
His name is General Greg.
Yeah.
And I'm assured that this is funny. I just don't understand why.
Yeah. beats me. But I mean, it's funny. It's a time man.
But, okay, Greg.
Okay, Greg. Let's see what kind of glory Greg can get.
Not that many divisions, though.
No, but
He has a railway gun, though.
he has a railway gun, and look at the mountaineers he has.
Let's look at those.
Yeah, how are those? Oh, ooh, rocket hardy. Yeah,
Decent.
that's.
Why are they giving armor
to Hugo? I think Hugo might have had a problem.
Weird voodoo stuff is happening right now. Trying to get this going.
Yeah, there's some weird voodoo going on.
Andreas, får jag be dig att gå så att vi kan prata hemligheter?
Yeah. So, sorry, I'm trying to prep some things here.
But we haven't checked in with Yugoslavia, I think, almost all game. Infantry and rocket arty, which he's named tank division, I guess to try and confuse someone.
Yeah.
He does have some tanks, some medium assault guns in here.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to prep this, so I'm leaving this to.
But he's done something horribly wrong with these divisions because they only have a speed of 3. And I'm guessing what he's done is chosen the wrong logistics company, maybe? No, that's not it. But something is terribly wrong, so these should really be moving faster than 3 kilometers an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So
with Hungary.
Yeah. So we have some. Oh, look, those are good. Those are nasty against infantry. And we also have something that we can check on when we come back from the lobby simulator, and that's have the Germans remember to do collabs on the Russians.
I should think so. They were very good with collabs on the French.
Yeah, I should think so, but have they forgotten it when they're racing through Africa?
We'll have a look at that. Right now, we can't really check details such as that.
No, because right now we're doing lobby sim. It was also, as what you talked about the tank division. Sexually asks, could it be some super bad foreign tanks that's been included in that division?
It's very possible.
Yeah.
But I checked the template. It also said 3 kilometers per hour. So there's something.
There's something.
Yeah, I think there's something in there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Another top tip from the studio: check your templates. It's easy to put in something that moves slower than you want it to.
Yeah, because 3 kilometers an hour.
Or just play garrisons.
That's the garrisons. Yeah.
Take the tip from the Eastern Front men. Play garrisons.
Yes. Yeah. Garrison builds for everything.
Garrison strong. And we're kind of back in here. But yeah,
I kind of want to do a garrison Germany just to.
Haven't we had Inf Germany that didn't really fly?
Yeah, but did they go garrison though?
No, they didn't go garrison, and garrisons are now as quick as usual troops.
Let's check these Hungarians. There's also 3 kilometers an hour. What are they doing?
Is there something buggiest?
Yeah, there could be something buggy.
Yeah, so the problem could be on our end, but because this looks weird, I can't see anything that should move at
but
3 kilometers an hour.
No, in the templates in field are 7 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, because they're a lot quicker.
Yeah.
7. Yeah, which is that's fast.
And now Yugoslavia disappeared.
Yeah, it's now.
Yeah. But this we knew.
Yeah,
because the Yugoslavian player had to bring his son to swimming. Swimming practice is not really the right word. I'm not sure you had that in all other countries of the world. Swimming school.
Swimming school. Swim school.
Yeah, swim.
Swedish children have to learn to swim because Sweden is basically a swamp.
Yeah, basically. But yeah, so Joachim Skoginge unfortunately had to leave the game, but they've solved that by just annexing him. Also, yeah, and as Nitron says, boomer HOI lobby problems. Yes, that's a boomer HOI lobby problem. Yeah, taking your kid to swim practice, that's...
Can I give you another example of
Yes.
what happens when a lot of thing happens in the game? If you go to Germany and look at their doctrines,
Yeah.
land doctrines.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, kind of.
This is not hurting them right
No,
now.
no.
But it's
It will.
the most common mistake ever.
Yeah,
Just
no.
Yeah,
you just forgot about the doctrines.
Yeah.
I done it as Soviet Union.
yeah.
I went for the standard doctrines,
Yeah.
but didn't touch the special forces doctrines at all, having 1,000 in army XP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we also just quickly, because you went left side here, whereas I always go right when I play Germany.
Yeah.
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 I'm
It's
not-
banned.
I'm not really sure. I also like the right side. It could be if he wants really, really quick tanks, because you can design tank to go faster, but you can't design the motorized to go faster.
No.
So it could be that he wants us more speed in the build, but then we need to check out for the... Has he designed? No, he hasn't designed anything that's that quick.
Something
Don't know.
I'm a bit interested in, and that's the German focus tree. If we could get us in there and see what has he done, because he went autarky, and I mean there hasn't been any problem for him to, he's almost done with that. So because they've taken a lot of ground, and also he's gone Spear, Göring. He went Hess.
Could you talk a bit about this mechanic? Because we haven't explained this. I'm not sure everyone has played Götterdämmerung.
I haven't played it enough, but maybe Boppus want to take a crack at this.
I have no idea.
No, okay. Basically, they have the economic tree here. You could go the 4-year
Could
plan.
you just scroll down so we see
Yeah.
below Fyra-princip?
Oh, is it
Are
me
you-
controlling?
Yeah, you're
Aha.
controlling. Yeah. See,
I had no idea.
here you have some different things and different people that are unique to Germany. You choose one of them. Yeah, you choose one of them. You choose one of them to start with, and then they will complete their own focuses to give you bonuses and buffs and so forth and so forth. And you can also see they have loyalty traits and such. This costs you political power, but you get things back. If you go for like Reichsleiter Spear, you can see employ Philip Hoffman a bit to the right in the
Right.
focus tree done. If you can go to employ Philip Hoffman,
I can't find it. Where?
back to where you were.
Yep.
Yep. And you see Reichsleiter Spear in the focus tree, not in the inner circle.
Even more right.
Even more right. A little bit more. Yeah, or you see all
It's
of these.
behind your picture.
Yeah, you see all of this. Like Reichsleiter Spear is over there, and Reichsleiter Himmler. But
No.
yeah, and if you see Spear there, if you take him, that's what he will provide you at first. But then he will unlock employ Philip Hoffman. You don't have to worry about that, and that gives you construction bonus. Then he will go down to the third one, which will give you more dockyard output, etc., and then give you Wunderwaffen. So once you've picked, you don't have to care about them. And if you get tired of your current leader, you can decide if you want loyalty to the Führer or if you want a new leader, which comes in then with the traits they have. So that's a new mechanic, and I probably botched this incredibly because I haven't played around that much with it. But it's a nice addition and gives Germany some more flavor. What do we want to go for? What do we need? And also something that helps them in the long run.
Yeah, and basically, apart from the added variety, basically you trade off political power for buffs.
Yeah, you do. And going back to the 4-year plan and the economic tree that we had, that's up here. You can go to either then the 4-year plan, which is autarky. That means that you have to be aggressive and take land to get your economy rolling. But once you've done that, you have some insanely good buffs for it, especially when you go for the Accelerate the Armament program and create. It's a good tree, but it's imperative that you gain land and you don't get bogged down, because you will have consumer goods that goes up, and sooner or later you will sit with 100% consumer goods. That's not a problem if you don't build civs and if you don't silt grade. As also. Right, I'm going to fix one thing here because someone is needing. Sorry for this. I'm trying to make this. Yeah. As Saxoliv says, if you don't die, because I mean, consumer goods are always increasing when you go autarky. So it's a bold move, but they've conquered a lot. So as of now, it kind of works. It's an economy of conquest, exactly that.
Yeah.
So you can see what happens. And consumer goods factory is, as of now, 5%. But it can reach 100, and that cripples your economy in a way that's not nice. It's never nice to have a crippled economy. So yeah. Self-explanatory. Could we check the collabs if they have collabs?
I think we might have an encirclement in Africa.
Oh.
Yeah, we go there first.
We go there first, and we come back to the collabs.
North of the French Congo. Or just switch me my screen in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Lucas.
Yep. He's also fixing. What have they encircled?
They were very close to encircling.
Yeah, the German tanks. But the German tanks are...
They're pulling out.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Pulling out. If they gonna make it.
They're pinning. They saw it in time.
Yeah. They saw it in time.
But that's about the most exciting thing that's happening in Africa.
But
they're trying to strike back at the French.
Yeah.
Okay, don't. Front lines, people. Front lines.
Yeah.
It's a thing.
It's a thing. Use them. We've used them a lot.
Okay, someone is pinging. There.
Yeah.
And we now have an Italian front line.
We have an Italian front line, and there's a lot of Italians here. But it kind of stalls it in.
But a nice try from France there.
Yep.
Trying to push back a little bit.
And that's something we've said here, that the Allies kind of need to do something to retake initiative and try to pull something back.
Also, I was talking about the thing of getting bogged down with armor divisions deep in Africa. And this is the backside to going on safari. It's very easy to kind of get a bit stalled here. I'm sure there are better things that the Germans could do with their prime divisions.
And now,
even if it would be good for them to take the French factories. Maybe just settle for that. But put up a defensive line in the middle of middle of Africa. Easy to hold. Do things that have more game impact.
Yeah, and we have a question from chat also. Does anyone have supply in Africa? No. Basically not.
I think the Italians have decent supply, actually.
Yeah, down here
they have a lot of infantry divisions. Their army is very suited to fighting in Africa. German tank divisions in the middle of Congo.
Yeah, because if we look at, we have 10 Italian divisions that are in low supply because German tanks are around here and stealing supply. And they haven't gotten railroad yet.
Yeah, they're building supply hubs down here in Tanganyika.
So... Yeah, the safari is going, but in this situation, I would pull out the German tanks, let Italy focus on this, and because soon Spain
or even pull back to kind of here.
Yep, and then
you have air, you have decent supply. The Allies don't. Let them have West Africa. Once the Spanish come in, you can see if you can pull off any naval invasions. We don't know how the discussion in the Access chat ended up, if they're going for late bar, but looking on the German focus tree. And on what they are producing. I.e., they are not pulling out more tank divisions.
More inf. A lot more.
And they need more inf.
They do.
For a barb. But I don't think they can pull off a Barbarossa in
No.
3 to 6 months.
No, it's going to be a 42 barb.
Yeah, I should think so.
Yeah, I should think so.
But we're not seeing any signs of this German Seelöwe attempt, an invasion of the United Kingdom.
No.
But over the next couple of months, a whole bunch of Panzerschiffs should deploy.
But when we're here at Germany, then can we just take a look at if there are any collabs on the Soviets?
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah. You have that. You can go for. They're preparing a collab. Yeah, and go for the German flag instead.
What German flag?
That German flag, because you have the collaborations right next to members.
There we go.
Yeah, so you can see. Yeah,
they don't have any yet.
No, they don't have any yet, but they're working on the first one. And you.
Are we sure it's the first one? Right?
Yeah, because they don't have any.
Yeah,
so that's the first one. So you usually want 2 at least, otherwise you're fighting way back to the Urals. It's still going to be a slog, but that also points towards a 42 barb. Basically, it's going to be a late barb, and yeah.
But we can see that they haven't chosen the very furthest line to defense, and they are lining up their divisions.
Yeah.
So you can get an idea from this of how to go. Usually, nowadays, this is a very classic line, I should say. They pulled it back a bit down here in the south. You can go all the way up here.
Yeah.
But this is quite risky. Usually, you have a breakthrough here. So it's become very standard in our games to pull the defensive line here.
The more
they should close up this fort line. But I'm guessing they haven't gone around to that. They are building a lot of anti-air.
They are, which is a sound strategy.
But you can see you need to build forts on this.
Yeah.
Or I think it's worth it.
I think
some
it's worth
people
it.
don't think so. I think so.
I disagree with that.
They put 40 divisions on Finland with attack orders. But let's see if they have something of a strike force. They have 16 tank divisions out. And I would say this is good. We're looking at tank divisions.
We actually have something in here, and I'm looking over there at the technicians to see when we can go. Yes, because we have had a debacle for Japan in Asia, but we also had a debacle for the allies in Africa. And we've been talking about the US and how does this affect the US, when can they join and will they join? And I think that we actually have our USA correspondent with us. We shall see. Hello, Emily, can you hear us? Okay, we will see if we can get the sound from you, but you seem to hear us. Yes, and for anyone asking, this is not a green screen. Emily is actually in DC. Yep.
And DC is very far away from Stockholm, so.
DC is very far away from Stockholm. And as you can see up in the left-hand corner, that's the time in DC. So, but we shall see. Emily, if you say something. Can't really hear Emily. We will try to get her back later on. But yeah, because we have some questions about how is the mood in
yes, the world is burning.
The world is burning.
The American public opinion seems to be decidedly lean towards letting the old world solve their own problems.
Yeah.
We shall see if that comes, if anything changes on that front.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll try to get her back when we can. If it works, it works. Otherwise, we have a correspondent in the US. But yeah, because the interesting part right now is to see what is Franklin D. Falk doing.
Yes, and from what you can see, he isn't lend-leasing any equipment. He has about 700,000 troops in the field.
Yeah.
Most of that is these island people. A lot of island people and island people AT,
Oh,
which is I'm not sure really why he wants AT for those.
no. But
He shouldn't. It might be to counter amphibious tanks,
Yeah.
of course.
which we heard from Mako beforehand that he was going amp tanks,
And probably the US has quite a good handle on on the Japanese. They have a very strong spy network,
Yeah.
and they want to have a lot of intelligence of what the Japanese are up to.
yeah,
We looked at the fleet a while ago,
yeah.
so I won't bother you with that again.
But I mean,
And we see that the invasion of Greece has sparked on. Greece is AI controlled, so
Yeah.
this shouldn't be too much of a problem.
no.
But it's also one of
But
the
then
very
again-
first things that we see offensively from the Balkan players.
Yeah, it is, except for the Bulgarian paradrops in Africa.
Of course.
Yeah, but then again, we have seen some good AI plays today, especially China. Could also be play of the game. And I know I am one of those players that always whine about, oh, just think about if we had a player on China, what kind of damage we could do. I take that back. We don't need that. I mean, AI fixes everything.
But also fun that with annexing Yugoslavia, Bulgaria got some mobile divisions. So we won't just have Marines and infantry going into the Caucasus.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of Marines, I think we should check in how we're looking.
He has 4 of them. They're not fully
Yes,
equipped.
Romania has 4 Marine divisions. These are still not equipped.
No.
Uh,
Yeah.
also Marine commandos.
Oh, yeah, because then he can land and doesn't have to have the port. He can pull back out. So, yeah.
Not really a vote of confidence on his
Yeah.
ability to take these ports.
Yeah.
Because we have 2 ports that could be of use for them. They want to
Yeah.
attack right
Yeah.
here and then pull into this mountain range.
Yeah.
And
But the
further on
Romanians
towards the oil.
just pulled off a naval invasion somewhere. Yeah, Greek islands. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Never mind them.
we can mind them.
They landed. Yeah, it was just...
South of Greece.
Yeah, south of Greece. And they're going to push that. And that's a fun part with the Marine Commandos. You can land somewhere where there's not a port and then withdraw.
Hey, we can see that the Axis took my advice and pulled back in Africa, so they are not going on a full safari. I should also explain this border from here all the way around,
Impassable, right?
impassable
Terrain.
terrain, which
Yeah.
means you can't just pour over. You need to go north or south of this.
Yeah, and we also have this thing now. I saw some Canadian tanks, so Canada is back on track here, or back on track, but they have some new. They have some.
I'm
new
not
tanks.
sure you want to call this back on track, but we can check.
We can check.
They
what
now have 2 tanks.
Yeah,
So they've doubled their tank force since last we checked.
yeah, they have, and it is also mechanized. They are slowly coming back.
Very high breakthrough. Maybe a bit too high breakthrough.
Yeah,
This actually, I want to, if we have the time, I would like to bring in our expert in on this with breakthrough in tanks, because a lot of people look very hard on this number, where it might not be necessary. Could you expand on that, Don?
Yeah, breakthrough and defense are kind of the same thing. Breakthrough is used when you attack, defense when you defend. The thing is that it goes against the other player's attack.
okay.
So you want to have enough breakthrough so their attack is below your breakthrough.
And is that the combined hard and soft attack or the soft
No,
attack?
that's another mechanic. Depends on how hard the unit is. So
Okay.
you get a percentage of the soft attack, hard attack, depending on hardness. But the incoming damage, you want to have a breakthrough or defense that's higher than that.
Yeah.
But after that, it doesn't matter. If you have 1,000, they have 1,000 in attack. When you have 1,000 breakthrough, you're fine.
Okay.
If you have 5,000 in breakthrough and they have 1,000 attack, those extra 4,000 doesn't do anything.
So, and very few divisions in this game ever come close to a soft attack of 760.
No,
So really, he should maybe. These divisions could have been built to give more attack and less breakthrough and achieved a better result.
yeah, I would say more attack. The thing is you have to take in mind here is, yeah, that's true if you fight 1-on-1. But you can fight 1 against 2, and then their combined attacks will go over your
Oh yeah.
750.
Yeah.
Or you fight 1 against 3. So it also depends. That's what makes this game fantastic. It always depends on way too many things.
Yeah,
We are educating the people here.
but is it the same thing then if I have 2 tanks going in? Do I double the breakthrough number or?
Yeah, you double the breakthrough number, but then I think I have made like 5 guides about these kind of things. Then you have where the damage is going, and that's a whole mechanic of coordination and the targeting and so forth.
Yeah.
So it's not like I have a combined of 1,500 and they have 1,500 in attack.
Why should a game be that easy?
No.
That's
just boring.
But we've gotten some questions here from Saxoliv, who wonders what does Brazil do, and Customatos, who's asking what is Mexico cooking. We haven't talked that much of them. We have had a focus on Brazil, on the US. But should we just briefly have Mexico and Brazil here?
Just before we do that, I should say that the Suez Canal is now repaired, and the Italian Navy has moved into the Red Sea. They can be quite safe here, because the Brits can't move through this contested strait, but the Italians can't get out.
No.
And the combined fleets of the Axis have been raiding heavily outside of this coast. So I think we might be seeing, or we should be seeing, some naval invasions. None yet, though. But Italy should really try and naval invade on this side. They have cleaned up his invasion of Oman. But they should go into Yemen.
Yeah, use Bulgaria. Oh yeah, they have some defenses there.
Okay, where were we?
We were Brazil. I was thinking.
Exciting that the Italians moved off this front
they
line, but the German tanks stayed. So they did the exact opposite of what we thought they would do. They felt that German tanks, they thrive in Central Africa.
Oh yeah, they love the jungle and the trees and no supply. That's,
as we can see here, almost getting pushed by South African light tanks.
Yeah, but not really.
So we have a tank battle in Central Africa.
Yeah.
That was not on my cards for today.
That was not
Mexico.
On my card. Yeah, let's check in with Mexico.
They've got a shiny new flag.
Yeah, they got a shiny new flag, shiny new mustache on their leader.
Yes.
And they are doing Royal Dutch Shell. Yeah. Okay, they're going to do that. Is it infantry or marines he's going for in his build?
Let's check this out. Ooh. El Marines.
El Marines.
So here we do have some Amtraks. Don't stare too much at the stats here, because I do think they have more soft attack than 62. Let's see if he's gotten any out. He has not.
We're going to try again with Emily in Washington, D.C. So we'll see if we have better luck this time around. We're trying again, Emily.
Yes, hi.
And we hear you.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. I just have a couple of questions here, since we've seen an allied debacle in Africa, a lot of losses. How is the mood in the US after hearing these news?
Well, they don't really care. America is becoming more and more isolated over here, and like the public opinion is switched.
It is. So do you think the US will join the war, or will they keep themselves outside the war?
They will join. One thing you know is that when everyone else is starting to give up, that's when it's time for Americans to begin, you know?
So will it make a difference?
Well, it's a very precautious situation, but when the giant has awakened, we could see the repeat of the First World War. But the Axis powers have done a good job so far, so yeah, well, if you disregard China.
We've seen that the US has made they've not just talked about annexing Greenland, but we can see here on the map behind me that they have actually now annexed Greenland. Do you think that this is because they think that this will be the only place they can mount a D-Day from?
Well, now the internet isn't with me right now, so I can't hear your questions. Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Emily, for your contribution.
Thank you.
And maybe we'll check into you later on. Take care.
Emily Nyman there for Swedish television.
Yes, or Hygge HOI television. Yeah.
Are you worried about getting sued?
No, I'm not worried about getting sued. I'm just saying there's a lot of other. Yeah, I'm a chicken. So, yeah, thank you so much, our woman.
Foreign correspondent.
Our foreign correspondent.
You can't
in the
describe
US.
her as our woman, Johan.
I'm not saying anything here.
We need a break.
Yeah, soon. Barb can't come soon enough because then there will be a small break.
There will be no breaks. We will be pushing on, and we will be with you all day and all through the war.
Yeah, all through the war, all night, every day. But then again, we had a quick check at Mexico. What is Brazil doing?
Let's look here. Hopefully they are building rubber. We looked at this before, and it looks like they are building infrastructure to push up the rubber production. They are now one of the few safe sources, or at least for now, safe sources of rubber on the Allied side. This is not a crisis yet, but as we said earlier, if Japan manages to strike out, which looks increasingly likely with ailing Commonwealth nations, Brazilian rubber will be even more important. It's also it's also important for the United States since they have a mainland connection down to Brazil. And if we see more and more Axis submarines in the Atlantic, in the Pacific, this will be maybe vital, but at least a very positive thing for the United States.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they are pushing out motorized divisions.
Oh yeah,
They're looking quite good.
Yeah, they're actually looking quite good.
Mix of motorized and mechanized. We have some light self-propelled artillery there for the soft attack, I should think.
Yep, I think so.
So there we go.
Do they have any kind of
navy?
Yeah, they have certain ships. But
they only have 3 dockyards, so this is
they're probably start
to
fleet,
nothing.
right? Yeah, that's the starting fleet. Yeah.
So we won't see an impact from the Brazilian Navy, I shouldn't think. But they are going heavily into mills after this infrastructure.
But speaking of navies, Spain.
Hey. How are we doing with the carriers?
how the carrier is coming along. And he has...
It's not within the strike fleet.
No, his...
he seems to be repairing
the Spanish carrier.
He's not even at war, and it's already broken. Do you think the outboard motor fell off the raft, or
I think maybe just the Vasa started to lean all the planes just down in the ocean. Now we have to repair it. That could actually have been something.
But he should have gotten his other.
Yeah, he should have two now.
Might be in no.
There
we have it.
You found it.
Yes, the Principe de Asturias.
Yeah, and it's
also a raft.
Also
with an outboard motor. So this is not how you build a carrier. Just don't take that. This is an anti-tip.
Yeah. See, when Jakob in chat talked about the carrier being the fourth path of the triangle, this is not what he meant. No. This is not the carrier he meant. No.
And he now restarted small-scale shipbuilding, so maybe we can look for it. What he's actually doing with his navy is submarines, by the look of it.
Yeah.
So we will have a lot of Spanish submarines in the waters when we see them joining the war, and that should happen either at any point. They can join the war at 42, or after Operation Barbarossa. Yeah, whichever one comes first.
Saxoliv has a speculation as to what happened. He thinks the towboat line broke. For the carrier.
We have seen that with Russian aircraft carriers, so...
Yeah. And it also, I see we have a question in...
Could I show something interesting first?
Can I just take this?
Take the question.
It was a quick question. Do we really have someone in DC? Yes, we did.
Yes. You just saw her.
Yeah, you just saw her. That's not a green screen. She is in DC. She sacrificed her Sunday morning to help us with this.
To be honest, Emily is a part of the community and should have been playing New Zealand.
New Zealand, but internet connection was.
Yeah. Sadly, they haven't fixed internet connections in DC apparently.
No,
so she couldn't be able to join as a player, but very graciously agreed to join as a reporter and foreign correspondent.
Yeah, we got a mood from the US. Sorry, Boppus, now I can handle it to you.
I just want to show this because we're going to go for a late barb. the Soviet Union now have 16 medium tanks out. They're going to have more. I'm not saying that they will have more tanks than the Euro-Axis. The thing is that this is a force you can work with. As we were talking about a little bit before, if they get the first death, if they draw first blood and kill like 4 or 5 tanks, they have a bigger possibility to kill the next 4 or 5 tanks. And if they can keep this rolling for 4, 5, 6 engagement, they will win. And this is a lot of chance and luck and skill in this. But this makes it really interesting. Even though Axis has a huge advantage right now, we need to look at the first and second battles for the tanks. If they lose 5 tanks, we know this won't end well.
No.
But if they get that first kill of 5 tanks, this could be really interesting.
Yeah. Also, I got something from Jakob here with the first time we open a division template after switching country, it will be bugged. So close that window and then reopen it, and it should be fine and show the right kilometers.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jakob.
Amazing.
I just want to say that as of right now, the Soviet has precisely as many tank divisions as the Euro-Axis. However, the Germans are training 16 more. So the Soviets have 16, the Euro-Axis have 16, but the Germans are training 16 more. They will not be done for a while, and we see that it's August 41 now. We are looking at a 42 barb.
Yes.
But it will be a slugfest. I don't think we've seen that amount of armor divisions.
No,
in a game, let alone on the Eastern Front for a long while.
Yeah, we didn't see it during 2024. I think we have to go back to 2022, something like that, to see that kind of it. But that also it creates a interesting dynamic here with having that many tanks. There's going to be quite micro-intensive, but there's also the possibility that you kind of forget about your own infantry because you're just looking at the tanks. You're chasing the other ones. You want to surround them, and then you look up and where did my infantry go?
And that is kind of it's a bit of that is an Achilles heel of Germany, because we know that Romania and Bulgaria are looking to invade the Caucasus. That draws Soviet troops. But it also places a lot of divisions in the Caucasus and not on the main front. If I could get I don't need the picture back. We can have Don's feed. But the Germans don't have many infantry divisions.
No.
They have about 70 out right now. And at the moment, 30 of them are defending against Allied naval invasions. I'm sure they won't be in a year, but something has to replace them. And I don't think it's these kind of thin 16 width garrison divisions.
No, and they also, since Skogenge had to leave, Hugo is one of the main inf suppliers for the Axis. They don't have that anymore, so now it falls on the shoulders of Romania, basically, to also shore this up, which I think won't be a problem for them, but they are looking a bit, in my opinion, a bit thin on the inf.
And this is something that often happens, that we have quite we have very qualitative Axis armor divisions and strike divisions, but they are very short on infantry on the Eastern Front. And as Don mentioned, if you get a couple of surrounds, you get maybe just 10 divisions surrounded. All of a sudden, your line is becoming very thin.
There is also a quite interesting discussion going on in chat. Mortal Vision asks, do the Germans have the oil for this many tanks? Well, they've taken Iraq. That's some oil, but we don't know. They have to have the Air Force up. They haven't started running yet. If it goes into clutch with Romania taking the Caucasus and denying the Soviets oil, yes, then we have it. But there's a lot of writing on that, and I don't know, Boppus, in your opinion, do they have enough fuel for that many tanks? Yep. Okay.
They have 1.6 thousand in oil.
Okay.
We're seeing naval
so they
battles now.
have huge oil resources in Iraq right now.
Yeah. Okay. So they should really keep those. And you have some naval engagements?
Yes, we have naval engagement in the Red Sea.
Okay.
And it seems to be No, this is actually strike fleets going toe to toe, and it seems like the Italians have.
Yeah, they draw the longest straw in that one.
Yeah, because they got beat earlier in the game, but they
Yeah,
sank. It's only the cruisers and destroyers. So I mean,
Yeah.
the screen.
Yeah.
The screen ships are
engaging.
working, but they're getting sunk.
Yeah.
And we'll see if we have any more naval engagements.
I think we have a naval engagement. If you scroll down here, African coast, you see you have some things popping up.
And these are just submarines.
Yeah.
So this strait is still contested,
Yeah, it is.
which means that they can't get through. They are not planning it, and I can't understand why the Italians aren't planning any naval missions.
Oh, me neither.
Let's see.
But how's the progress going in
They are
the
port
south?
striking here, though. Ooh, so
Ooh, yeah.
we hadn't noticed this, but it
Yeah,
seems like
he port struck that
they managed to bottle up.
the home fleet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
and they're
UK
port
strike fleet.
striking it.
So this is very bad
Yeah.
for the UK. Let's see how they are on fleets.
Yeah.
Give me.
Yeah. So I mean that looks.
I hadn't noticed
I
this
hadn't
before.
noticed that either.
So that means that when the Spanish join and they break out of Gibraltar, the UK doesn't have a strike fleet
no, they don't.
that can contest, and they have to
Yes,
contest
that.
the Germans.
Yeah.
They have to contest the Spanish. They
Yeah.
have to contest the Italians because the Italians can move freely through the Suez Canal
Yeah.
right now. It also means if the Italians sink this, they could just send their strike fleet all the way around Africa.
Yep.
And then start threatening.
But they still need Gibraltar because they can't get out that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if they get that,
But they will get Gibraltar.
yeah,
sooner or
they
later.
will. They will. Absolutely.
Normally, this would be a very intense part of the game,
Oh.
since we usually have.
But it
An
looks
Operation
like
Barbarossa.
Italy has pushed back the defensive line that Stick is set up.
Which defensive line?
Yeah, in South Africa, because they're no longer out there. But he also has low supply, and now he's pulling back a bit.
And let me just check what happened to the Dutch East Indies divisions that were defending
Yeah.
here. When we see that the Dutch East Indies have lost even more divisions.
And they have 6 now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they started with more than that
Yeah,
and all
they
of
did.
that. So when the Japanese come, which should be soon.
should be soon. That's going to be interesting.
I mean, let's just take an overview of the Commonwealth nations here. So
Yeah.
Australia have 3 divisions.
Yeah,
They're all Marines.
they are Marines, but there's no.
They are all, and they're planning an invasion of.
Oh, they're going to deny them the oil.
Yeah.
Sound strategy.
That is smart.
Yeah,
That
that's
is
smart.
that is something proactive they are
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah. Raj,
Raj has managed to get.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcus.
Yeah, thank you,
We have
Marcus.
fantastic
Yeah,
people here in the
the
studio.
tech team, and I've noticed some of you've said it in chat. It's a it's a great production value, which is not mine, Magnus or Boppus doing. It's all Lucas and Marcus. They're making.
But it's very good because we are, as you can hear, we are starting to get a little bit tired, and we still have the most exciting parts of the game still to go. The Eastern Front has not started. We don't have war in the Pacific as of right now or yet.
Do we know why we're paused again?
I have no idea.
No, the chat are unclear with that.
Okay, so it's just a general pause, but then we can go through the Commonwealth. How is SAF doing right now?
Let me just. I just
Yeah.
wanted to get a handle on when we can expect declaration of war from the Japanese.
Yeah.
And I am not sure about that really.
Okay.
Let's see.
I just have to sink in and see here. How I am.
Because that is the only thing that could really swing this game radically right now, I should think.
Yeah.
Either a sound Axis defeat on the Eastern Front,
Yeah.
or an entry of the US and a US that has a huge game impact.
Yeah.
So basically, the US needs to beat the Japanese in the Pacific to be
Yeah.
able to shore up the allies in Europe. And the Soviets need to at least mount a very credible defense.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this game is just
then
it's just going to roll towards the Axis.
Yeah.
And I think that it's soon time to look at nuclear research.
Yeah. If they haven't started, they should.
Could you just explain a bit for the viewers how nuclear research works? When can we expect nukes, and how do you get them?
Well, first of all, you have to research the tech to get that, to start the special project to build a reactor, and after that, if we go to the US, for example,
Okay.
That's
Absolutely.
because they're mostly the ones going for nukes or having the
So
capability.
we can see that.
Yeah. We can see that they have researched atomic research. That's done. And then if we go back to the research and go to experimental facilities.
Yes, they have a nuclear research facility.
They have, but they haven't started this because you need the nuclear reactor, and then after that it unlocks more and more. And as you can see, the Manhattan Project, Ivy Mike, and Ivy Mike is a thermonuclear bomb, but you need a Manhattan Project because then you get a fission bomb. I also think you actually get one bomb from that, and then you can go Ivy Mike. But this is kind of the new mechanic instead of just following the tree with it. So this
is one big thing that has changed with the introduction of special projects.
It is. It's one of the biggest things that has changed, but also the mechanic, because I actually spoke with Andreas yesterday, who plays Siam, and we talked about this. We tend to use nuclear bombs, or we tended to use nuclear bombs as tactical nukes on frontline infantry and tanks to destabilize and then move through them. As they changed it now, the whole region gets radiated for 365 days. So you can't really use it as a precision weapon because it's not a precision weapon in this time. And also the fact that you can't just drop it, you have to do a raid to drop it.
Ah.
Yeah.
That I didn't know.
Yeah, but you do. And looking at raids, you can see if we go to the UK, for example. We can take that
absolutely
because it's easier to see. And if we zoom in on Germany, the German Reich, you see that these are raids. You can set up raids to bomb the Reichstag or special facilities, or Soviets can, for example, bomb the oil fields in Romania, and so forth and so forth. Now with nukes, you have to do the raid, set it up, and there's a chance that it fails. So it's not just loading it on a plane, having air superiority, clicking drop, and using it as a precision weapon. There's a lot more to it right now. And yes, Customatos says in chat that nukes should be used to destroy industry and cut supply lines. And yes, that's how they are intended to be used now. Even though we have in our previous games used it at, the German tanks are here, let's bomb them and then walk into them.
Which is quite reasonable that they've gone in that direction.
It is. And if you get the thermal nuclear bomb, wow, you can put a lot of devastation in a country. And we also have an interesting question, and I'm gonna have Boppus into this, if that's okay. Saxolivas asked, how long will Japan's fleet run with that amount of oil that they have? Maybe you could check that.
And can I also send in a question? Ask you if we think we know when Japan will be joining the war.
I'm trying to look to that. I think they should be able to join. Let me just see again. We had 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 months. I think they should be able to join in October, but I'm not 100% sure about the mechanics right now.
Can it be that they're holding their or no, it's a set date when they have to join, right? I think I should have read up on this. Otherwise, it would be nice for them to have a sync with when Barb comes, they come. But we have some rule sets. I haven't checked this one. I should have done that.
I found it. 1st of January 1941.
Okay, so from that date, they can...
1st of January.
According to the rules, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But it's there an end date?
No, it should be December.
December.
Yeah,
okay,
41.
so they're coming in December then.
Yeah.
And then we probably have a Barb in the spring of 42 then.
Yeah.
But the oil question that we had, how long can they supply themselves Are they trading for oil? Or, Japan?
They can't supply themselves for very long right now. But if you go look here, they're gonna take a lot of oil fields. That's their plan, and then they should be quite fine.
Yeah, and Brazil has joined the United Kingdom. I think that means they've joined the war also. So a welcome addition.
So we get over 2,000 oil just from these islands here, as you can see on the map right now. And it's not clear they will take all of this instantly, but as of right now,
the Dutch is in this.
There is no defense.
Yeah, it's one in Batavia, and he's unfortunately gonna die.
And you saw
and
there's
basically you have no
more oil
defense
here.
of Australia, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, Malaya. It's just they can just roll on through.
Yeah, but then again, how did the Australian invasion of Iraq pan out? Can we have a look over
Absolutely.
there? If they,
I think I'm controlling right now.
No,
but-
no. I'm looking at this, and the Australians are still there, but they haven't done their naval invasion. I haven't landed yet. Yeah, so
No, the Australians aren't here.
Where?
isn't that an Australian flag? Kind of right by my head.
Down here.
Yeah, they're here. They're walking up. Because they had a planned invasion, but doesn't seem that.
But it could tick off as soon as these troops arrive and reorg.
Yeah.
And they have nothing here.
We actually have some things here in chat. We have Mortal Visions who says that today's studio are from the Knights of the Coffee Table. Yes. Yes, we are. But also Yodel who's...
What does that mean?
That we're knights and we have a coffee table.
Ah.
Yeah. I'm guessing. If it doesn't, just explain it to me. Yodel...
I have the horrible feeling that someone will...
That this is a meme and they would clip it because we're boomers who doesn't understand. Yeah. That could be the reason, but... and Yodel comes in and says, you guys should have a Guinness. It would be good content.
Oh my God.
You should have been with us yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No one needs more Guinness.
Nobody needs more Guinness
ever.
right now, no.
Perhaps next weekend, but not today.
One of the reasons we might be a bit tired might be because of Guinness.
Yeah, I blame the Irish. I blame the Irish in this. Okay. The Mortal Vision says, you are not the beer-drinking Victor. Okay, fair.
No.
Yeah,
I thought that was clear.
I thought that was
Do I
very
look like
clear.
Victor?
We're just drinking coffee, aren't we?
Yeah, it's just very
Absolutely.
good. Very good sparkling coffee.
Kind of a malty flavor.
Yeah, kind of a multi flavor. Yeah.
Could I have the screen back?
Yeah,
Because I
you
thought
could.
we'd
Yep.
take a quick look while we have the chance to look at Mongolia.
Oh yeah, what's Mongolia doing?
Because we
Oh yeah.
had been informed that we might see another strategic or another strap bomber build with the new special projects. But
He's not.
it
going
seems
for that.
like
Super
he has
heavy.
scrapped that plan.
Yep.
And we have now
Yep.
Force Ghosts
Yep.
Kublai Khan.
Sorry, but this ticks me off. I get so mad with this. You have 8 divisions. Spread them out, please. Don't attrition.
Another top tip from the studio.
Yes, don't attrition.
Ah,
Yep.
He could also afford to go to... No, he has no... Yeah, he could have... let him for that.
Nope.
No.
But
If he
still-
doesn't click this little button when the war starts, we will yell at him.
Yeah, but also this, yes, Mongolia is a player. It's Morten who plays Mongolia today.
But these are quite good, and I think these could come in really handy in the Ukraine, especially if we see that the Soviet tank divisions are a match for the German. Which means they will can tie them down, and if we have a bit of an infantry starve on the Axis side, you don't want to be dealing with fast-moving, very high soft attack rocket arty divisions.
No,
I was just about saying the exact opposite
Okay.
of that. The thing is with this division, because this is really good in 1941.
Yep.
Now in 1942, Barb, all their tanks, they will have 32 tanks, perhaps,
Yeah.
somewhere like that, with a harness of 62.
Yeah.
Which means that all the soft attack this packs will be really, really bad against armor. So they will be run down by armor.
I think you misunderstand me, Don. These shouldn't go near any tanks.
Understand that, but they have 32 tanks.
Yeah.
Wherever they are,
they're gonna
be near tanks. Because I tried this before, and you get stuck. After a year, they're amazing.
Yep.
At the start of the war, Barb, if it goes May 41. But when you go to May 42 against all the hardness and way too many tanks, I think he will struggle. But let's see.
But overall, because we also discussed this, that it's cool with a strap bomber Mongolia like we had last game. But one thing you really want when you're playing the Soviet Union, you're on the back foot, you're defending, you might have to contend with a breakthrough or two. It's really nice to have both. Tank divisions that can go up against tank divisions, but just mobile divisions that move fast, that can just kind of not necessarily beat the Axis divisions, but meet them, try and go behind them, because we always see in these games that people they break through a defensive line, and since a lot of people don't play with frontline orders, and there are reasons not to play with frontline orders, but they usually leave a gap between the breakthrough divisions and the infantry coming in to shore up the defense. And we've seen countless times encirclements and near encirclements because people don't move. They break through and they don't have a follow-up with defensive divisions.
Yep. And
what I love with those motorized, though, is the speed. Because they will survive. Even if they won't be as effective as they would have been 1 year before, they can run away.
Yeah, they can run.
And that's really good at the Eastern Front.
Another top tip, make sure you can run away. They aren't as fast as I thought, though, but they are mechanized in these.
Yeah.
And the question is if you...
They're still faster
depending on what you want to do, if you really should put mechanized in these. If you want something that just is a glass cannon, but is really fast.
Yeah.
They'll still be able to run away on 7.5 kilometers, but they could be even faster.
Yeah. They're quicker than the Hungarian tanks, which are famed for being quick. So, they can still run away. But, I kind of agree that I like it when we try new things, but in certain cases, you kind of want that Mongolian fire brigade that can roam around. But then again now, Remmenfors is building quite an impressive tank force. Yes.
I have two more things I thought we should look at while we have the time, while we're still paused. The first thing is the Rush defensive line, because we've said time and time again that he doesn't have the deficiencies to mount a really good defense. But just an example, let us look at the defensive lines you can put up. And I think he's gone kind of between what I would say are the main options. The classic thing would be to put up a defense on either this front line right here, or this river line, or this river line. The bad thing about defending all the way in here is this is not core territory for the British Raj.
No.
Burma's not core territory, which means you don't have the bonuses you get from defending on core territory.
No.
If you mount your defense somewhere along this mountain ridge, you get into Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, which are core territories for the British Raj. You also have these really nice defensible tiles. This is a mountain tile, perfect for a defensive line. You have quite bad supplies for the Japanese and the Asia Axis coming in. And it's easier not to get surrounded in Burma. Because one other thing we often see from the Japanese are naval invasions or paradrops in the back of this defensive line.
And then just mopping up and killing everything.
And I think it's a bit weird that maybe you shouldn't follow this mountain ridge all the way down here, but put it a few tiles back where he has cores the whole way. And then you can complete that with a fort or two. And we're seeing that he's building forts along this line. But if it had been me, I would have pulled it back in the south just a few tiles. The big problem with that defensive strategy is that he's managed to get out infantry. I would still say this is just not enough divisions.
No, it's not.
They're quite good divisions for defending this line. But there are too few of them. And he has managed to put harbor defense on all of the ports, except this Portuguese one, which is still neutral. But again, one division and one garrison division. I wouldn't be too confident.
No.
We do have a mechanic or a rule that says that you can't naval invade India here until
you've taken Singapore.
have taken Singapore. But they're not going to mount the defense of Singapore.
There's one division in Singapore. So
yeah, and it's AI controlled.
Yeah,
British Malaya.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're lacking some things there.
The other thing was we briefly explained the island hopping mechanic, and I thought that before the war actually starts in the Pacific, we should take a real look at this.
Yep.
So there are two things, and you should be able to see them.
Yep.
The first one is that the US and Japan gets a buff or debuff depending on how many of these listed islands, Guam, Midway, Wake Island, and so on, that they control. And as long as the situation is stable, it's good. Basically, the more of them you have, the better off you are. The less of them you have, the worse off you are. And this could become a real problem if you start losing the war. But you also have, for the European nations, a mechanic, and let's see if I can pull that up for you. This is in our sets. Yeah, the war in the East. So this is, first of all, what I just explained. This island hopping mechanic, which gives a straight-on attack and defense bonus on core territory for the side that holds most of these locations. And then you have the state of the Pacific, which is the one that's interesting for get a debuff on speed and attrition and invasion penalties in Europe. So this directly affects your ability to mount a D-Day.
Yeah.
Long explanation, I know, but I thought we'd take a look at this before the war starts up and we have to follow events.
Yeah. That is very good that you went through this. I'm sorry I had to, at the same time, trying to fix my internet connection that died. But that's no worries, because I am not important in this. But since we've been paused for a while and we promised you another raffle, I'm thinking that we're taking that raffle now. So I'm handing you over to Boppus and his Wheel of Fortune.
Yep. And what's a raffle? We give out free guides from our Patreon. Our Patreon guides will be delivered to you like a bundle, a couple of guides, if you win the raffle. We draw between all of our free and paying patrons, and I think we will have a moving human being walking past me right now. Perfect. So one raffle, one spin of the wheel. We have 186 patrons. So I will spin the wheel. We'll get our result, and I will check in the Patreon list who actually won. Last time it was Alexander Båt winning a Patreon bundle, and I think I'll just spin it.
Yeah,
and if you want to be in part of these raffles, just join our Patreon at patreon.com/Hygge Gaming.
Yeah,
something like that. I'm spinning the wheel. Stop talking. We should have some sound.
But you're doing...
Oh, this is an early Patreon.
Oh,
number 19.
That's cool. That's cool. And you will come back when you've checked that and numbers here. Yeah, cool. So number 19, big congrats to this. Soon we also know who you are. As you can see, technical break from one of my co-casters. And I can also see that we've moved up 1 hour before we post again. So things are going great. Yeah, we have some quite interesting bits and pieces coming up for you. Barb, as we say, we're in the Pacific. There's a lot that's gonna happen, which I'm looking forward to. And we are actually rolling again. Could we maybe... Yeah, an agent captor. I have to do this and see where I am. And that's cool. Magnus is coming back, so I don't have to fix from his computer anymore. Thank you. Welcome back. Number 19 won. Early patron. Yeah, love that guy.
Congratulations, 19. You're my favorite.
Yeah, you're one of my favorites. Every patron is my favorite, but...
And I got a name on number 19.
Oh, you got a name. Who is it?
I guess it's a Swede. Linus Holmberg.
Linus Holmberg.
Yeah.
Linus,
big congrats.
Patreon bundle will be delivered to you.
Yeah.
by electronic mail.
Yeah. We do not use post.
Electronic mail. Can we at least try to combat the boomer vibe we're getting from the chat?
No, I've embraced it. I've embraced it fully right
Yes,
now.
I will read my electronic mail.
Oh, here we have some naval invasions planned by France to try and come back, or if it's someone else.
Yes,
but
we saw that Free France actually managed to claw back Madagascar from the Italians.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure. I think that might be the British.
Yeah, could be.
So Sticky is going on some sort of a counteroffensive.
Yeah. But they need to do that. They need to.
We are now rolling again.
Yeah, and they need to try to claw that back. And they have the naval supremacy here because they're just fighting subs, basically. Because Pontus can't get out his navy. Which brings me back to this. Gibraltar. Yes, it's easier to take when Spain is in, but why haven't they even tried?
Oh, this is, I mean, on paper from the British view, this is a good plan, but
it's a good plan.
It's quite few Marines.
Yeah.
And if we tag into the Italians, we can see that Pontus has learned his lesson from the small invasions he suffered in the back.
They're dug in. Turn 47 defense. Yeah. So, I mean, that's a hard thing to dislodge. But yeah.
And even if it manages to dislodge them, I mean, it will screw with the Italian supply, but I doubt whether they can actually mount an encirclement with 8 divisions.
Yeah.
But it's still good to be offensive.
Yeah, we have a question in chat. Has the Red Sea Fleet been beaten yet?
I don't think so, because we have just started rolling again.
Yeah.
It's still here. Let's see if we have any port strikes. I think I'll have to tag into
Italy.
The Germans.
Yeah, if they're the one doing the bombing.
We'll see. I'll check that. Seems like it's German tanks that are on port strike.
Yeah.
But only one wing.
Okay.
And that in itself shouldn't be enough to do much damage to the British fleet. No. The problem is that this is a very small port. It's one dock.
Yeah.
And for some reason, Sticky isn't expanding it, which would be a good thing in this instance.
It would be.
No. Does that matter? Yes, it should do. So he can't repair it with more than... It's just one dock repairing all of these early heavy ships.
One dockyard doing that.
One dockyard.
Okay.
So he should expand this dock.
Yeah.
And really try and do something about
what's happening. Yeah.
He just needs this straight open for a few days to get that fleet out.
Yeah.
So we said before that the naval game was one of the things that went in the Allied favor.
Yeah.
I don't think we can say that anymore. No. This looks bleak, and we do know that the Germans have panzer ships on their way out.
They do.
Of course, we have the perfect information. The players don't. Yeah. And they should have been able to get some of these panzer ships out as well. So let's take a quick look at...
Yeah, I think the 4 of them that you had up there, German Theater 1, that's panzer ships.
Yeah.
And they are reinforcing. Where are some? Mombasa.
Okay, so for some reason they are headed down to...
Yeah, I think they wanted to use them to raid over here. He has done the...
Yeah, but they shouldn't be raiding now.
No.
So we talked about what do you do if you delay Barb.
Yeah.
And now it's November 41. They should really be...
What are these shark divisions
by the UK preparing a sea levy. Instead, we see that Hungarian armor has now moved into Central Africa. And so not only the Germans, the Germans.
Yes, they are here.
And now we have the Marines also in Central Africa. Why are we throwing tanks and Marines into
the grind that is Central Africa? Save them for the grind that is the Eastern Front. But yeah, I don't know what Hungary is doing down here.
No, these Hungarians shouldn't be here. These Marines shouldn't be here. They should be preparing a sea lava.
The ones that should be there, the Italians. And not to push, but hold.
Just hold. Defend along this river line.
Yeah. Yep. build up your supply, defend along the river line, have some CAS or TAC bombers in. But they're taking Belgian Congo. They're going through that and some pieces. Oh, Norwegians are there also.
Who are taking Belgium? They
go
have
down.
done one good thing and pushed up a division to take Spanish. The Spanish colony.
But if you see Belgian Congo, if you go down, they've started to push in, making.
Yeah, I've been listening to the chat, and I also been listening to you a little bit. I think I agree with you. Why are they in Africa?
Yeah,
because I checked Germany. There's nothing in Germany.
No,
they have nothing to do a late barb with either.
No.
Are they going to do a 43 barb? But
so they've had one of the most brilliant starts I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
And they're not capitalizing on it in the slightest.
No, they're somewhat bogged down now to be completely.
And I said that this was a risk getting bogged down in Africa.
Yeah.
But I didn't think it would be this bogged down.
No.
The French have realized that fighting in the middle of Central Africa is a bad idea and are moving back.
But I would say
no,
this
he's
is
put them on a garrison order.
It's kind of classical what happens. You go on safari, and it feels really good.
Yeah.
And it's hot and it's nice, and you think you should stay there, but you shouldn't.
You
You
know,
need
they've
to
been here
capitalize because they are not winning anything by fighting in Africa right now.
They have been here for more than a year.
Yeah.
And at least they pulled out the Italians, so the Italians are preparing something else. Let's see if we can see what the Italians are doing.
So they haven't taken Roche, they haven't taken the UK. They just given the Soviet Union a lot of time to build.
That's just a defensive line. Because Italy isn't doing it. They're at least preparing an invasion of Gibraltar, and I would say that 7 Marines are not enough for that.
I don't think that's enough, and I also think that should have come earlier.
If Italy was doing it, why?
Yeah, why?
What have they done over the last year?
Safari.
Yeah, but the front lines have moved minimally.
Well, it's the Western Front. I mean, it's kind of a Blackadder situation. No, not much has happened, but and also, Saxolev has a theory on why sending down Hungarian panzer. It's because of the crocodiles in the rivers, so you need to be
of course,
so you need to be kind of prepared for that. Which I think is a solid.
So that's a good thing. The question remains: why drive a Hungarian tank into a crocodile-infested river?
Well, I mean, you have to try it. If it works,
look at this world map. Where do we have? Which regions do we really want to control? Where do we think the game impact is on this river?
But
do we think it's in Central Africa?
If it works in a crocodile-infested river, it will work in the marshland of the Eastern Front. That's, I think, the reasoning Oscar is doing. But I'm not sure.
But I also think that after his plan log, Italy has become very passive.
Yeah.
He should be wiping up this. He should be looking towards India. I'm not really sure what his plan is right now.
No.
And he's also throwing a lot of troops into a heavily defended line in the middle of nowhere.
But right now, maybe you should take a step back, consolidate, and keep Africa, and start moving to the Eastern Front.
I've actually been here. I mean, the roads are bad now.
Yeah,
I can tell you, they were not better in the 40s.
No, that's also something to take into consideration. But I mean, I'm feeling more and more. We're in December 41. They can't really prolong.
Maybe they're looking at the First World War. They're like, okay, so where were we successful in the First World War?
But
Tanganyika.
But then again,
now we're at least just 2 days from the US being able to join the war because no one is declaring on anyone.
And it looks like the Japanese have really, their plans are in motion. So they're
I
think they might just be waiting for the US.
Yeah, I think so.
Perhaps.
I think so. But I mean, if this goes, as we said, there's nothing they're defending. Defending this. We also have a question if Iraq is open for naval invasions. Yes.
Yes.
It
US has entered the war.
The US has entered
America
the war.
is at war.
Yeah, America.
Oh, they entered the alliance. They haven't entered the war yet.
Okay.
Okay,
I guess that's coming.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Call to arms.
from the United Kingdom. How will they respond?
They are.
They are in the war.
The
US
3rd of
has no-
January, a date which will live in infamy.
Yeah, they're in, basically. So we can see now Japan.
Are not in the war.
They're not in the war.
Why don't you join?
I have no idea. But he has started all of his invasions. Maybe he's waiting for something more. But
Here we have Strike the
yeah,
West.
Strike the West.
This was what I was looking for.
Yeah, 14 days. Yeah. So we'll
But
see.
they should be at war from December 1st. Japan can go to war. They can go to war.
They can. But we'll see.
But they haven't taken Strike the West. That's a 14-day focus.
Yeah,
I think
and
they're
that's quick.
saving up.
Yeah, I think so. Seems like it. But we know the US is in. Japan will soon be in, and Australia and the Dutch East Indies not heavily defended.
Okay, so I think we will focus on the Pacific now, but
Yeah.
this is where things will happen.
Yeah.
Let's just quickly tag in the United States. I think that might have been the war.
You think that's the war?
I have been checking the Navy a little bit.
Yep.
And I'm not going to deep dive into it. It's going to happen a lot of things right now.
Yep.
But I would say that Navy-wise, it actually favors the US.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
You
we'll
care
see.
to elaborate just a few
Yeah. Why?
sentences on why.
Yep.
That's a
And
good
strike
question.
the West.
I
Very
think Martin will micro-risk carriers.
Yeah.
I think that's the key.
Yeah.
And Japan has entered the war. Let's
Yeah.
look at these naval invasions.
Yeah.
Because it's not sure that they have naval supremacy everywhere. Let's look at that. Because the U.S. had placed a lot of submarines in this island.
Some of them are going.
Oh, no,
Is
things
that a
happen.
naval battle, a big one or a small one? No,
They're
that's
small.
they're small engagements, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Try to keep.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of these stricken up. We will definitely miss some of the naval battles.
Yeah.
I'm terribly sorry, but
They're defending. What's the good name of this?
okay. So I think we might
Guam.
have had a crash.
A game
Crash?
crash. Yeah.
Is it just me or it's just
No,
me? Yeah.
it's just you.
So keep rolling Don, and
Yeah.
I will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They defended Guam at least.
Yeah.
So the defense held. A lot of battles going on there.
Yeah, there's a lot of. Oh yeah, that's a lot of them trying to.
Oh, the U.S. doesn't have that many convoys.
No,
do they?
they don't.
And Japanese.
Japan does not have many
Oh,
convoys.
this
Oh
could
god.
be really, really.
Yeah,
because
that's
they're
a
losing
start.
their-
How are they building more? Because they will lose hundreds over these first few months.
Yeah.
See if I can get. Oh, they're not.
They're
building
not
any
convoys.
at all.
No.
Am I missing?
No.
I mean, a
Because-
lot of it is allocated to naval invasions,
Hmm.
Yeah, it is, but still, there's a lot.
but that is not enough convoys.
No.
And we have submarines from both sides here.
Yeah, sinking stuff left, right, and center. But yeah, that's they're losing convoys. And how's the naval invasions going? They're not firing off.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Don't have supremacy, do they?
No, I don't think they have.
Click on the little arrow
The level what?
over the army and see why they aren't. If it is a supremacy thing.
Over
Should
there.
be.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No,
No.
no units assigned. Oh.
Yeah, have not reached their start
Yeah,
position.
4% naval
Yeah, okay.
supremacy.
Yeah.
Coral Sea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't have the. But they've wrestled control of the Bismarck Sea now.
Yeah.
So we should start seeing.
We have
Yeah.
troops in the water.
Yeah, we have troops
Yeah.
in the water. Yeah,
Go.
but they are also
And basically, all of these should land.
basically all.
We have no port defense.
Yeah.
So if they get the invasions off, they will land.
Yeah, and
They still have the problem of a lot of U.S. submarines in the water, but these are
yeah,
single divisions.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of supply.
no. And since there are no defenses, it doesn't matter if they become a little beat up before they land, because they will land.
And they seem to be kind
Quite.
of fine.
Yeah,
This is not.
there some of them that's taken a bit of a beating, but
Yeah.
nothing major, nothing that should be reason for concern. But this also means that probably they're pushing down here. But
They're mounted defense of
yeah,
Singapore.
they're mounting a defense and losing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the defense
What
is there.
divisions are that?
That's Australians. Looking at it.
Because if they lose
Yeah,
the naval
this is
battle in the
just-
Coral Sea, they will
Yeah,
have
it's
Japanese on
just-
there
yeah.
in Australia.
Yeah.
They're not even legal.
No, they're not even legal. He shouldn't.
But yeah,
But
We won't mind.
we won't mind. No.
I'm pretty confident it won't have a large game impact. When we say it's not legal, we have rules on sizes
width.
for division.
Yeah. And 6 is.
But they've landed on Papua New Guinea. They landed in the Indonesia.
Yeah.
they're landing
Borneo.
everywhere now.
Yeah, they're coming here.
Did I see some American divisions down? We have some.
Here we have some.
We have some trying to hold them, one of the main islands in Indonesia.
That's really good because the most oil is here.
Yeah,
All
they're holding.
Keeping-
short key there is.
Yeah, they're trying to deny some of the important parts. But yeah, Rototuscan Empire, they're marching up. They will probably take Singapore. That's
Yeah,
Yeah.
Singapore is lost.
Yeah.
This is not enough. This is
no,
just
this is too little.
yeah.
I'm not sure though if they need to move in Japanese divisions to take it.
I
It's
think
it's not a strong push from Siam either.
No, but I don't know if they know how weak the. Well, they should look so. Yeah, but yep, they will take.
Considering the Japanese naval invaded with just single divisions.
What? Yeah, okay. Yeah, just looked like a gap in the line
they
there.
have
but-
taking attrition.
They're taking attrition, yeah,
Yeah.
because the Canadian tanks are there eating the supply.
Supply status 41%. This means that 70% of the stats of this division will go to
Yeah.
waste.
Yeah, and basically seeing this, how is the railroad and supply network looking?
Motorization priority.
Yeah, because that's not.
They're building.
Yeah, but it's level 2. That I mean, you have had. Yeah, that's a fun way of going by the train.
Could you just see?
It feels really Indian to take.
Hover over the logistics. I want to see if he has trucks.
1 second. If he has trucks.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, he has a lot of trucks, and they're not motorized.
No.
Nothing is motorized.
No. Now we yell when
Motorize your logistics.
Yeah, now we will yell. But also this, it's 26th of February 1942. You have had plenty of time to build up your railroads because you know this is coming.
Yeah.
Yep. And motorize your supply.
They've also been standing there for quite a while.
They have. So I mean, that's not a newsflash. And seeing probably it worked when he had his own infantry there, but as soon as tanks roll in,
Yeah.
it eats the supply.
Oh.
Hot joining player.
Sure. There you can go in.
as well.
Yep, you can hot join that. Hopefully, looking at that. While you are doing that,
The host has another version of the game. What do you mean?
I have no idea. Did you use the wrong one? It's both coming back to the Soviets. This is a bit of quite a good Japanese advance, but there hasn't been much to stop them either.
The Allies are spread thin.
Yeah, they are.
They lost a lot.
Yeah, after those first initial moves in Africa, it's hard to cover the entire globe.
Yeah.
With troops, especially if you lose that many troops in the beginning. But I think that I actually want to give a shout out to the Allied players for not completely giving up and still managed to kind of stabilize the situation in Africa. I think that's well played by them. And now they have the US with Franklin D. Falk in the war. But Japanese forces have landed. They have not cared about the Philippines.
No.
Which I think is the common sense to do, not care about the Philippines, because you have the resources in the Dutch East Indies, and if you knock out Australia, that's a player.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
There's not a lot of industries.
No.
And even if you can't defend it, you can't defend the sea lanes there.
No.
No.
Exactly. So this is a better way of doing it,
Absolutely.
in my opinion. So
I just want to check do we have anything at the Eastern Front? No. Something to be aware of? Oh, that
You're
was Poland.
specking Poland.
yeah, you're Poland.
Still
But
none.
still no. When can the Soviets attack the Germans?
Yeah, I'm gonna check
think
that.
they can
Crush the
do that.
fascist, 1st of August. So they're not far away from actually attacking. So, so the Germans need to do something now.
I wonder if Ivan and Simon are aware of that.
5 months.
5 months.
5 months.
And how many tanks do the Soviets have right now?
16. For some reason, they didn't build anymore, but they have 16 medium tanks.
Yeah, and I mean, knowing if they know, I don't know if they have radar there, but
I do think they have 16 tanks, which is good for the Soviets, especially in 41. But they were quite short on infantry.
yeah, they were.
No, they have 20. 20 now.
20 now, yeah, which is in. Is that you? Yeah,
Yeah.
Cool. In my opinion, here, the gamble that Remmerfors could pull off. I mean, he just needs to hold the border with the Romanians, but there's nothing on the German border.
No.
And 20 tanks.
But it's still half a year off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it
we
is.
react now.
Yeah, but then again,
It will be a really lol game if the Soviet Union caps Germany because they forget.
yeah. Yeah,
Put troops on the border.
That would be interesting. We actually have a question here from chat with allies have certainly started to build back up, but would you say that have done their best? They still feel quite weak. I would.
So they're in a much better shape now than they were
Absolutely.
when they lost the entire
Yeah,
army.
And I mean, this is one of the risks of playing Axis. Take it too slow. I mean, what you're doing.
Do you want to take over?
We have.
Yeah, do it.
Sorry.
Do you want to take over?
We have.
Yeah, do it.
Sorry, we have some. Because we are not up.
Lucas.
Yeah, he knows. That's why he waves frantically with his phone. Yes. Let's see if we're back.
What's happening
now.
is that people are coming home from work. No, it's a Sunday.
It's a Sunday. We should see if this goes back up. I can get it. I see that we're streaming live, but I have no picture of it in the stream. So I'm reloading it and see. We seem to be back. Sorry about that. The internet connection in the center of Stockholm is a bit iffy, apparently.
Jävla u-land.
Yeah, as a famous prime minister for Sweden once said, damn you, you underdeveloped country. But I think that was about Norway. No, we have not commented on German Ireland because we were not aware that there is a German Ireland.
Oh.
So thank
So
you,
we'll take
Jakob.
back. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank
We
you,
take
Jakob.
back some of our criticism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we do. Yeah, they did something. That means the panzer shifts probably worked here. But is it enough to threaten? Oh, here comes divisions.
Bulgaria.
In Bulgaria, what is Ian thinking of
Okay,
doing?
and we see that, but we also see that German Marines are finally preparing to invade Aden so that we can get the Italian Navy into the Indian Ocean.
Yeah. That is.
We have the invasion of Gibraltar going off, and just as we thought, 7 Marines are not enough to move Sticky's defenses. He has 12 garrison divisions on Gibraltar.
Yeah. Which is good. Yeah. What did you want?
There we go.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. We were all quite shocked with that. But yeah. And no research from the UK.
Yeah, I think Sticky's still a bit stressed out.
Yeah, I think so too.
On the other hand, Germany, it's just a time.
Yeah.
These are small things.
Yeah, small things probably working there.
What I wanted to know is, okay, so Germany hasn't even begun
No, they haven't.
Impact.
They haven't.
Is their plan just to,
not do it?
not do anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, come get us.
It could be. Because if you look at Germany, and back to the map of Germany, we see he's drawn up a fallback line in Poznan. which is quite interesting. Is it a case of no, we want to mop up Africa, and if they come, they come? Because
I'm guessing he's just spreading divisions out.
Yeah,
to train them,
I'm
but
guessing that too.
Who knows?
But I don't know really. It's it's a play that makes me confused. It probably makes Remmerfors even more
I
confused.
mean, we said that this would be an unpredictable game, but it's just been unpredictable in weird ways.
Yeah, and we haven't really.
The French are on the offensive in Central Africa.
And
where are the German tanks now?
Yeah, I think they're
He's
back
finally
home.
moved home.
Yeah,
the German
they're back
tanks to Germany.
Yeah, some more.
Let's look at. So he has tank
he has
divisions that are on their way out, but they are lacking support equipment and anti-air. The other thing about fighting in Africa,
and tanks,
it bleeds.
It bleeds. We also have the question, how many dozen people have the Finns managed to spawn after those losses in the Winter War?
A very good question.
The answer is
23 divisions.
Not a lot. And they're a mix of infantry
20 wits
and garrisons.
Yeah, so basically no pushing. I think we'll see a very, very defensive.
Yeah, I think so too.
And you can look at these weird fallback lines. It's to try and take advantage of
the lakes and conflicts.
Finland will probably need a buff from. You can see that the Mongolian divisions that moved here. These should really push. Finnish infantry. As Don said, these are not good against tanks in 42. They will slaughter infantry if they have supply.
And I have a question on that. When the Soviets are the Finns in the Axis? Which route have they taken?
They should be.
Yeah, they are. So if the Soviets attack, they can also crush Finland.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because Finland's staying out of the war, that depends on Germany actually invading.
Yeah.
And if the Soviets invade.
Yeah. That could be a big
Could you just check the rules for that? See if
I'm gonna do that.
We're not big fans of this rule change. We think that if Finland should join the war, they should join the war. But it's clear that the Soviets are lining up for a push on Finland, and I think that Finland knows it. So it's not just their own border they have to protect. The Germans really need to have some sort of contingency, or the Axis have to have some sort of contingency plan for getting troops to Finland. The Finns have fantastic defensive buffs. But that's not everything. If they only have 23 divisions, if these divisions are only 20 width, it's hard.
The rule with Finland is they have 180 days to join the war once Barbarossa starts. They get progressively larger debuffs the longer they wait. And once the 180 days are up, Soviet Union are given a war goal on Finland. That's the case both for Axis and Lone Wolf Finland here. But I'm going to try to check and see when can the Soviets attack Finland?
August.
I'm gonna check.
Meanwhile, I just wanted to point out, I'm sure most of you know about this, but Finland also have some unique support companies. So this long-range patrol company, based on the long-range patrols that were a historical phenomenon during the Winter War and the Continuation War. And they also have a winter logistics company. So these provide their defense and buffs, especially in forests and snow, so on and so forth.
And just to answer a question in chat from Cure, who's back after his food and a little bit of chill, he asked, "What's up? Still no barb?" No, still no barb. We are waiting.
We might be heading for a record here. And there's not really a barb in sight.
No, Germany hasn't started the focuses even to go there. So, I mean, we're closer to, I think, in my opinion, of the Soviet Union attacking the Germans. And that can be interesting. There's a lot of fallback. I'm quite unsure what Ivan is actually doing right now, and Germany as a whole. But there's a lot of inf being pushed out, but there's a lot of fallback lines.
He's training panzer Waffen-SS divisions. Why are you training Waffen-SS divisions? This
you
is
get them from the
the
Himmler focus.
Yeah, the Himmler focus.
Yep, those are quite good.
So these are also something quite new.
Yep.
Anti-Comintern Pact. We are moving towards
Oh yeah,
Barb.
we are moving. We
Prepare
are
for Barbarossa.
moving.
Ooh, finally.
So that's a 34-day focus plus 14 days. It's 50 days.
Yeah.
It's
Spain
stretching
attacks Portugal.
Yeah, but we also have this from Cure. What's up in the Pacific, and is Spain in? Spain has just declared war on Portugal, as we said.
Portugal should really.
Yeah. Yeah, they can't join
factions.
But usually when Spain takes Portugal, they join the Axis at time for Barb. And what is going on in the Pacific? If we can have a quick little look there.
Let me just check, because we have the Spanish or the Portuguese colonies here. And when Spain wins, these will become Spanish.
Yeah, I'm just going to send my coffee mug over there.
So now the Francoist Spain has these colonies. They are not in the war, but they can join the war whenever.
They can. And
this is a real problem for Sticky's defensive line in Southern Africa.
Yeah, I think he sees that.
We want to go, because look at the convoy status for Japan right now.
Oh, is it?
Oh,
they've come up to
how?
175.
Did they get
probably because of
a lot of it was tied up in naval invasion.
No, it wasn't. I was checking.
Okay.
Perhaps transferring troops then.
Yeah,
they're down to 0.
But still, I mean, 188 convoys. That's not a lot of convoys.
No.
But soon we might be able to see the Spanish carriers in action, which is the floating piles with a motor on. And what kind of planes do Spain have for this? That's just me being
check the Pacific Air. I was just checking how many they are sunk. They're not losing many convoys, Japan. So that's not a problem. They are now invading these islands, which is a good thing because of the weird way the rules are stated. They can invade India from these islands.
They can.
They cannot invade them from these islands, but from these islands. Yeah. Don't ask me why.
No, it's in the rules.
But the Japanese have not been able to conquer Singapore.
No. Where's the India line?
Burmese are up in Burma.
They haven't started. Yeah, and the Manchus are also here. They haven't started.
So the Axis Minor seems like they've been tasked with the Burmese front.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll try to push it hard, at least not before the Japanese invade. But we can see that we have Japanese naval invasions down here.
Yeah.
They have not been able to land in Australia yet.
They made a small landing, but was pushed out beside the port.
Okay.
Another thing to check out now, I don't
landed
think you
in
mentioned
Melbourne.
it, Japan. If you look at fuel instead.
Yeah.
They're out of fuel. I think the convoys, the problem for them now is trade. It wasn't for a naval invasion.
And now they're down
trading.
to 25.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they can't trade in all the fuel in.
And I think they have cancelled the trade of aluminium to get oil in.
Yeah. But they don't get it in. No, they don't get it in.
So this is a real problem and real weakness of the build.
Yeah.
0 convoy, 0 fuel.
Japan
ain't meta.
No, they are getting raided into the.
And they're still not building convoys.
Yeah, weren't they? I think there are 15 factories on convoys or something.
Maybe it's higher up to prioritize.
No, they canceled it.
No,
it's up there.
It's up there.
Yeah,
they have 20 factories on.
Which is
convoys.
not a.
Not
they
a
also
lot.
should have separate production lines, really.
Yeah.
So.
And Francoist Spain has joined the German Reich.
Can anyone? Yes, let's look at if they have any divisions in.
No. I think it's coming down from Morocco.
Because the safari has been reversed.
Yeah.
Which at this point is a good thing.
It's a good thing. Yeah.
Pull back. They should try and keep a hold of ports.
Which he's trying to do. And how far is back up? Is he putting his fallback line up in Egypt? Yeah.
Decent. The reason why we want to put it here is
No.
I thought he was putting it in that air
zone.
zone.
I also thought he was going to do that.
So that's a weird thing to do.
Yeah. Yes, and also something from chat here. Yes, we talked about the American subs. The Americans are raiding the Japanese quite heavily, and that also, of course, inflicts losses for convoys. But 0 fuel, 0 convoys. That's not a good place to be. You don't want to be there, especially not when you're island hopping. And this is a raid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why he's doing this raid.
Yeah, because he said that he was going to do. He was going to do things for the stream, and he is.
Yes.
Yeah. But where in this is so he's doing stronghold networks. That's the
Exciting.
yeah. That's
We now have a German.
German front line here.
Yeah.
Which
And the Germans are pulling out of Africa for Barb, so we are looking forward to a Barb.
But still, I have to say, even though they didn't,
I think they're saving up for it now, but they should have moved these troops back home a lot
way earlier.
The Germans are also out of manpower, according to my.
Yep. Because they're just unlimited conscription.
Yeah.
That's not fun.
They're also training tons of
I don't know if they.
So this would be the D-Day wall, but they need to up the.
Yep, the manpower. Also, part in this is. Yes, now they're retreating back in Africa, consolidating all. But I still have to say that people can say that, oh, they didn't take Africa. But still, from an Axis standpoint, what they achieved in Africa, really good. But I think they stayed too long.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Boppus.
Have you checked Australia?
Yeah, because I saw the landing in Melbourne.
Yeah.
That was the last thing we said, was just when they landed in Melbourne. But the Japanese have not landed that much.
No. And are they still in the gutter for?
Or are they pinging over here?
They are pinning.
Pinging.
Yeah, pinning frantically. He wants to attack.
Yeah, Jonte is really.
Aggressive.
Hot-headed there.
Yeah, he is.
I have the Discord.
Yeah, but you listened in to it. Yeah. And let's see then. What is?
They have given up the attempts of getting the Italian fleet out of the Red Sea.
Yeah, I think now for Barb, he's hunkering down and playing defensively.
I have so many questions. Let's look at Japan if they are moving troops into Australia, because that would be a real boon for them conquering Australia.
Yeah, but some Americans were there. I saw some American reinforcements, but not really in the amount that they kind of need. Yeah, but some
infantry divisions, this
some
is
are
not bad.
No,
and the problem is that they will.
And
they pretty much wrecked their airplane production capacity.
Yeah, and they can't produce support equipment
or radios, but they have a huge.
Yeah, they
amount.
have.
I mean,
they do.
Why have they produced this many radios?
I have no idea, but they have a division surrounded. Unfortunately, something that. We also have the Cure has a question or a statement in chat with how parts of Arabia can't be Italy after 2 years. This Africa thing is useless if they completely give up on East Africa now. I really don't understand the point of this strategy. Not binding the Allied troops is really not clever. That's his opinion. At least Ethiopia should be defended.
But the only reason really to defend Ethiopia right now is to get the Italian fleet out. We have looked at this strait a lot of times. But they gave up, and that's really what they did. They gave up the other side of the strait, and that was a strategic mistake. Otherwise, the Italian Navy could have been out in the Red Sea. They could have been threatening
in India.
And now we can see, if we look at Raj now, that they have garrisons in these ports, but next to nothing.
Yeah, and especially if you time that with, I think that we talked about it before lunch, that we wanted to see Italians kind of shore up in Arabia to keep the straits open. And then would have been another ball game here. Yeah. But now he's consolidating.
Right now, I mean, give this up.
Yeah.
Move the Italian division somewhere else.
Yeah.
What I really think they should do now, if they're not going to contest the strait, then put a fort line here, where you have the air zone into Egypt. The Allies they have supplies, but they're bad supplies. If they push, you have all the options in the world of just retreating up And with the number of divisions that Italy has, he should be able to hold this for a long time.
Yeah, and we have a question
And
here.
also, it ties up
Yep, it does.
the Allied armored resources in Sudan.
Yeah.
Do you know where the Second World War wasn't won?
Sudan. But we also have this from Cure with why no Marines? What was the problem? The problem was when he took Aden and then got booted out.
Barb,
Yeah, we are going.
finish your sentence
Yeah.
and then we're going into Barb.
The problem was that the Brits moved the fleet, so he could not get naval supremacy since he couldn't get out. He had to repair the Suez Canal, and then the Straits was contested, so he couldn't get supremacy. Maybe they could have used the Bulgarian Paris, but we will never know. Now we're focusing on Barb.
Finally, the game has begun. The real game.
Eastern Front.
I've been checking armor. We have 22 versus 20 armor divisions. I would say the Soviet ones are a little bit better, but it's neck to neck.
Neck to neck.
Armor.
And we have to keep an eye out for the naval invasion from Romania.
Yes. If I could ask you, Don, to keep just one eye on like Pacific and naval, and we will focus hard on.
Yeah. We've been waiting for a long time for this. And as Cure says, let's go. And they are. So it's some small naval skirmishes.
And they're off. We have Romanian infantry tagging along into Ukraine.
Yeah.
I can't see any.
They're on the ship side. No.
We have no planned naval invasions.
No, they are in Italy.
Did they scrap the plan? So just remember, we had two. I mean, we had two parts of an Axis plan.
Yeah.
The first one was Ethiopia. That went off stunningly.
It did.
The other thing we knew, and that was one of the few hard things we knew before the game, was that Romania and Bulgaria were going to prepare a naval invasion into Caucasus, taking the oil fields. And seeing how much the USSR has invested into tanks, that could be a really good way of neutralizing them.
It could.
But we now have no. But the Soviets have moved their fleet into the Black Sea, so I don't think they can get any kind of
supremacy. No, not with that amount of navy. Sorry to bother you, but my coffee mug is over there. So good.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I didn't want to interrupt you in your clicking and talking because that's basically why we're here, not drinking coffee.
And we're seeing the first few tentative probes of the Soviet front line.
Yeah.
This isn't really it.
No.
And we think that for now it's holding. That doesn't mean much.
No.
Let's see if the Soviets have. They haven't scorched Earth.
No, they haven't.
Which is, I would say, a real mistake.
Yeah, but they probably scorched some Earth, but they don't have the PP for scorching everything.
They didn't have the manpower.
Which is also something.
But they got a lot of political power from somewhere.
Yeah, probably a focus something. I don't know.
And the Soviets, while they're waiting here, they will do the focuses that are locked to them. Great bit of more mobilization. You have a whole slew of focuses down here that give them
form the guard units. City networks,
American technical assistance.
Orders 270. I mean, that's a good tree.
More factories, defensive buffs, more infantry, etc.
Troops.
The thing, though, is that a lot of these are, as you can see with this one, you have to have more than 22 surrender progress and a fixed number of casualties.
Yeah, and
so they don't get all the buffs.
And Kiev fell quickly.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for the Soviets.
To be expected. The thing is, Kiev is, as a lot of you know, on the western bank of the Dnipro.
Yeah, and in this case, for the Soviets, on the wrong side of the Dnipro. Yeah.
And you usually put a few divisions there just to slow them down and see if you can't hold it for a while. But the thing is always to defend this river line.
Yeah. And they are doing the classic river line defense, but they have some.
Where they have troops on the wrong side.
Yeah, I think they're just some probing troops to see what are they
spoiling.
Yeah, and I mean,
let's check the air situation for the Soviets. The Soviets have green air.
They have green air
all over the line.
Yeah,
and come on,
they have 3,000 fighters.
3,000 fighters. That's good.
That's good.
That is good.
Yeah,
which means they will probably be able to contest the Axis in the air.
Probably.
Yeah.
Quick question here. I know Finland is not a problem as of now. Yeah, they're keeping troops there.
So they're feeling safe enough to.
They are either hoping that Finland goes in within the 80 days. Otherwise, they have a war goal and they will go in on Finland.
Yeah, and the thing is, we haven't seen the first real concerted pushes from the Axis side, and I think they might be waiting on getting even more divisions here. To be honest,
they're pinging where they kind of want to be, and
this is a good. No, it's not a good.
It's not a good time. No, I would.
I just want to check the supply situation.
Yep.
It's looking good right now.
Yeah, but with more tanks in the field.
So it is really decent.
Yeah, it is.
The Soviet kind of scorched much earth.
No, but they only have fuel for 87 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, in addition to that, do they still hold Iraq with the Iraqi oil? Looking over at Boppus.
Yeah,
they do. Yeah.
They do.
And they still, 127
thing is, they
days.
don't have any
No,
garrisons.
they have nothing over there. So, I mean, the Allies could just walk in and take that.
Yeah.
Oh, we have Finland with us.
We have
war.
Finland.
Oh, this is exciting.
And what is Finland going to do?
Oh, the entire Mongolian.
Yeah,
forces
core is up there.
Yeah.
Why aren't the Soviets attacking? Have they noticed?
I hope they noticed that they're at war with someone else.
They're drunk.
They're drunk.
Couldn't read the war declaration.
Exactly.
They have. The Axis have broken over this river, and we talked about this river line before. How usually we don't hold it now. You don't get the core bonuses because the Baltics are not Soviet cores.
No.
So what you do instead?
Yeah, usually set up
Is just let them have the Baltics.
Yeah,
and
just give
you
it up.
scorch the earth and you set up on this fort line.
Yeah,
and
which
this
they have.
is something that I don't like.
Partial
I know
fort
there are
lines, yeah.
rivers, but they're not continuous rivers. They haven't connected up the fort line. This is something I would really wish them for them to do.
Yeah, and I think when the German noticed that,
let's see how this looks.
Yeah,
they have done it between the rivers.
Yeah, but
and it is a question if it is worth it. And I mean, you get good defensive stats. The thing is, it just slows down the Axis to give you time to reinforce.
Yeah, and
breakthroughs.
also in the fact when you're defending behind the river, the Romanians are coming with Marines. The Germans have Marines.
Yeah.
They're built for crossing rivers in this. So I would have liked a fort line there just to shore it up and make it a bit harder.
But let's see, because we have some tank battles for the first time.
Yeah,
and it looks
he's
like
getting that one out. Yeah, but then
they're
again,
getting it out. But
yeah, but then again,
they can't really contest the German tanks.
No, not really.
And this is a thing we see often. It's not just about the statistics for the tanks. It's also the fact that the Soviet Union have army debuffs.
Yeah,
a lot of them they should have gotten rid of by now.
Yeah.
They still have a debuff on org, for example. And
they have to be careful because they're going to lose 7
and we're seeing
division.
first encirclements. They're now moving back to the fort line we talked about, which they should have defended from
they're giving up
start.
the Baltics.
The problem now is they're not dug in. They're not moving out these divisions. Now, this is where it gets really stressful.
Yeah, because now they're starting to lose divisions.
So that's the first encirclements. And
yeah,
we're hoping to see some flashy encirclements, of course.
Absolutely.
But that's fine. If you can take 7 or 8 divisions at a time, you're starting to have a big impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's not about the manpower the Soviet loses.
No,
it's the equipment.
It's the equipment. You have to train all new divisions.
Yeah.
They're coming in without experience,
and they're breaking. How is Finland looking in this? They haven't
for some reason they're not pushing.
pushed.
And if you're going to have these push divisions up here, for the life of me, I can't
because
understand
now a lot of the good Soviet divisions are tied up and not doing
what
anything.
What are they doing?
I don't know.
Have they not noticed?
I don't know if they know they're at war with Finland.
Because this is the worst of both worlds. They're tying up divisions up in north.
Yeah,
but they're not using them.
And I think Victor is very happy with this. They're not pushing.
I think Victor's very happy.
Yeah,
I think Victor just wants to survive.
Yeah, and I think him tying up that amount of divisions. Yeah,
and we've seen they pushed over the river line down south. This is not good long term for the Soviets.
No,
but with these tanks here, they should be able to hold for at least for a while.
A question from chat that I'm gonna throw, or we can check it actually. Or maybe Boppus. What is the airplane production from the Germans contra the Soviets in numbers? Because I mean, 3,000 fighters, that's good, but sometimes the production is going to take its toll.
We have 70 fighters, 40 military factories on close air support for the German side, and for
Hey, we do have it.
And
Soviet side, what do we have? Do we have anything? 50 fighters.
okay, yeah. So the Germans are outproducing the Soviets in terms of fighters.
No, fighters weren't they quite the same? 50 fighters against
Didn't you say 70?
50.
50.
No, 70. 70,
70.
yeah.
Yeah. So they're outproducing it as of now.
My biggest questions right now is how they're using their tank force. Their tanks are just standing still.
Yeah,
most
and
of
also
time,
the
spread out.
Mongolians are standing still up in Finland.
Yeah.
They haven't.
Oh,
yeah, now they're
now
pushing.
they're moving.
Now,
Now we're having a Finland war, and
Yeah.
as we thought, these Mongolian.
They shred inf.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is It's
Yeah.
It's not good
Now they're
team.
fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
not good team spirit not to.
try to help him at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
Germans should see what the Finns have, what the Soviets have stacked up.
yeah, but they're coming 9 divisions. Are those Romanians trying to come in?
Where?
Yeah, in the outside of Helsinki, in the
Bulgarians.
Baltics. Yeah, the Bulgarians, but
They
also
could really, they could really use that.
they could use that just to shore it up because it's. I mean, it's also hard losing the Winter War, sitting and waiting for this long.
That was in the nick of time. They are
Yeah.
just getting into
Yeah,
Helsinki.
and
The
they're-
Soviets had some very good submarine play there.
Yeah, but they're pushing back the Mongolians because these Bulgarian divisions, I believe, are actually quite good push infantry, right?
They are.
Oh yeah, they
Very
are.
decent. And they also have very
And
decent
yeah,
piercing.
yeah. So I mean, those divisions they're good, but Ian has to. Oh, maybe he can take some of the Mongolians.
And now we are getting into. Yeah, the thing is, the Mongolians were doing fine when they had air cover, but they don't have air cover.
Sorry for me laughing. It was just a comment in chat with. I think the Soviets took the time this time so you wouldn't miss it, since we missed the Winter War, but this we didn't. Yeah, but yeah, it is. But the Soviets here, they are, yeah.
But even if they don't win here, this is good because they're encircling just a few Finnish divisions. This will really cripple them.
And
give them a
Finland
nice
doesn't have the
defensive.
manpower.
It is not looking as rosy down south. They have managed to stabilize the situation up here. We are seeing though that
but they've
Ukraine is
they've broken through here.
Yeah, and this is really dangerous because
it is.
They are not putting up frontline orders.
No.
And we didn't talk about this in depth, but when you're playing this long of a defensive line, frontline orders, it's just a thing. I know that it has its drawbacks. If you get a breakthrough, they can do weird things with your infantry.
But they got
No,
he got up. Yeah, because
but
Oscar is coming too.
Otherwise, this happens.
Yeah, exactly. And
let's see if they can push back here. They're looking good.
Yeah, but they also, because Oscar is coming.
So this is tank on tank.
That's tank on tank. And they're winning that.
And they're doing that very good against the Hungarians.
They are. That's a really good play, actually.
So we were complaining about the Soviet tank, strategy or their handling of their tanks here. This is actually really good.
Yeah, if they can push through this, they can get some of those remaining.
And even if they don't encircle anything, they
push
will
them back.
They will scare them.
Yeah, they will show that. Yeah, we're still here. We're not messing with you. But this is also interesting. If you look at
they're taking a tank down there.
good pinning action as well. I love this.
Yeah,
I love this.
That's really good. That's really good. But if we're looking back at Crimea, do the Axis have anything there?
They do.
They do.
Let me just. I hate this pinning in and out.
Yeah, I know.
Here we go. No, they don't.
No, they don't.
That's
the Soviets can just walk back and take back Crimea and come up in the back. But I mean, this is some good tank maneuvering from
a
the
stalemate.
Soviets.
But I mean, a stalemate is good for the Soviets.
Yeah, and it also it also shows the Axis that you can't just walk in here.
No, but I think they're sooner or later. Where are?
And we need to remember that Japan is on the ropes. They have no fuel, they have no convoys, they have no resources because they can't trade, so they can't build anything.
No.
So they have huge problems right now.
Yeah, they're still down to 0 convoys. Yeah.
And they're running a deficit. And if you look on the trade, we see that they have cancelled even more of the trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just going for.
So they're right now sacrificing their war economy just to be able to supply their troops.
Yeah.
And these troops in Australia are pulling out.
Yeah,
I think
because no supply.
Yeah, and I think the Americans did a really good thing here.
Yeah, the Americans
Mexicans
can
have come in.
Yeah.
So the Americans came in fast and shored up the situation. Then the miners.
Free carriers, look down. Battle down there in that bay. We have 3 carriers sunk. You can't see them? Okay.
No. I have
Go
to
to the
tag
Japanese
into the Japanese.
view. Yeah.
Tag over.
3 carriers lost there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
even
it's
more.
over.
Look,
It's over
look
there
at this.
for the Australian Blight. If you just
Under the A.
Yeah.
Australia.
Yeah.
These ones.
Aye.
That is not.
And look at the next one. It's not
Yeah,
better.
so that's the Japanese Navy.
Yeah,
That's the Japanese Navy. And look at the next one. The Navy is just getting obliterated there. Obliterated. Yeah.
So we can see that the Japanese Navy tactic did not work for this.
It did not work.
Did not.
The
and
triangle.
here we have the U.S. win
Yeah.
in the
And
war.
they're also barely scratched, these.
I mean, the
That is
They
really
lost a destroyer, though.
good trade. Good trade.
no, that's amazing. Poorly
Thank you,
played.
Dawn.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
so
you.
We could see that. That's basically the Japanese strike fleet gone.
Yeah.
How are they doing the island hopping? Have they managed to threaten any islands?
No.
No.
I don't think they have the fleet
'Cause
capacity
they
to do
could
that.
invade these poorly defended islands down here.
Yeah, but no. I mean, just look at the naval tab for Japan.
They got Guam.
Yay. Lost the strike fleet, but got
this
Guam. No, I mean here, because they still have a sizable fleet, but they are losing ships.
They lost 140 ships over the last.
Yeah.
And a lot of them convoys.
A lot of them convoys.
So we've seen this is stacking up.
Yeah, but they also, I mean, have they lost, if I looked at that correctly, 4 super heavy battleships?
Yeah.
That I see hurts. Yep. And it, Soilif actually says something that I think has been cinematic for a lot of games in recent time. It's insane how many majors we have seen dying simply due to being out of fuel.
Yeah. We see that Finland is looking, right? They put up a defense line. This is actually good defensive play.
Yeah, it's a good defensive position.
And when we consider what he went into this war with, I think this is one of the best things you can do. They've helped him out with some decent divisions so they can't push on the plains in the south. He's put up a defense division. The Soviets should be able, if they have the resources, to slowly kind of untangle this, but it'll take time.
Yeah.
And time, they would like to have those resources somewhere else.
Yeah.
On the other hand, apart from these mobile divisions, this is not a lot of divisions for the Soviets to commit to the northern front.
No, and if I were the Soviets, I would probably, if it's stabilized like that, I would probably pull the Mongolians out of Finland and start using them.
Here we see another thing.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah.
You have too few divisions.
Yep.
When you get pushed.
Yep.
Also, I don't think that when they put this division up, they didn't realize that these are 2 regions that you can attack from Narva.
I agree with that. We also have. I have a question over to Boppus because is Tora still ongoing?
No, it should be finished for a long time ago.
Yeah, it's finished. Yeah, well, because we have Cure who has
really sure what happened here.
RIP Japanese Navy. I guess they lost so hard because 0 fuel. Yeah, probably. And especially if you have carriers that don't have fuel, their planes don't have fuel, and battleships are coming onto you. Unless you're the Spaniards.
It is the Spanish carriers.
Yeah, because they don't need fuel.
motor don't take much fuel.
No, and they probably have oars on them.
Okay, we have a naval invasion in India, but I think they will be able to throw it out, actually.
Okay. Maybe
With Japanese tanks
Japanese tanks.
without fuel.
Yeah, because they. Oh, yeah, but this should probably be thrown out.
Sorry, I missed that. What are we? Yeah.
Yeah.
But then again, this could be. Yeah, because they are going to surround them. If you go up. Yeah, I think the Japanese are about to surround the Bangladeshian pocket. No, they didn't break that. But if... Yeah, they are breaking it. They are surrounding the Indian army here. That tank
Yeah,
that
they
is
need help
surrounding.
now.
Yeah. That's a hard blow for India to lose to... Yeah, there's one tile. To lose
The
their...
thing is that they have no supply here.
They have no supply, they have no fuel.
Yeah,
So will
but
it be
still,
enough?
I mean, I don't think this will work.
No, because they got
But
pushed back.
if it does work, it's the most classic thing to do.
Yeah.
And he had 5 divisions there, so he must have
Yeah.
known something. But it's just
It's a
if you're
classic
that
Japanese
great,
move.
Don't put your army in Burma.
No. And the big problem is Japan is about to lose a lot of those tanks. Look at the organization for the tanks. I mean, that's no bueno, as the Spanish would say. Bueno, carrier. No fuel, no bueno.
Romania is losing 3 Marines. Yeah, you saw
Yeah.
that.
No.
Yep.
It's Marine Raiders.
Yeah.
They retreat out.
Yeah, they did.
It's fantastic. He's doing. I can take.
Yeah.
He's doing something really nice here, Rosen. It hasn't paid off so far, but he's raiding into the coastal provinces, striking the railways,
Yeah,
trying to get the supply hubs
just being in
to make sure that the Soviet divisions run out of supply and can be surrounded.
And
Hasn't paid off yet, but innovative.
yeah, it's
Smart.
It's innovative, it's smart, and it's also he's trying to do it in cohesion with Oscar and the Hungarian tanks, which is, I think, a smart move.
If we tab in, if I could get, yeah, I have it. If we tab into Germany here, we can see that they are starting to push across this.
Yeah, they're
river
breaking
line.
the river.
And the Soviets they've done a good defensive game. They're through the river line here.
Yeah.
So this is a breakthrough. Move in troops. We talked about this before. This should be punished.
Yep.
I'm thinking the Soviets
Pin
have gone
and
a
move.
bit
Pin
blind.
and move. Pin and move.
Yeah.
Lucas, can you give me the screen for just 1 second? I want to show you what happens when you start
And
to move
Marcus,
things
could you
through
fix the
hotly contested waters with submarine.
Yep.
So they put in their entire army and they got raided.
Yep.
So they lost
Thank you,
everything
Marcus.
at seas. They have no equipment. They have no organization. So this is just raided by submarines going here.
That's...
So Japan, this pocket is gonna be closed. They have no supply. They have no equipment. They have nothing. And then, I think they will be able to start push Japan. Sorry for taking the
No, but I mean that's
from the
really
Soviet front.
This is
important.
precisely what we want to be able to jump between fronts. We know that this is a lot to follow, but
Yeah.
it's because there are a lot of things happening. We
There's
want
a
to
lot
show
of
you as
things,
much as
yeah.
possible.
Yeah. I'll keep a close eye on this.
Did they
and
just lose the
follow
port?
up.
The
No, the port is there.
they still have it.
But they have some
They're
kind
very
of...
close.
Dacca, they're pushed out of Dacca at least. That's... What are the Japanese casualties up to right now? We can see that.
Am I checking or are you checking? I'm checking.
You're checking. The other war, I think.
Here.
Yeah.
1 million.
If I could have the screen back, because we have some developments on the Eastern Front.
Oh, yeah.
The Soviets finally listened to us.
Yeah.
They moved in armor. They could have done this with infantry.
Yeah, they could have done it with infantry, yeah.
But these German divisions, I think they'll be able to pull these out. But this really good defensive work from the Soviets. When the Germans push their spearhead in, they're meeting it, but they're also attacking from both sides, trying to cut them off.
Yeah.
And
It's
best
good
case
to-
scenario, you get an encirclement, you kill German tanks. Worst case scenario, you scare them, they withdraw. That's how you keep the defensive line, keep up the defensive line, because it's never going to be static. But in this way, even if you're retreating slowly, you're conserving your divisions, and this is what's going to win the Soviets this fight.
We also have a question from Cure here. What does Mr. USA do? February 43, they should be a serious D-Day force or have a serious D-Day force ready by now because Japan is basically zero threat. I actually think that the US are going to cap Japan before they're thinking about a D-Day because...
I also think that's too harsh on the US. They have to commit to the Pacific because the Euro allies had lost so hard in Africa that if they don't commit to the Pacific...
But Iceland has fallen to the Spanish carriers. Oh, it hasn't
This is
fallen,
fun.
but yeah. Nistan being
Snistan.
yeah. Well, I butchered the language and you fix it. That's our role.
I am not too impressed by
His Air Force.
no, or the fact that they haven't been able to crack Gibraltar yet.
Gibraltar,
This is a very good Gibraltar defense,
Yeah.
but that should have been cracked by now.
What is just have a quick maybe Bobbis can check that. What's the situation in Africa and what's going on there?
It's just a stalemate.
Yeah,
They
it's a
have-
stalemate. They
yeah.
hunker down. Okay, good. And Kuwait or Iraq is still in. Yeah, okay.
So
And now they paradropped Iceland. Yeah, Spain on the road to fame, taking Iceland.
this is a really good breakthrough. And
It is.
we talked about the river lines. They broke through the river lines. There were forts there. But the Soviets have met them.
Yeah.
And they're going to be able to contain this. I mean, it is good play from both sides.
Yeah.
The Germans are looking at a point where they can break through. They concentrate on
Mm-hmm.
forces to break through. When they're getting met like this, pull out. And what you ideally want to do, you want to have 2 or 3 points where
Yeah.
you can threaten a pure infantry defensive line from the Axis side, and then just keep pushing those around, see where you can get through, and force the Soviets to move around all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, this is. I think it's a solid play from the Axis, but I also think it's a solid play from the Soviets.
Really good.
Yeah, really good from both sides. But this also shows, as Solevi is in chat saying, Spanish carrier not out of fuel. No, if you have fuel, you can do these kind of things. But that
This is good.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm not sure. You'd need a push through down south as well
Yeah, but
to
all
make
of
sure this is a
the
pocket.
yeah, but all of the Hungarian tanks are now we're starting. But all the Hungarian tanks are down with the Romanians.
Yes. And down south there, it's just such an armor slog. They've been moving back and forth, back and forth,
Yeah.
back and forth. It's armor divisions on both sides, and it's really about who has the organization, who has the supply.
And
but
also,
this will not be a clean breakthrough. So,
No.
I mean, in the big picture, this is better for the Soviets.
Mhm.
What
Agreed.
they should have done
Mhm.
is get an infantry defensive line.
Yeah, basically that's
Because they're
should've
opening
done.
themselves up to such dangerous things. I mean, if they just pin them there, they have the opportunity to go around now.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing saving them, and now Rosen did the same thing again.
Yeah, he landed in Rostov.
Pinprick with
And he's
his
gonna
marine divisions.
He's gonna pull out. I
He
think.
really should.
No. Yeah, pull out, Rosen.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's pulling out. But he's fucking up
Uh-huh.
the railway and the supplies. I think that's really good play. Really, really good play
Yeah.
from Rosen.
But once again, infantry defensive line just to make sure that you slow these down. Otherwise, they might well get their armor divisions encircled here.
Yeah. I would. Just checking this how we are.
On the other hand,
Mm-hmm.
the Axis don't have decent infantry follow-up either.
No, none of them have, which is a cardinal sin.
So
I
now
think.
the Soviets come in the back, and it just circles around like this.
Yeah.
So
Back and
the
forth,
first,
back
team,
and
I think the first team to figure that out.
Yeah, is the one
Will
who's
win
gonna
this.
Yeah. We have.
But for the Soviets, this is okay. They're not getting so far any major breakthroughs. This could be a really nasty situation. Now they're broken out. What they should do now, the Soviets, I tag into them. This is too dangerous. So now you move back to the next river line. And you can't be too proud. Just move your stuff out.
Yeah.
And they started with it there. It might be tad too late. But all of this, back to the next river line, set up a fallback line on that. The Soviet Union. What you don't want to do is lose divisions.
I'm sorry, I have quite of a laggy internet.
This should move as well. This should move as well.
connection.
Just get it out of there.
Saying this, but also in that sense of it, you seem to have a good handle on this. I just have to take a technical break for 2 minutes.
Absolutely.
I'll be back, and you'll have Boppus
I
too.
can jump in.
Oh yeah,
They caught a couple of German armor divisions, and this
You're
is
so
really good
welcome.
from the Soviets.
you're so welcome.
I did not like the defensive play here, but we can see that they are counterattacking, and this could be really dangerous for the Axis. They have troops here; it should be fine, but it's really a question of who who managed to attack first.
Yeah. But
and
the
they're
losses,
moving into this division. So it's 3 tiles for the Soviets, but
yeah,
overall, I think quite good play. I had notes on the defensive side,
yeah,
but it's outweighed by quite good offensive thinking.
yeah.
So I mean, no one's perfect.
They,
These players,
they have
but,
lost like 900,000.
and if
That's
I was
fine.
a German player right now, I'd start to become just a little bit stressed.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not in the Axis pocket anymore, in any sense. Japan is losing. They're down to 300 convoys. They are holding the Dhaka pocket at least. But if Japan caps and Soviet lives, then this is...
Yeah, but as you said earlier today, Don, I mean, what's going to tip this,
Yeah.
one way or the other, is who gets the first encirclements.
Yeah. And no one has it yet. I haven't seen
not
any
in
tanks
large.
there.
We had about 7 or 8 infantry divisions. The Soviets are racked.
That's fine. Decisions.
We are
Yeah.
paused.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
Let's try and capitalize on this to just take a quick outlook. I said I really think they should mop up Gibraltar. I'm guessing that the German resources are now somewhere else. This is something they should have done during the year that they delayed.
They tried, but they didn't manage.
But
Why?
if
I
you
don't
try
know.
with, I mean, 7
of
Marine
course.
divisions, we
No,
mentioned
they
that
didn't
before.
even try.
What you need to do, air in, railway gun in, attacks from both sides,
Yeah.
which they should have been able to pull off.
Yeah.
The
absolutely.
British Navy was so weak. You can see a raiding going on down here. Let's see if we can tag in and find out who is doing the raiding.
Is the French?
Not sure. You have no intel on this combat. Why is this?
Is it bugged?
No, don't tell me it might be bugged. Shouldn't be.
No intel. Okay, just go over and look at the Dhaka for just a while.
Yeah.
Because they have managed to stay alive and connected to their supply network. So, yeah, it seems like...
So they managed to save that pocket.
Yeah, they managed to save the pocket. They have taken heavy losses, though. But the Allies are about to lose a tank encircled down there.
So we're seeing a few divisions from the Raj being encircled here.
Yeah.
Would we call this half a win for the Ish Axis? They managed
Yeah.
to shift the front line, but not really destroy it.
Yeah,
And
Yeah.
they're gonna have to do the exact same thing on the next defensive line.
yeah.
So decent work from the Raj. This is the problem with defensive line.
And I've said that I really think people should do them. They should not be afraid to do them. But when you're retreating, you have to remember to
Yeah.
Delete them.
Yeah.
Delete them, create new, shift them with fallback lines. I don't think you should never have fallback lines while defending, because if some of them pierces it,
Yeah,
just
doesn't
roll
work.
straight through.
Yeah, but that's...
But it's just too much micro if you're trying to do this division by division.
Yeah.
But this is a cardinal sin, because now divisions will move into this pocket.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure how this... Let's see if we can...
But yeah, the convoy situation is horrible.
Yeah. Please don't tell me we have a bug so I can't see. Okay, so it appears that I'm a bit bugged so that I can't see the results of combat.
But you're bugged. I can make the switch with Mosberg.
Yeah.
You're bugged.
You're bugged. I'm back. Maybe you've already spoken about this, but there's going to be a player change on Japan because Mako has to leave. So that's what they're discussing now.
Okay.
Yeah. That's where we paused.
Okay, that is... Japan has been just riddled with, let's say, unfortunate accidents. Or unfortunate events the whole day. We had, for those of you who joined us later in the day, Japan had a horrible China war where they almost capped China, overextended, and AI-controlled China managed to roll back all their... They managed to encircle hundreds of thousands of men's worth of divisions. and it's just been uphill for Japan since then. They are now in a war where they have a lack of convoy, a deficit of convoys. They can't get supplies to their troops. And what looked really promising, because the Allies had their own catastrophe in Africa. And basically, we were down to 14 Commonwealth divisions at one point.
That was
for the whole defense of India, Australia, Indonesia. Japan has hardly managed to capitalize on that.
But from what I'm understanding now, and what I heard from the Siamese player was that they're discussing, just switching Manchukuo to Japan to see her to help, and that's why they've annexed it. Probably to move Ugis. So Ugis and Adam will play Japan. I don't know who's going to be the main controller. Probably Adam, since he has been privy to plans. But I mean, yes, they've been riddled with bad luck. Today.
Did Manchu have convoys?
Manchu had some because we have 28 now.
Yeah, Manchu also had quite a large fleet for being Manchu.
For being Manchu.
But the thing is, Japan had the strike fleet. And Manchu had the fleet that would destroy anti-submarine fleets. And now we're seeing that most of the Japanese fleet has been sunk. Let's see if we can find the remnants of the strike fleet.
I think it's the one. That's no.
That's the Manchu one.
The one, maybe the one with
has it been completely sunk.
No, I think it's repairing. I saw something with the one that's 103 ships. That's the.
This ain't it.
This ain't it.
This is for.
You know what? I can just take that because I need to. My phone is overheating, so that's what I'm working with over here. I got a ice pack from our technical guys. How's yours?
No, mine's fine.
Yours fine. Okay. Mine is overheating, so this is an ice pack. It's good for keeping beer cold and helping.
I found the Japanese fleet.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
It is now at the bottom of the Bay of Bengal.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. We've seen that.
So we lost the super heavy battleships south of Australia. Maybe not the best place to have them, considering the problems with fuel.
Oh, and here,
and pretty much a lot of the rest of it. I actually think they sunk. Did they sink the whole fleet?
Feels like it, but I mean...
And we don't have Isoroku Yamamoto with us anymore.
No, he's also in the Bay of Bengals.
So Japan doesn't have a strike fleet.
They don't have a strike fleet. They have to change. I mean, they've just been plagued with bad luck. I mean, the spawn in behind them, yes, they should probably kept a better watch with it, but losing 500,000 men...
It wasn't just the spawn in behind. Okay, we can discuss later.
Yeah, we can. But I mean, they've been plagued by bad luck. And both this is actually quite interesting to see.
I lost
the
server.
Seemed to be a rehost.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a rehost. Yeah, okay, then we can talk about this thing that I'm actually interested in. We saw last game that this, we have a major, we have first seed, and then something happens and you have to switch it up. If it happens earlier, that's sad and it sucks. But when you have to switch it up, most times the main controller is the one with the plan, the one with this is how we should do and has everything in mind. It's hard to kind of get back up with it and see and just take over and try to understand how someone else's mind is working. That's extremely hard. So I'm not envious of the Japanese team or Asia Axis team, which is now down to basically 3 players from 4. It's hard.
Still, they don't have much to do now because they have no navy, no convoys,
no fuel,
and they have an army, but it's not the best of armies.
We also have the new code in Discord. If we want to get in there.
I'm already.
Oh, you're already there. I'm just saying it early. Also, Marcus, big shout out and thank you. This ice pack really works. I'm so happy.
But the interesting thing now is, where is this leaning actually? Is this leaning axis still?
No.
It hasn't definitely tilted over, but we will most likely see a Japanese cap.
Yeah. Before the Soviet cap, way before, I would say.
Did you see the small?
They could. I still think they could do something dangerous in India, but once we're starting to see counter invasions, this is going to fall apart fast if they have to go into a defensive curl basically.
Because we haven't seen the U.S. Army at all.
No, it's been some troops in Australia, but the main U.S. Army I have not seen yet.
I think they're just defending islands, and
I think
that's
so.
not really necessary.
No, not now.
When they have no navy to
and I mean,
with.
they know that they've sunk the main Japanese navy.
Yeah.
So
So my bet is Japan surrenders before Soviets.
Yeah.
The way it's looking right now, and the Eastern Front is still
quite open.
Still very open, but the Axis, I mean, their options for huge impact is at the start of the Eastern Front.
Yeah.
And I would not be happy if I was the German main controller right now. I would be starting to get quite stressed, trying to keep that stress away. But I would be stressed out by now.
Yeah.
And I think that if they don't manage to get a couple more encirclements soon, this might well start tilt over. On the other hand, we are very far away from a D-Day.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
We are. We haven't seen
Very far.
We haven't seen that, and the Allies.
And even if they cap Japan, because that's also a risk that they will cap Japan, but you get kind of bogged down in the lead up to the invasion of Japan.
And I mean,
we've seen that before.
Yeah, and I mean, we still have a stalemate in North Africa, and the Allied, the UK and the Commonwealth, they don't have the amount of troops to just let that be and start fixing a D-Day.
No.
As of now. So I would be furious if I were the German main, but also in the sense, hats off to Remmerfors and the Soviets. They are playing a good Soviet game.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Really good.
And
they haven't used any decisions yet, so they have 2 million men coming in as a bonus on this.
Yeah.
The thing is, by the time you start using those decisions, you're on the back foot.
Yeah.
So the thing that gets them up to those decisions, it's if they fall back controlled, but I mean they still have to avoid encirclements.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. The Eastern Front it's just so volatile right now. The one who starts getting the one who gets the next 2 encirclements will win that front.
Yeah, perhaps.
I think that's.
But they're so evenly matched too.
Yeah.
Also,
you're seeing it in the south. You're seeing it in the central, and I think that what the Axis needs to do is just switch up their game. They have to put more pressure on the Soviets.
Yeah.
And I think the thing to do there is now it's really in. A lot of that is in the micro, trying just to be more aggressive, shifting things up, and see if they can't get breakthroughs away from the Soviet armor. And I think with this in mind, they might be regretting letting the Soviets have another year just to fill out their frontline ranks and getting a few more armored regiments.
Yeah, especially seeing that the Safari didn't amount to. I mean, it tied up forces and such, but
ready up.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, which we have here. 2 things from chat. Sexuliv took a shower, but now he's back, and the Germans are scared. Not scared, but I think they're furious. But also furious German main. Well, that sounds historically accurate. And yeah.
Is he furious? No, I don't think he's furious yet.
No, not yet. Not yet. So we have that, and we are getting back into the game. Just sending it to Far East Firefly and a bunch of people. That's what we're going to see, and there's a lot to be decided here, but I'm kind of sharing what Don here or Boppus said. I think a cap for Japan is much closer at hand than capping the Soviets, because the Soviets are playing a competent defensive game. As saying that, as some people that have played a lot on the Eastern Front, it could also collapse very, very quickly. So nothing is decided yet, but my leanings towards an Axis victory is now starting to lean towards an Allied victory instead, actually.
A couple more points that are kind of could affect this outcome. I think that the Axis are quite dependent on the oil fields in Iraq right now.
Yeah.
at least for Barbarossa, when we looked at it, they didn't have a huge surplus of oil production.
No.
They weren't building refineries.
No.
And they have a very weak defense of Iraq. And I'd be stressed out by that if I were them. They are not near capturing, as of right now at least, near capturing the Caucasus and the Soviet oil fields. I'm not really sure what's going on with Euro-Axis Navy and naval raiding.
No.
They also managed to capitalize very little on capturing Ireland. We have a German Ireland.
Yeah, we do. And I mean, we have Bulgarian paratroops. We know this. So, I mean, that could be something. But we also have this, yes, we're talking about the US, what they're going to do. And we're talking about the manpower or division-starved allies because they took a hell of a beating in the beginning.
Marcus, do you have a snooze?
But we do have... Nice catch. We do have both Brazil and Mexico coming in with fresh divisions, good divisions that are now being utilized against the Japanese. But now it's become a race against the clock for Euro-Axis and well, Asia-Axis are on the ropes.
And I think we should. I'm really quite curious to see if they have submarine fleets out and what impact that is having. That is one thing that could slow a D-Day as well. But I'm with Boppus here. I think that we will see a push to cap Japan. I'm not sure that will come before the Soviets, but I'm also not sure if the Axis are winning the Eastern Front. It's very much up in the air. But they can't afford to have I mean, this will drag on into 1945 even if they win.
Yeah.
But I think we should check this when the game starts. Just go over to Japan, because I would guess that Japan has no units in it.
I don't think
they have the entire army out somewhere.
Yeah.
They're getting raided so heavily, so they can't bring anything home.
No.
So I think it's just, if they just get supremacy and get some divisions in there, I think Japan is done. But I'm not sure. We need to check it. But I would bet at least $2.
Something that could actually tilt this back towards the Axis. The Soviets has lost one of their co-ops. So they're down from 4 people microing to 3.
They should be able to.
They should be able.
Mean, the macro decisions, focuses, that might suffer a bit, but you can micro the Eastern Front on 3 people.
Yeah, absolutely. You can micro the Eastern Front on 3 people. But as I was into when we have to switch UGIS to Japan, having this, okay, there's 4 of us, you have this, you have this, you have that, and you lose someone, and it's going to be, who takes this? Where can we have this? An extra set of eyes. There's a risk to be a destabilizing factor in what has so far been quite good defensive gameplay.
Yeah. But we should really look at the bulge. You can see that in the middle of the screen, just next to Boppus here. The bulge in the center of the Eastern Front, because that could turn either way. It could end up with no encirclement at all. It
or
could
a
end
big
up with
chunk.
An encirclement, but I think the Soviets will manage to pull up most of their troops and all of their tanks. Or they could end up with a couple of German tanks encircled. And that's what I mean. This is so tight right now. It's still such a slugfest down in Ukraine.
I'm just going to answer a question here in chat from Dangerous509. I love that name. Is this the Finest Bro? This is a mod that's based on the Finest Bro. It's called Hygge, and it's Joachim Remmerfors, who plays the Soviet Union main, who actually mods this for us so we can play it and stream it to you. But yes, basically it's their Finest Bro with some tweaks to fit our community and our gameplay, so to speak. But I mean, that Salient is really interesting. Maybe we don't know what's going to happen from it.
And I mentioned I liked the Romanian Marine Commandos and the raiding behind the front line in the south. The thing is, though, it's not had a huge game impact.
Not yet.
So far, it's been a bit of an underwhelming impact on the Eastern Front from the Balkan miners.
Yeah, I actually thought, well, Skogänge is gone, but I actually thought, Yugoslavian, I actually thought they were going to push heavily, because now they apparently have the naval supremacy. They can do the Marine Commando attacks. I thought they were going to focus more on Caucasus and the oil instead of going Rostov and cutting it off.
But I also think it's a good thing they didn't, because with this much Soviet armor, even though most of the tiles down there are mountain, not all of them are, I think they would have been slaughtered if they tried to hold a front line based on those harbors. Also, the southern harbor is just a 2-point harbor. You can't push. There's a limit to how much you can push in there, especially in the beginning. And the Soviets have been really good at reacting. This is controversial, but I think they would have been slaughtered if they went into the Caucasus.
Yeah, I mean,
feel free to disagree in the chat.
Yeah, and I also have this in chat. We just got from Cure quite a long message. I'm going to try to summarize this with: under normal circumstances, allies should win now. If I had a choice, I'd start to prep for D-Day right now, because Japan is not that big of a threat. The North African front is kind of stable. There's no pushes being made. That's more or less fixed. So Allied troops should be somewhat free now. And do you agree with it?
I actually agree 100%. 100%. I mean, the US has to keep pressure on Japan and moving that forward towards an eventual capitulation. But I think they can afford to divert some resources from there. The hard thing is that the Euro allies, I think they still need to have a presence in India. But it doesn't need to be a game-ending D-Day.
No.
But an invasion they still hold Gibraltar. An Operation Torch, an invasion of Spain, don't land in Northern Europe. But right now, that would be absolutely the best thing to kind of push this game towards an eventual final victory. But it is hard to when you're in the midst of it. It's easy to say this when you're watching the game. When you're in the midst of this, it's hard to kind of get the momentum of pushing people away from what they're doing right now, what they've been focusing on. I still think they have troops in Sudan that shouldn't be there. By this point, it's just leave Egypt. Move those things away, focus on a torch instead. There are news. I think it could really pay off in the long run to try and invade Iraq again. I'm not really sure what happened there if the Australians pulled out because they had to defend Australia. But I mean, with all that in mind, I think it's absolutely 100% true that the Allies should start focusing on getting a D-Day as soon as possible. And D-Day in the broad sense. An invasion of Europe, boots on the ground in mainland Europe. Because that pushes resources away from the Eastern Front. And if the Axis had to pull resources off the Eastern Front right now, the Soviets will win that.
I'm agreeing with that statement and sentiment, and I think that maybe we can take a quick look at that, because I don't know what kind of forces. I mean, we know Italy has a big army. What kind of forces does Algot have for Spain?
Absolutely. We'll just quickly tab into Italy here. It's actually not that huge of an army.
No, it's not.
But
it's not.
Decent troops. He has them in the right place. Defensively, I think he's doing it the right. I don't, for the life of me. Finally, we have.
And finally, they're moving up.
Finally, they have troops on their way to defend Iraq.
Because if the Allies would have gone for that, they would have taken the oil away from Germany.
Franco-Spain is invading Iceland. Have we talked about Snistan's tendency to kind of chase the next piece of candy?
No, not in full. But and it's down here, but it's not pushing that.
Some troops.
There's 20 divisions guarding Spain.
Why is there Bulgarian troops?
Because I think they need to shore it up. Because
they absolutely do, but they shouldn't need to.
And
send Bulgarian troops
seven Italian Marines also. And
so
3 of them here.
That's I don't like that allocation of resources, but he's pushed into Iceland. I'm guessing, could be a base for something.
Could be a base for something. Could also just be fun. But I mean, just look at the German D-Day wall as of now.
Also, the Americans have no garrisons in Greenland.
No, maybe it's going there, but
that could be a good thing.
That could be a good thing.
What do you say, Johan? Sorry.
I'm just going to take this. Nitron, yes, I know the stream has been quite choppy. We have some internet connectivity issues. We apologize for that, and we're trying to fix it as good as we can. Good, that's good now. So we apologize, we know, and we're trying to fix it. That
really broke my heart to hear.
Yeah, I know, but we have good
It's
technicians.
so fun to sit here talking to you guys, and we're seeing the activity in the chat. It's just fantastic.
Yeah,
and,
you guys are amazing. You're the true MVPs.
I really wish that we could go out, not chopping.
Yeah, but we have people working on it, so we are trying to fix it, and we're aware of it, and we apologize. But just to go back to this, I mean, look at the D-Day wall for Germany.
Oh, just a second.
Okay, just a second. You get a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
The D-Day wall for Germany.
This is not a massive D-Day wall.
Nope.
No, it's not.
On the other hand, they don't have a D-Day threat.
As of now, they don't. But as Kjor mentioned and was into in his reasoning, the Allies could and should prepare a D-Day.
Yeah.
At least something just to remove some Axis armor from the Eastern Front.
You can see that the UK is trying to
he's going to take
throw
back
the Germans out of Ireland,
which
think
they
that's
have. Yeah, that's going to succeed. Yeah, and Finland is still alive, hunkered down.
which I think,
Yeah.
in the circumstance, he is happy about that.
Yep, I would be.
What I want to look at, the Brits also have a few. Is this Army 6?
And thank you, Milo, for that nice comment.
What was the nice comment?
Choppy, but it's still fine. Still a brilliant cast. You're doing a great job. So, yeah, thank you, Milo. We try.
You guys are really nice.
Yeah, you're really, really nice. That's why I love this community. It's amazing.
Let's see, where were we? So Spain, what I wanted to know is, yes, Spanish and Italian navies. Do we have... As soon as we start rolling, we're going to these in front. But before that, I just want to check where we are.
Where is he projecting his naval invasion with those 33 ships? Okay. Yeah, he's doing that. But is he going for Greenland?
They're looking at another...
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay, we talked about this, but I mean, if you're going to do this, just do it with enough troops.
Yeah. Take enough troops and use it. And also coordinate. Have the Italians coordinated so they're going from the other side?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. And
not,
now we
not
get,
to my knowledge. Let's just check that.
Yeah, because then we get back to something that Boppus has been... Yeah, okay, they actually did coordinate on this one because communication...
I still think it's too little, especially
still no.
No, they're not going to break that.
These hombres speciales...
Yeah.
Let's see what they are. They are not Marines.
They're not special hombres.
No. They are not special hombres at all. They're just
hombres.
Regular hombres.
Yeah. They're just very...
I wanted to look at the air war as well, and I think it's going okay for the UK because he has a lot of airplanes over Gibraltar.
Yeah, how many does he have?
And I mean, this is why you really need to do this before Barb, when you don't have a big front that swallows every resources, so that you can overwhelm them, bomb down first the airfield, then the forts, then you go.
And I mean, Sticky knows how important Gibraltar is.
And he's just such a good defensive player.
Yeah, he's a great defensive player.
Yeah. I mean, Sticky's had a rough game as well.
Yeah, yes. All of the allies have had, with the exception for the US, Mexico, and Brazil, they've had a rough game.
I would not want to have the morning that Sticky had, or the afternoon that Sticky's had. But he just... I just get so happy when I see that. He's done... I mean, Gibraltar is a rock.
Yep.
I have no notes on his defense of Gibraltar. Egypt was a clusterfuck, but I can't really blame him for that.
Also a good plan from Pontus, but I also saw that Boppus was waving.
Yeah, I wanted to go back a little bit.
Yep.
About your Torch and D-Day IDs,
because
I 100% don't agree.
Okay.
I'm 100% into Japan. Japan has, together with Ratakorshin, like 800 factories.
Oh yeah, that's
they have
a lot
19 infantry divisions on the mainland. That's all.
Yeah, and American Marine divisions, they break that.
Yeah, and they have no access to the seas anymore. So I would say as quickly as
cap
possible. Cap Japan.
Yep.
US, I don't know why it's so late. They have their first 6 tanks coming out now, mid 43.
Yeah.
So, I don't know why.
So that's kind of a bit that's been in chat that for the past games, lateness from the US.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
But if they would get in 6 tanks and 20 infantry divisions of their own.
Yeah.
There would be no Japan anymore. They will have a lot of factories.
And you can just move everything.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything disappears.
And it looks like we're going to have an encirclement here. That this bulge we talked about, not massive for the Soviets, but this could be very dangerous for them.
It could be.
They still need to close this, and they have ample time to get these infantry divisions out. But this is what I'm talking about when I'm saying that I'm not thrilled by some of the defensive play here. Once again, fallback lines.
But look
front
at
lines.
the German tanks there.
Look at that. They could actually take
First
the German
tank.
tanks. Yeah.
Could be gone.
Yeah, they could be gone if they move in correctly with that tank.
Which,
but no.
Hey,
no.
Counter encirclement.
And the counter again.
Yeah, and a counter again.
Why aren't they moving? They have 7 infantry divisions.
Move.
Seriously.
Seriously, move. That's all you need.
Oh my God, this is...
Yeah, and move there and move.
Okay,
so
now the Germans are pulling out. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
We are not impressed by anyone in this specific situation.
No. I think we're the harshest studio yet.
Yeah.
But they have to learn someday.
Yeah. I'm just gonna take 2.
But they got one.
So
they got them.
Yeah.
I'm not impressed by anyone in that play. But we have some.
And we could have.
I'm just going to recap here for Nitrons, who said, sorry, I've been away for a bit. How have the naval battle gone since Japan entered the war? And Soliv is actually in here telling him, Japan ran out of fuel, Navy died, convoys dead, they have 19 divisions on the home island. So Nitron, it doesn't look good for the Japanese as of now. But Soliv also has this. Earlier, we were placing the title of MVP on Italy's head. How are we feeling now that their holdings have kind of melted back?
I mean, Italy still hasn't.
They haven't lost.
No,
they pulled back.
The big problem is that the Eurax as a whole has not capitalized on the brilliant start they had to the game, which is very much up to Italy. I don't know how much of that is on Italy's shoulders, but of course that drags him down. But I'm still thinking absolutely Axis MVP.
Yeah, as of now, Axis MVP.
We have situations in Finland.
That's...
How are the Mongolians doing? So we said that the Eastern Front would be decided on...
Yeah, you're in that Mongolia.
Yeah, they've lost 3 divisions. Where are the last 5?
They are not encircled. They're going to try to break that out. They're not going to be inside.
So they broke the Finns here.
Yeah.
And the Axis pivoted and the Bulgarians encircled divisions here.
And let's see now when the...
those are dead.
Yeah, those are dead. Yep, stop that attack. You can't get them out. They're dead. And
we'll see
now
if they can manage to close a pocket here. I don't think so. This. Mm-hmm. Why is this open?
Yeah, move.
I really like how the Soviets have handled their armor. Despite they got 2 divisions encircled there, I like how they've moved their armor. But they are. This is a common mistake. They are staring so much at the armor divisions that they're forgetting the infantry. Yeah,
which is something we actually touched in when we talked about how much armor there were going to be. That you focus on the armor and you forget your inf.
And that's also because this is a really dangerous situation for Soviets. You see how the divisions clump together around here.
They do.
And then you get the encirclement.
Yeah.
And this will be extremely dangerous. They need to set up a fallback line. They need to set it up. This river line is probably... It's not viable anymore.
No, you have to go back.
Nah.
Kharkiv or El, I would pull back.
Which means you have to move back the whole of the southern front as well. Yeah. And that's what they should be doing now.
Yeah.
And this might be this might be what breaks the back of the Soviets.
Yeah, he's trying to attack.
He can still get this out.
Yeah, he could, but
he's gonna have to move back everything again. So and now they're really in the
and that one is...
You say the cone of stress in English?
Yeah.
Stresskonen.
Yeah, stresskonen, which
because it's trying to solve this problem.
Yeah.
Which means he isn't solving the larger problem of where do we retreat to.
Yeah.
And now he's got the German tanks in his back. Let's just quickly look at the air. Why can I say this?
Yeah, the Germans should have...
Yeah, and that's
around... That's 15 divisions.
16 divisions.
No, 16.
And this just keeps on
going.
He
keeps on.
And this whole defensive line is now compromised.
Yeah, and look down there where he continues to attack. Yeah, the tanks. He will take all of this. He can just run.
Yeah, don't go south. Don't go south.
No,
go north. Go north. Go north.
Go north. Oscar, go north. Because
Oscar, we like you so much. Don't do this.
because it looks good.
You have them. You have them. You can win the Eastern Front right here.
Mm.
Because these are Soviet armor divisions, and it's bad enough. Oh,
Yeah,
if this had been an armor division,
yeah,
and if this armor division had just gone north,
yeah. But
he's still not out of it. He's
No.
still not out of it. This is still so dangerous, and they are going to get another encirclement down here,
Yeah, and
as I said.
it's going to be 2 salients. I mean, this is
And this is what I mean, it's easy to say, why don't they actually do it? These are 2 or 3 people.
Yeah.
They're probably trying to talk to each other, but
but in the heat of the moment, you're sitting and microing.
no.
Oh, yeah.
See, okay, now move this, move this.
Move and click,
Move
and
and click.
don't try to.
He's going to lose divisions here. The question is, will he lose all of them?
Yeah,
And they haven't begun setting up a new defensive line. They
there's nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
They lost the micro.
Yeah, and
They lost the
and
micro.
and they're encircled. They're encircled now. Yep, they are.
And
Those
let me just show
divisions
you
are
what
dead.
this means.
Yeah,
He has no. This is quickly taken down. This was on 40
yeah,
when we got back.
yeah.
It's
And
now down to 19. A number of them were encircled. More of them will be encircled
yeah, and they lost here.
from the next army, and
Yeah.
now the whole southern front is collapsing.
Yeah. But as Boppus was into earlier, they have not used any of their mobilization waves.
No,
No.
no, no,
So
no, no.
they still
The
have-
Soviets are so far from capped, but this means they are no longer.
Yeah,
They're no longer even.
No.
Now they're on the back foot.
and this is the kind of time and place when you, as a Soviet player, start to get stressed.
Yeah.
And here I'm seeing that Boppus is in Discord, so I'm hoping that we can get some feedback from that later on. But this is where coordination and keeping your cool and not starting to yell at each other is really important. And hopefully the Soviet players keep it together. There's another pocket there. You saw that one, right? In the south, even further down.
Yeah.
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 As I said, they starting to roll up. What's going to happen now? Now they're starting to roll up the northern defensive. So even if this looks fine right now, this one I was running Norway. It's not as critical as it could be because the Finns are pushed back really good by the Soviets.
Yeah, really good.
The problem is they need to move this whole defensive line back.
Yep, but
that puts their whole Finland front.
Yeah, but I'm also saying this. It's good play in Finland, but it's also good of Finland. Look at the amount of divisions he is tying up for the Soviets. That's not down defending the front line.
And they should pull back from Finland.
Yeah.
Because that is not viable anymore.
No.
If you haven't capped Finland, just pull back. Get
reform.
the divisions down south. Instead, the Finns and Bulgarians are attacking.
And if they take that, that's a railer. And I mean, we have Cure here saying that.
And it's just pocket after pocket after pocket. Sorry.
Yeah, Cure is in with Axis Miners also doing good work. Yes, they've started to do good work here. And Saxoliv, who has, they managed to put pressure on, just as you said. And yes, we talked about this.
Yes.
Put pressure on them.
This is classic.
Yeah.
And what is so tragic is that you said it was really good Soviet play.
Yeah.
This is not.
This is falling apart.
Yeah.
And
since they've set up these divisions to not have any frontline orders, it takes so long time just to get them in a line.
yes.
See, and now he's moving them up to the.
Yeah, put just
These are just infantry divisions because now you're not standing on a defensible tile. You don't have organization, and we're seeing pocket after pocket after pocket. And you're going to see if they don't do something drastic here, this whole part of the front, this is going to be encircled.
One of my
Sooner or later, it's 1 or 2 pockets away.
Yeah, and as we have here, I noticed that you, Boppus, you were in and listening into the Discord.
Yeah, I've been listening into the Allied chat. So the Allies are taking Casablanca right now. So
they
they're
are.
making a push down in Africa.
Okay.
Quite easily. They also
yeah.
taken
Very good.
Bangkok, but are about to get dislodged, perhaps.
Okay.
So they're fighting their best fight. The
Yep.
thing is that they're not doing really anything of what we said we wanted.
No.
They're not going for Japan straight on. They're grinding in Burma instead. And they're going and
Not going
grinding
to
in North Africa. I'm not sure that then they need to follow up that
Yep.
with what you said, boots on the ground in Europe.
Yep.
Because I've been hearing you and seeing that the Soviet Union it's not going better for them at
No.
least.
No.
Once again, this is good tank play,
Yeah.
but no infantry with it, and they're not going to win this.
No, they're not. They're losing that, and the problem is, and they're losing up in Orel. And look at this. That's wide open, and they're gonna get another.
And this is going to
encirclement.
remain wide open. And now they're so far in, so you don't get the national focuses. You need to kind of start to build a defensive line. They can't really take.
No.
They need order 22 to 27 and a staggered retreat. They can only take one of these.
Yep.
because of the command power.
Yeah.
But they need that. They need infantry out. Let's see if they have anything.
Nope, they're not
Nope.
producing anything.
Are they in debt? They are now deep in the ditch with a deficit.
Yeah, now they
This is going to go fast from here.
Yeah, now they actually need, and there's another surround. Now they actually need the US and the Allies to start lend-leasing equipment, but not in this, oh, here comes a big batch, 14,000 guns.
They have 1,400 convoys. They could get in so much right now.
Yeah, they could.
Don, could you look at the
US
U-boat
stockpile?
campaign?
What?
Submarines.
Summaries. Yes.
How
I can.
we talked about that in the pause. We didn't have a chance to see. Are there any Axis submarines out in the Atlantic that could slow a D-Day or?
Yeah, but I mean, right now they are pushing.
The other thing is that we have an overview over the Soviets.
Mm-hmm.
The Allies and the Comintern are not on the same faction. They
No.
can't see this front.
Unless they
They
send
need
an
the
attaché.
They can with an attaché.
Yeah, I think they're allowed with an.
Because they think they have attachés going forward back. But
Yeah, but
this
still.
is just going to be.
Yeah, and this is the case of if you've played a lot of the Eastern Front, this is the time when you go into the Allied chat and scream for help.
Yep.
We have raiding in the Atlantic, but I wouldn't say it's that successful.
It's
actually.
not that decisive.
No,
Oh, okay.
absolutely not.
Okay, and then they're losing Finland, and now they're
Yeah,
forgetting to move out. So I think, they're going to get all these light tanks and circle as
Yeah.
well.
yeah, Finland is
Yep.
the push
Because
back.
no one is pinning these divisions.
Yeah.
These divisions. There we go. There we go. That's what we want to see. And then force retreat these out. No, not attack with those. Force retreat them out.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
they're going to lose Leningrad within days.
Boppus, I actually have a question here from Nitron, and maybe you can take a look at that. Is there any units going to UK for a D-Day?
I haven't seen any. I don't think so.
They're invested for Casablanca, basically.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, okay.
They are fighting in Burma and they're fighting in Casablanca.
Yeah.
Casablanca, they're taking Tunis. So
they're soon into Libya.
yeah.
Good. They remember the focuses.
So to answer your question here, Cosmatos, the Allies are pushing in Africa and they're pushing the front against Siam and Japan, but they're not going for the straight cap of Japan because they have 19 divisions on the home islands, or at least had the last time we checked, and they're not prepping a D-Day. So that's what the Allies are doing. So I wouldn't say nothing, but they're not doing the things that relieves pressure from the Soviets. And the Soviets, the fronts are collapsing, and now it's starting to be hard to be a Soviet player.
The Soviets just managed to get Order 2 to 7. This is a whopper.
Yeah, it's a whopper.
So this means that their division defensive core territory rises up by 25%. That is massive.
It is.
And that means that it's going to get harder for... That doesn't count Finland, where, as we said, these light tanks have been surrounded, which means that now we don't have a Northern Army group at all.
Oh, where are the Mongolians? Did they get out? Because I see 2 Mongolians.
But they can take first wave mobilization now, so they can get out like 500,000 troops.
The Mongolians are basically out.
He has 1 division.
One division, and that means 1 division might as well be no divisions.
Yeah.
Ooh, they managed to
they
circle
took
the Germans.
4 tanks.
See if they can kill them.
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, pin them. Come on, Ivan.
Pin them.
Germans, you need to pin.
You need to pin.
You need to pin.
The org is going down.
Yeah, the org is... And
If they just take one of them.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, but they stopped attacking the tank.
Yeah.
Use the tank standing next to it and attack.
Okay,
they got him out. Yeah.
And he goes straight into the attack.
That's classic Ivan. Just, okay, you surrounded me. You're going to pay for
Once
that.
again, with, follow through with your infantry.
Yeah.
You have infantry for a reason.
But do we have from Cure, how many divisions did the Soviet
are the
lose in
remaining theory?
Finland? I'm not really sure, but a lot.
So the remains are in Finland.
They're surrounding Stalingrad or Leningrad. That's up there.
They should be
Stalingrad.
moving this infantry.
Yeah. No, I agree with what Kusamatos says. One man can't micro all these fronts. No, one man can't, which is luckily that we have more players in the Soviets. But also, just after the break, or the hot join we had, Soviet actually lost one of their players, one of their co-ops, so they went from 4 to 3. I don't think. Oh, a Marine division.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the first Soviet encirclement I've seen.
Small boom. And Leningrad falls.
Every little drop.
Yeah.
The problem is, you see that there are a lot of
lost
Soviet
some.
divisions now on the front line. That's because they spawned.
Yeah.
But these are very cheap divisions.
And I haven't gotten
They're
the
20
equipment.
wits. And they don't come with full equipment.
No.
Which means that, once again, the current fighter strength is at... So this is at 35%.
Yeah.
We said they were low on infantry equipment for...
Yeah.
Basically, these divisions are... They're trash unless you can get them out, get them up to full equipment, and then...
And they're
Once
attacking
again,
with them.
fallback lines. And by this point, they're
It's a collapse.
they're so close to losing the viable... If this tank moves one more tile,
Yeah.
they don't have a viable defensive line for Moscow.
No.
Because that goes on this river, and then in the middle.
And that's what you try
And
to hold.
you just push all the infantry you can into this without screwing up the supply.
And
So Leningrad has fallen. White Finland, aided by the Balkan Bros, are slowly going on the attack.
curious actually in this with that they do have the equipment, but the manpower hasn't trickled down to the divisions.
Do they?
Yeah, he thinks so, and I think that's
No,
no.
it's a bit of both.
It's a bit of both.
Manpower is the big problem. You're right.
Yeah.
But it's also that they lack infantry. That's a minor thing. You're basically correct.
Yeah.
But let's look at the ones down here, and I think that you should see that
You're technically correct, Cure, and that's the best kind of
the
correct.
best kind of correct.
Yeah, and also, but how is the supply situation for the Axis here?
Let's check in on that.
Because that can always be a problem when.
And the Germans are out of fuel.
Yeah, the Germans are out of fuel.
And they're out of manpower.
Haven't they changed?
What has he done with all his manpower? It's ticking up.
Yeah, but I think he wanted a big tick up, so he went for service by requirement.
He's training 41 divisions also.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
So.
Yep. That's a lot of divisions. Yeah.
And all infantry.
No, some Waffen-SS was up there.
Yeah, a 1.
A 1. Okay.
But North Africa, this torchy kind of thing went very well.
Yeah, it did. But
it hasn't pulled troops. I mean, this will be great for later. But as of right now, this doesn't pull divisions off the Eastern Front.
And what is Italy doing? Is he trying to recapture it, or is he heading back to...
Let's say, because... Don, could you see where the US fleets are if they've moved a fleet to Europe?
I can check. They're starting to island hop slowly.
Yeah.
And also, I have to have this in Saxolave. You said before...
Yeah, we have an American fleet in the Med.
And they're fighting.
Come on. No, they're looking for each other.
They're looking for each other. Maybe they'll find each other. Maybe we can show you an actual naval battle.
But he shouldn't be looking for them because this fleet needs to repair.
Yeah, and he's bugging out.
He realized that.
Yeah, he goes home. And also, Saxolave said this. I said before the game, during the before the lunch break, 50% of the majors will run out of fuel. And because
we have a development in the Western Med.
Western Med. What is happening in Western Med?
We have someone dead.
Oh no! Oh, F in chat for the Spanish carrier.
Yeah, very bad.
Yeah, it was very bad. But I mean, F in chats for this.
But what about the other carrier?
Has that also sunken?
Why was it out at sea?
we don't know. But,
ain't that what carriers do?
Yeah, but I mean, that's
not that one.
Not that one. Not that one.
He has one more.
Yeah.
That should only be sailed off a dock in Valencia looking.
Yeah, and we get the F's in chat. Yeah, this is a sad day. Sad day. I've seen a lot of death.
I know the Soviets can't punish this, but I really wish that someone would get punished for this.
Yeah, just walk in Kaluga. But I mean, I've seen a lot of death, but that is a loss.
Yeah. We can see that
sunken by termites.
The pace of the Eastern Front slowed down drastically after 227. I think that the Axis needed a breather.
Yeah.
And maybe instead of doing whatever this is,
I think maybe
you need to shore up the defense of Moscow.
Yeah, I think also that they are kind of building up the supply because that tends to be quite horrendous when you push. And just having a breather.
They are punishing.
They are punishing.
Is getting punished for this.
Yeah, the Mongolian last standing division.
That is some poetic justice, though.
That is poetic justice.
And these are just 3 German divisions.
But it's
just because the Soviets are really on the back foot.
Yeah, and now kill them.
But no one is going
they can't afford this kind of thing.
No, they can't.
Meanwhile, we have another large encirclement in the making.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. But I mean, this is starting to look grim. And I mean, Boppus, you have not seen any kind of D-Day preparations or any home island invasions.
They're naval hopping down in the Bismarck Sea, Eastern Micronesia. I don't know why they have the Philippines. So
why are they there? And I mean, the Japanese fleet is basically neutralized.
So I don't know why they're not just moving in.
Yeah,
the Germans have so many armor divisions, though.
Oh, yeah.
22. What are the Soviets down to?
Yeah, because they've lost a couple.
We have 6...
Slack and armor standards just on cue.
6 U.S. armor divisions in Washington.
Well, maybe our correspondent can go and look at those.
The Soviets still have 14 armor divisions, and some of them are a bit low on equipment. I'm guessing that's the.
But the Germans are up to almost 28 now.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Yeah.
So we've gone from almost 1-to-1 to 2-to-1.
Yeah. And are the here you can punish them. Yep. But you don't.
But now we're in a case where everyone has kind of a lack of infantry. So these
30 divisions,
these 30 Romanian divisions might be better spent
actually up the front,
manning the front line where you don't have infantry.
Yep. That could be a possibility, but you know.
But Rosen is doing something very funny with Marines somewhere in Italy.
Yeah, he's moving through the Italian countryside.
I'm guessing he was. Oh, sorry.
Yep, he's moving through the Italian countryside, and also when we say that we will yell at people who doesn't look at supplies and overstack and doesn't have the division, our technicians will yell at us when we do something too wrong.
Like lean your head on the microphone.
Yeah.
That was apparently a bad thing to do.
Yeah, and Kira has the question in, what are the American tanks doing in Washington? Are they defending the White House? Yeah, probably. Or, they just don't want to go to Europe.
They're moving now.
Oh, they are.
And now we're seeing, so it's counter.
They're going to
UK.
To the UK.
Yeah, okay. So some semblance of a D-Day force is being drawn up in the UK.
Yeah.
But the Italians here, in the African front, if you go back to Libya, here, now they are engaging here. And Pontus has some divisions encircled and losing them. And he doesn't have that big amount of divisions. No.
And I'm questioning the decision to go light tanks and so on. One of the interesting things now on the Eastern Front, after the total Soviet catastrophe, now it turns out that the Axis have such a shortage.
They lack infantry.
Such a shortage of infantry.
If they had
that they basically don't have a defensive line.
If they had 30 divisions just to plug the gaps, that would have been great. Like 30 Romanian divisions from somewhere.
Yeah, but where can they find those?
I don't know. Oh, look,
None of us know. Where might they? Also, we say 30 divisions. The Germans have like 60, so that's 50% of the infantry division strength in the Eastern Front. It's just standing
in Newport. Well,
God, I'm so frustrated right now.
Yeah, I know.
They're prepared for a counter attack.
The counterattack.
Yeah,
but also we have a counterattack here in the Baltics.
Yeah, because
they don't have infantry enough to fill up.
Meanwhile,
we have.
there are 22.
We have 5 Soviet tanks.
5 over 10.
Go down towards.
Yeah,
Radical.
where they're clicking Fury. Yeah, that's 5.
Yeah,
Can they break them out before?
they have 5 friends there. Yeah,
Yeah.
they should be able to, but
No.
they
No.
don't have the time.
Yeah,
Nope.
1 gone, 2
Yeah,
gone.
they're gone, they're
Yeah,
gone.
they're gone.
That's not good.
yeah.
Because, I mean, basically,
That's a third of the tank force.
and now
a
finally,
third.
Germany, because if there's some time you can, I will accept that you just attack with tanks and don't follow up infantry. It's right now because no one has the infantry they
No,
should
but
have. on
look,
this
they
front
have some encirclements up in the Baltics, and that. It's not the.
line. I still think they should just. I mean, an armored push right here.
Yeah, absolutely. But if you look over here, which is a problem in the Baltics, up to the Baltics, they're losing more infantry.
Yep.
Which Germany can't really afford. I know they're pushing out more inf, but it's the same thing as for
The Romanians are finally moving.
Yeah, they're moving. Oh, they're coming up to shore up the defense. Oh, who knew? Yeah, but takes a long time to send an order.
I will see one thing about Rosen.
Yeah.
Fantastic player. But he has a tendency of like, look at my shiny attack divisions and the cool thing I can do with them. And it's like,
Didn't you have inf? Oh, yeah, I had.
no, he literally forgot that he had infantry.
Yeah, I think so. But Cure is saying this, and I can 100% just agree. This game is really a bit confusing.
You don't say it. It's
Yes,
like,
thank you.
Disaster after disaster after disaster for both sides.
Yeah.
Except for Japan and Asia Axis. It's been disaster after disaster after disaster after disaster.
Yeah.
I do think it's weird that because they've had so many times where they have literally an open way to Moscow.
Yeah, but not.
And if they're still not having, this might be, this is a frontline order now.
Yeah.
But they didn't have a frontline order for a long time. Just send a division just to stand in Moscow so
Yeah.
that you disrupt the supply. You make sure that they can't get the good focuses.
Yeah. And we also have this thing, which is a shortage. And the Germans are in desperate need of infantry.
Yep.
The Soviets are also in desperate need of it, but they also have decisions to spawn out more troops.
Yep.
The Germans don't have that luxury.
It's also the Finns, because this front line is
Yeah.
not defended.
No.
The problem is that the Finns have so few divisions.
Yeah, so they can't manage.
So basically, this is basically everyone's just decided that let's
We're
just not
chilling.
fight here.
We're chilling.
Let's just not.
Yeah,
The
because
front line is too long.
but we have a question from Jakob in chat. Have the Germans fulfilled the doctrines yet?
German tanks are
German
getting
tank.
encircled.
Yeah. But which path did the Germans go in doctrine? Doctrine-wise,
I guess Blitzkrieg.
yeah,
Or
and
Blitzkrieg.
modern Blitzkrieg, yeah. So that's the line they went. But I mean, when they're lacking this much infantry,
But no.
But 4 tanks, but they're not attacking them.
No, they're trying to attack them.
yeah, but they're also trying to.
But they're also standing still.
Yep. And here I actually want to say something about the German players, because we've seen it earlier today. When you get encircled like that, you don't try to attack out of it; you try to break it out.
Yes.
And that's I think.
Okay? So you're pushing.
Yeah, and they're out. But they can still move back. And
It
there
will be
can
a
be
counter pocket.
Yeah,
Yeah.
counter pocket. Yeah. And they're nagging off some infantry. But I mean, lacking this much infantry that the Axis are doing, that will affect the D-Day wall.
And the German Finland decided to just ignore the fact that they don't have a defended.
No,
this is wide open.
Yeah, this is
If someone
absolutely
just
wide open.
walked these divisions out to Helsinki, there's nothing standing between them and Helsinki. Finland said, caution be damned, and is
I'm
now on his own,
Yeah, caution be damned, I'm going to Moscow.
encircling the entire.
Yeah. But here we have
I'm
another...
sorry, I know I'm barely audible. I'll
Yeah.
try to calm down. It's just.
Yeah, but I mean, it
game
is,
now.
as people said, Cosmodo said this, Eastern Front is always whack. Yes, it's always whack, but this is wackier than most times, so to speak.
The wackiest.
Yeah, but I mean, just look at this. Instead of pushing and grinding in India, invade the home islands, because I mean the US probably has spies on Japan.
Let's actually
They
head
probably
over
know
just a bit.
how many divisions they have, and it could be easily calculated. Okay, this is what we have here. What's left?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm not sure why they're island hopping when they have the
Yeah.
Philippines
I don't
and
know.
no enemy fleet.
Oh, Spanish Africa.
Yeah, let's
Forces of Franco Spain has successfully conducted naval invasion at Spanish Africa. Okay. Probably taking it back. Yes, Cure. Victor is kind of chilling, but also said, caution be damned. Let's go. For glory.
or corn.
Yeah. Corn.
For corn and glory.
Yeah. Corn doesn't care where hence the blood
Okay,
flows from.
Spanish Africa.
Yeah.
We have another encirclement in Tula, one German
Tula.
division, but they're not attacking it.
They're not?
No,
They,
I
they
think-
just encircled it and okay.
Yeah, I think
Oh, they're killing the infantry division.
they're having too much to do. I think they're stressed out now.
Yeah. Since Finland said, screw this.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then again, also, what is the division count for the US as of now in January 44?
Still only have 6 tanks, 7 Marines.
Yeah. So there's,
First, 60 infantry divisions.
yeah, so like 85 divisions, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And the
That's not a
Soviets are
lot.
Still bleeding
I'm not
infantry. This is
Really sure what they
I know
are
that-
building more tanks now. At
Okay.
least.
Yeah, we can go back to the Eastern
That's
Front. Yeah.
I was just saying that they are still bleeding infantry in these small encirclements.
Yeah, they are.
And although the division count looks quite good, what they've done is
They merged
they've
it, right?
replaced
Yeah.
the good divisions or decent divisions that
Yep.
they started with, and now it's auto-generated crappy divisions. So even though the division count is being kept up,
They're not as good. But I mean, look at how weak this Axis line is.
yeah, but also this isn't. I don't think that this is because they're planning to do a real push here.
No.
This is because this part of the front line
It's
it's
calm.
solidified,
Yeah, it's calm.
and they haven't moved any of that up
No.
to where they are weak and where they lost division. So
No.
I know they're stressed out, but this is one of the problems when you get stressed out is that you fluctuate so much on the
Yeah.
front line, you don't spread out, you don't take it, and
Yeah.
there's not really a coherent defensive line that the Soviets are holding. It's just where the front line happened to stop.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm trying to do some pushback. But if I were
But they are into 44 and still living.
yeah, but if I were playing the Soviets, my thought here would be, okay, look at the line, the Axis line. It's not that big. Let's start encircling more and more, and pick up 1 or 2 infantry divisions at every turn. But yeah,
I noticed another thing that the Germans were on construction repair as a continuous focus.
Are they being?
Are we having a
bombed?
lot of Allied bombing?
Maybe.
Let's see. What is Sticky up to?
Preparing naval invasions. He's going for D-Day.
The fun thing is that they're preparing paradrops the other way. So
Yeah.
Pas de Calais, hotspot.
Yeah, hotspot. And Cure says this. That's really low division count. Also, 50 plus are garrisons. But what are the U.S. producing? Yeah, they are trying to push out some tanks, but I kind of agree that in January 44, I would expect the U.S. to have more boots on the ground.
They're using 100 military factories on strategic bombers.
Ah,
and
okay.
bombing.
Okay, they're strat bombing Germany.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not sure that's the right thing to do, but they're
Nope.
doing it.
The Soviets have very unsportingly remembered that both Finland and the Soviet Union continue north of Karelia.
You have a technical message. Yeah. Very unsportingly remembered. We are at war and we can advance. That's.
But I did love the gentleman's agreement. It's like,
Yeah.
let's just not fight up here.
No, we just.
That is now broken, which means that this whole
Yeah.
I won't call 5 divisions an army group, even
No.
though it's about a quarter of the Finnish.
But
it's so bad when you have Kampfgruppe instead of Armeegruppe.
yeah, exactly. But I mean, what kind of total troop count does the
Once again,
does the Finns have? I mean, it's not
I
that
thought
much.
it was 20 divisions. Yeah, 20 divisions.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So it's still not too late to cap Finland.
No. And you could do that with.
They will get out of here.
Yeah, they will get out. But
this is just movement without meaning, really.
Yeah. It is.
It's still fun that he tried to cut them off there. I mean, the whole rest of the country is wide open.
Yeah. Which is.
He must have lost 27 divisions. I predict that we will see the Finnish army advancing again.
Yeah.
Let's see here if they manage to kill some German tanks.
Yeah. We also have a question here.
My hand is about to die right now. This is not ergonomically correct.
No
way of
doing this. No, I get that. You have a bit of a black screen here. Yeah.
Is that on YouTube and?
Yeah. YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah, but we're back.
Good.
Yeah, I apologize again for the lackluster internet. We can't do anything about that, and I do apologize because you've been great. Yeah, apologies for this.
Okay, so I would say that the Eastern Front, now that we are back, the Eastern Front is slowly swinging back in a new direction. It doesn't look good for the Soviet. The thing is, it's not looking good for the Germans either. They are started to lose armored divisions to encirclements. There are basically, apart from the Romanians, and I'm not sure they have all their 30 divisions.
No, but I've added 10 more.
Yeah,
40 now.
They should all be here.
Yeah.
They are alone on the Eastern Front. And they're not really pushing forward. So they don't attack out of an encirclement.
No.
Never.
Attack out of it. No, you have to be broken out. But this is starting to be...
just stand there.
Yeah.
Otherwise this happens.
Yeah. But this is starting to be dire. Extremely dire.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the US is slowly taking islands. Now they're going for Guam.
Okay. Taking back Guam. The proof that we are boomers, because that joke deserves its special place in hell.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
It is. And we actually have a question from chat and Cure. If we can see the German construction queue to see how the US bomber strategy actually works. So we're going to get on to that.
I clicked into this before, but I didn't comment on it. So let's just click into Germany here. They have construction repair. The thing is, they've lined up so many building projects that are not repairing that much.
No.
And I'm guessing this is because they're consumed by the Eastern Front, but they should prioritize these repairs.
Yeah, but I mean, they've devoted, if you look up top, they've devoted 50 civilians to construction, to repair queues.
Where do you see that?
Up. 50. Yep. Prioritize building repairs. So that's at least something they're doing. And that's a smart way of doing it.
But still, it's a bit over 10% of their total factories.
Yeah.
It's a smart way of doing it. And I did not know that.
No, that's...
Seriously, I did not know you could do this.
No, but that's a new feature. I usually tend to do it because I can't be bothered with repair queues. So, and when you have that number of factories, I mean, 1,200 factories, just...
In this case, it's really smart. But we can see that it's a lot. Boppus is waving to us.
Yeah.
Please.
When we're done talking about features, Iraq is being reclaimed by the Allies.
Yeah. So there goes oil.
And they're also planning raids on the Romanian oil fields.
Yeah, so there goes the fuel.
Yeah. So now we can say that this is definitely swinging against the Euro axis.
Yeah.
And we mentioned this before, that this was something that they really should do. This has been weakly defended for a while. I don't know where the Italian...
I don't know.
The question is if they pulled that out to defend...
Look at the ones, the divisions. If you go to Italy and just change over to that, that used to be 40. That's 18 now. And you have 33. He has lost divisions here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. And I mean, maybe...
And this is actually pulling...
Yeah.
This is actually pulling German armor divisions off the Eastern Front.
Yeah. Because they know that they need the fuel. And look, Italy's
scrapped for fuel.
Yeah. Germany still
pressed
has
a
it.
few?
Yeah, pressed. But I mean, Hungary and Bulgaria, who have both motorized and panzer divisions.
Well, Hungary has all the oil, so they're fine.
No,
they're not.
no, the Romania is not fine. Bulgaria is fine, and Hungary. They were
Bulgaria have 4.
fine. Yeah, yeah.
And they're not. That I wonder if he has moved these at all.
No, I don't think he has. I think he keeps them as a strategic reserve or something like that. Much like we did with the 30 Romanian
I
divisions.
don't think they can afford to do that
No,
anymore.
but also they are.
We're starting to see some naval invasions as well.
Yeah.
In the
Yeah.
No, this might have been Vichy. Vichy France is gone.
Yeah, I think they just annexed it because we didn't have a player on Vichy.
No.
Yeah. But that's also another front line for the Germans and Italians to cover.
And this D-Day wall, we're seeing this now that they're in the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
The defenses are very weak. On Valencia, they're not even there.
Yeah.
The Bulgarians
Yeah.
are pulling a heavy load on D-Day defense.
Yeah.
Let's see here. The Axis started moving forward in the Baltics. Let's see that now. But they've been losing more armor divisions.
Yeah.
So they're now down to 15. And I think we said, Don, what was the top count on armor divisions? It was something like 24, right?
Yeah,
For the
it's
Soviets, yeah, 22.
No, Germans.
Germans. Oh, I can look now. We have a naval battle in the channel. You can check out.
Oh, in the channel.
Or the battle. It's done.
It's done.
And it's not looking good for... I can't see it.
I can't see it either.
Can't see it either.
We have a loss of 5 UK carriers,
Ooh.
1 battle cruisers, 4 heavy cruisers, 19 light cruisers,
Oh,
Ooh.
and
to the
38
Germans.
destroyers.
Yeah,
No, the UK.
yeah,
UK Navy got sunk.
from Germany, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the story. On
Here we
Panzer
have the Panzer ships.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This is 27 Panzer.
that's a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a potent force.
And
It's a
that's
potent
bad
force.
for the D-Day.
Yeah,
That is very bad for the D-Day.
and the only thing here is Germany doesn't really have the if you can just send my coffee mug over there, it doesn't really have the manpower to conduct to both have this operation on the Eastern Front and conduct a sea lion.
Yeah.
As of now, they can't.
But I mean, if they could get a D-Day,
But they can also stop a D-Day from happening in France.
Yeah.
I think that part of this build-up was kind of about to
Marcus?
check that. Thank you. That's Johan's mug.
Yep. Thank you. We're holding on etiquette here, not drinking out of each other's mugs. But yeah, there's another encirclement up there, and that's 3 Soviet tanks. That's probably gonna get.
Do you mind if I take a...
Yeah, sure. We can just swap you for Boppus here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're swapping you here. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, quick call for Magnus. But I mean, we had another encirclement, and you can just control that one. Yep, yeah, you're the one.
I'm the one.
You're the one and only. That's also a song I'm not going to sing, not because we're going to get demonetized, but because my singing voice is atrocious. So I'm saving myself and you from it. But I mean, Cure has this. I will laugh in the end if the Axis invades England. Yeah, I would too. That I see that.
This is,
Yeah, from behind, taking the supply. Yeah,
They try to pin them at least.
they try to pin them.
There's no organization.
No.
Defend Moscow, so we will have some more units here, 30 units.
Yeah, here we have them.
Yeah, but low equipment, like 8, yeah.
Yeah, Cure. I know we are. We're working with it. With the net that's not really in our favor as of now.
And we lost connection. To the
Yeah,
server.
we also lost connection there. But was it a game crash?
Let's see, did I lose connection?
Yeah, maybe. Right, we're back. Yeah, Cure.
No, I have connection.
You have
so
connection, so we can switch over to.
Switch over to me.
Opus. Yes, Cure. I'm again sorry, but the PSYOP operation towards our internet is supreme and affecting us. And I'm sorry for that.
Yeah. They're trying a counter encirclement here.
Yep.
The huge one. I think this will be. I'm a little bit scared, but I like the.
Yeah, I like the ambition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Should follow this.
Yeah.
This is exciting. And Mongolia has at least 2 motorized divisions.
Yeah.
Quick.
Yeah. Oh, but he's getting pushed back there.
But they're not seeing this one. I think they're
I
up
don't-
here.
Yeah, I think they're
Mike Ring,
focused there.
having fun.
Yeah, not seeing what's happening down there.
No. But they're not doing this quickly. What?
Yeah,
Why?
and night round, big HOI4 doesn't want the boomers to become HOI4
They
famous.
can't cut
Yeah,
off them here, but they take 1
Yeah.
unit instead.
yeah,
Oh no!
yeah. They have the potential to take a huge surround, but no,
Yeah.
they wanted one.
No. And here, oh my god, this will
Oh yeah,
hurt.
this will be hard if that's lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they're not getting through here at least right
No.
now.
Or not.
This is bad. They're
Yeah.
draining the organization, and look at the counterattack here
Yeah.
from the Germans.
Yeah.
they were
Welcome
lucky
back,
there.
Magnus. You timed out in connection. As Night Round said, big HOI4 doesn't want us to become famous boomers. I can just agree with that. But yeah, we're trying our best. And once again, I apologize for this because you're a lovely audience. We've had so much fun with you, and I wish I could just put up my own internet station, but fortunately I can't. But for the next game,
Paradrop at Brittany.
yeah,
Look,
okay.
we have a D-Day.
We have a D-Day. Yeah, we do.
With French troops and South African.
Yep, SUF and France. But will they follow it up with naval invasions in Cherbourg? Maybe.
Wait a second, I want to look at those divisions. Mutapa.
Yeah.
Because these they're not amazing.
No, but
Or are they? No.
they're in the way.
Yeah. They're clearing out the
They're clearing it out.
they're clearing out the tanks here.
They are. But I mean, yeah,
400, 300. Yeah, this is quite good.
it's quite good. Yeah.
And their situation are
It's okay.
Yeah.
But it kind of and now they're pumping in more troops. I would probably have gone for another invasion to coincide with this. Like Cherbourg or something like that.
yeah, they have plans
They
for
have plans
Cherbourg,
for it.
but they're not doing it.
Do they have the naval supremacy?
Yeah, they
Looks
do.
so. 100%. That should
And
be enough.
That should be enough.
it
Yeah.
should be enough.
But these tanks are rolling in.
Yeah, they are. Those are some
These
good.
tanks are those are the American tanks. Yeah.
Yeah, we have
South
American
Defense.
tanks here, and we have South African tanks.
Yeah,
Oh, this
Yeah.
could.
the good light tanks.
This is really what the Soviet needed right now.
Yeah,
this
they
is
needed
a lot
this
of
relief.
units. If they
Yeah.
couldn't surround them.
Yeah, and Saxliv also says a Hygge HOI game isn't a Hygge HOI game without technical difficulties. I agree, but I would prefer the technical difficulties not to be this massive as
Okay.
they have been.
Here comes the counter push.
Yeah, they're pushing that out.
Oh my god, this breakthrough.
Oh, those divisions.
Are the Germans?
Yeah, the Germans have moved tanks over here.
Ooh.
Yeah, so this is hard.
Does it help any way at all at the Eastern Front?
Nope.
We have a little surround there.
Yeah, there's a small surround up there.
But at least the front has moved again. It
Yeah.
was starting to become almost static for a while.
I'm not sure why not just firing this invasion.
Yeah, neither
Just
neither
go
do
for
I.
it.
They should. They should.
Yeah.
Another
won't hurt
nice
them.
catch from Magnus Ek. Snooze is flying back, and another nice catch from Marcus Kuno. When I can't talk about the game, I invent my own game.
It
But
really started to sound like
Sport custom.
journalist.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, there's a lot of troops there.
Yeah,
now.
there's a lot of troops, but it has relieved some of the pressure from the eastern front.
Where are the
Yeah,
German
we have tank.
Yeah, the tanks are coming here. Yeah.
Skanderbeg.
Yep.
Yeah, most tanks are going in here now.
No, that's. But I mean, that relieves some pressure from the Soviets.
Yeah,
Can they-
hopefully see if they. Yeah,
Yeah, they're
they're pushing.
yeah, they're gonna take some divisions.
And as you said, the amount of infantry isn't. Yeah,
No,
They're
it's
2 million.
not great. And how much manpower does the Germans have?
800,000.
800, and how many are in the field? And they're on service by requirement.
2
Yeah,
million.
2 million. Yeah,
2 million in the field at this point is just
it's not
isn't
a lot.
that just so little?
Yeah, what is the casualty rate for our players here?
Let's see. We have 4.4 million. That's not huge.
That's not huge, and 1.6. That's not huge either.
We're not killing each other.
No,
What is this?
they're not, or they
It
don't
should
have.
be 12 million. This is just boring.
Yeah. I mean, and
No, but I mean, the rate of armor divisions has been so high on both
Yeah.
sides.
Yeah.
And that's fantastic to have a lot of armor divisions.
Yeah.
But
they're
Here
lacking.
we have a
It's
naval
bit like,
invasion.
There
But
come the naval invasion.
Yeah,
yeah,
and that's gonna land.
That has landed.
yeah, that has landed.
Good point.
Doesn't affect the supply here though.
No, it doesn't. But
Do they have anything to fall? Oh, they have more.
yeah,
tanks.
they have
Yeah.
more tanks.
Mm.
They have another force here that they can follow up with, and they're gonna follow up with that.
How's the air situation?
You are the sole one now, since
Good, really good.
yeah,
70% air superiority.
that's.
I
that's
don't want to hot join the other studio computer while we're in.
No, in this, because that is what we call a tactical desync or a tactical hot join to get people to just get back in here.
Also, we've got action here.
Yeah, we got action. It's important. to
They
look
have
at.
met up here. This is really intense. Nothing is happening, but it's happening at a really intense pace.
It's not the
Yeah.
first of these situations we've had today either, where
No.
you have like armor forces pushing back and forth,
Forth and back and forth and
Yeah.
back and forth. Yeah, it's like a very bloody game of tennis.
And it looks like the Soviets are enjoying.
Yeah,
They should,
a
but they
short
should
breather.
be.
but they should be pushing.
Yeah, they should.
And they are
oh,
pushing. They are pushing.
Down.
Where?
Yeah, there.
Yep.
The Mongolians.
And, yeah, coming in
It's up to
clutch.
3 divisions.
Yeah, coming
And
in
this
clutch.
doesn't look like much, but I mean, considering how infantry starved the Germans are,
Yeah,
Yeah.
every little
this
division
has
counts.
a serious
here
impact.
they
when
have-
you're losing 3 divisions, 3 divisions,
But
3
I mean,
divisions.
Look at this opening. They
Yeah.
have
1,
a
2.
lot more. 3-1.
Yeah, they could easily push.
I don't
that.
know
Yeah.
who's microing the south of them, but they've
No one.
basically been standing still
Yeah.
for a long time. Okay, back to Western Europe.
Yeah, back to the D-Day.
Yep. They're dancing.
And paradrap at
Bravo.
yeah, they're dancing here. There. But I mean, there's a lot of Axis troops here.
Yeah, but
But-
they're not getting thrown out.
No.
That's the.
That's the important part. And
Yeah.
look how much Axis armor is here.
Yeah, this is a lot.
Yeah, there's 6 tanks over there. 1 of 7. Yeah, there's a lot of Panzers action down
So
here.
if I want to see the Soviet Union be aggressive
Yeah,
now,
I
they
want
have
to
the
see them
troops.
attacking from there.
They can't just be. Sorry, I'm whining. That's
Mm-hmm.
not.
Let's not whine. Action is happening. So,
No, this is the whiny studio. I've been
Yeah.
whining all day.
yeah. We've all been.
If you want the happy-go-lucky studio, get Pete and Victor back.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
the petition.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're moving forward.
yeah,
Slowly.
yeah. But also this as
But I mean, this is a matter of time. If the Germans can't push them out, they're just going to grow stronger.
Yeah.
And sooner or later, they won't be able to hold them back.
no.
These
exactly.
American tanks, though, 700.
Ooh,
Oh, yeah.
they are sweet.
We asked what is Falk and the PT doing in the US? Building amazing tanks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But it looks like the German armor is able to push them. Oh, but they are down.
yeah, they are.
How are they on equipment, the German tanks? That doesn't look good at all.
No, I think
More naval invasions up in Holland.
yeah, I think they're actually
Yeah, they're lacking. Now they're lacking.
yeah. What are they lacking? They're lacking support equipment. They're lacking gun
Pretty much everything except
tanks, right?
Light tanks, medium tanks,
Oh,
1,000.
that's a
Is
deficit.
it from?
Oh, they yeah, they're
also
producing. I would cancel that line.
Yeah, they're locking
especially
in.
deprioritize that
Yeah.
line. Can we look at the naval nations up in Holland?
Oh, look here.
Yep.
I missed them.
Yeah, Holland and Belgium. Yeah, and
Okay,
there's
this-
nothing here. There's nothing here.
No.
Yeah.
That won't be able to do much, but it will pull.
No, but now
German
they have to
divisions
shift.
away. Yeah.
They have
Yeah.
to shift, and also since the Allies have air is kind of as Kira said, it's half the battle for D-Day. If you have green air, that's
And they have.
they have.
In an Eastern Front move, you should pull back to the Rhine at this point.
Yeah, you should give up France.
'Cause sooner or later,
and they are.
You need a division. Yeah.
Are they pulling back or are they just
But this is
reforming
hard.
at Amiens?
It's not just one country; it's several
They're
countries.
starting to pull back. The Bulgarians are. Where are they going?
I don't know where they're going.
It might be a tad too early. But they should be able to kill that invasion.
Yeah, they should. They should. They should be able to. But that was just to get them dislodged from the line, I think, to have them out.
No, this is really good.
I mean, it's a good play.
Once you've landed, I mean, boots on the ground everywhere. This will distract the Germans. This will pull divisions away.
There is some encirclement. Some
the
French.
only bad thing is if they pull in a lot of infantry and can't pull out.
Yeah.
Like that.
So some French Marines are gonna go, but worth the
British
sacrifice.
infantry
A surround.
doesn't really matter at this point.
No.
Of course, good for the Germans.
Yeah.
They're also standing on. They're standing on Brussels and Antwerp.
Yeah.
And those are No, they're not metropolis, are they?
Citizens.
Brussels is.
Brussels is.
If you look at the
Brussels.
region.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So those
Antwerp,
are
I don't
hard
think.
to
Should
dislodge.
be able to
Yeah.
push
But-
them out.
But then again, should they push
It's
out?
not a huge loss.
It's
if
not a
they lose
huge
this.
loss. It's not.
No.
And basically, what this has done is give the Soviets operational freedom to actually do something. The problem is,
And they're using it.
yeah,
This is
they
what
are
they
using
need to
it.
do. Nice.
Yeah, because that infantry, that's going to hurt the Germans
Yeah.
and the Axis.
And they're starting to have tiles.
Yeah,
where
they
only
can
have
ill
one division.
afford this. They can ill afford this.
Yeah.
And
Start
sooner or
moving down
later,
here.
the line gets so weak that
Yeah.
they can almost push on a
Yeah.
broad front.
Yeah.
So this will come like a swinging door all the way back towards the German border.
Yeah, I would say they should just start attacking everywhere right now.
Yeah,
I think they could attack.
yeah.
that infantry.
Just
Yeah.
put a front line and attack with everything.
Everywhere.
Yeah, just attack, push them.
And I mean, the Germans are only 2 guys.
Yeah.
At least one of them is in France right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it looks like they're gonna get maybe kick this one out. But then again,
I'm not sure.
it's a lot of back and forth here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is getting kicked out.
Yeah.
They're gonna kill that. They have some tanks they can move down.
Yeah, but then again, they also need the tanks on the Eastern Front.
Right now, this is
This
absolutely
is
the priority.
more prioritized.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah, the studio votes for the Soviets to be aggressive right now.
yeah. If I were Remmerfors, just
They're
all out
pushing in
attack.
Finland.
Oh, but there's another 3 divisions.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Now they're rolling.
Yeah.
Now they're rolling. And the Mongolians
It's rolling.
spearheading the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's more opening here. If they would be aggressive now.
Yeah,
they
because
would have lost
look at
half
the
a million
German
men.
infantry down there in the south. It looks like they are moving up to fill the gaps, which means if you go even further down to kind of Rostov area, Stalino,
Yeah.
and zoom in, this you can break this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this is just all out
Is that
attack.
a 10 with what?
No.
15-1.
30.
30.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're
That's
clear.
but there's one.
Yeah,
one
but
against 3.
it's 1 up against 3 or 6
Yeah.
or 9. I mean, they can
Yeah.
attack from two different.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
They're
now
pulling
they're
back,
running.
they're
They're
pulling
running. They're
Which
pulling
was
back.
the smart thing to do there.
That's
Yeah.
they're reforming the line.
The bad
Yeah.
thing is that front line they've chosen is barely shorter. Barely shorter.
Barely shorter,
Yeah.
but they have the big river.
They have the big river.
They also did it with.
But
oh
how,
no, they did it with the field marshal, which means that they're going to become tangled. This is going to become so hard if they want to.
yeah,
Sorry, that
yeah.
minor problem.
But the
What's
Russians
happening
aren't
in
moving. Yeah,
They're here.
They're still here. Yeah, back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, quite closely matched armor divisions.
Yeah,
this game.
very close.
Yeah.
But
if you compare it to the last game where we had these German heavy tank divisions that could beat practically anything,
yeah. But I mean,
on good ground.
Looking at this, if we go back to France, I've just have the region there where it's red now for Rennes. If I were living in Rennes, I would not have a happy time because that's been pushed like a ping pong ball back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I don't think there's much left of Rennes in this. Yeah, and they took it back, and they're gonna probably
Tune into Hygge HOI for the social consequences of
war.
the digital Second World War.
Yes. Not much fun in Rennes, no. Basically. But but it's a back and forth. But I mean, the invasion and the Allied D-Day, it's not pushing out, but it's not getting kicked out either. And it and it binds up nine or 10 German panzer divisions. And how many did they lose anything when they retreated?
They lost a bit, but not much, I think.
No,
There were 1.3 million casualties, from the Soviets 100,000.
Yeah, 100,000. That's.
But the ratio between Germany and the Soviet Union, that's not good.
Oh, and this is why I love our community and our viewers, because we are getting Fs in chat for Rennes, which I think is nice.
Okay, now
now they're cooking.
Oh, how much will they lose? They're pulling out.
Yeah, but
but
they're counterattacking.
Yeah.
But I would pull out from that, I think.
Yeah. They're gonna move
Yeah.
back.
When the tanks get up to that, they should be able to push it. They are so starved for supply right now. As well.
Yeah.
But the Germans need to give them need to give them a bloody nose and really cap division so they won't just come back.
But some divisions are starting to, because if they just leave, they can wait a month or two for the Germans to get back to the Eastern Front, and then come back and do it all again.
And I think they got most of it out of Cherbourg.
Yeah.
I think they'll get most out there.
Yeah,
Especially
they're just
the tanks are.
and the tanks are
Could
leaving.
we get a view on the American tanks? Yeah, that was 8 American tanks that
They
got
left.
out.
Yeah, they left.
No,
No, they haven't left yet.
Yeah, they're leaving. Most of them
they're
at
out.
least.
Yeah, they're out.
Yeah, they're out.
Yeah. So they just have
How
to
many
wait.
did they have? Did they lose any? Do we know that?
I don't think so.
Not sure. They're up to 11 tanks, perhaps someone, but nothing much.
But I mean, good defensive, as Cure is saying in chat. Good defensive play from the Axis, but they also and they're still hunkered down there, but they're gonna die now. But good defensive play from the Axis, but also good offensive play from the Allies, because they did what they were supposed to do.
Yeah.
They came in, they took pressure off the Soviets. They got out with most of their forces, and why is Japan still alive?
To be the whiny one in the studio.
Yeah,
again,
okay, yeah.
It is second half of 44, though.
Yeah.
And while it is very historic in our games, I would say that most times this is too late. Okay, we had late Barb, we had late Japan, but you should have boots on the ground in mainland Europe before this. I do think so.
Yeah, and also Cure says.
And kudos to the Soviets for being alive.
Yeah, really
Not just alive, but right now on the offensive.
Yeah, and
but that will stop.
Yeah, but Cure has this with nothing got deleted, and that's a problem. And also, which Soliv says, which I agree with, bad offensive from the Soviets. They should have I would have wanted the all-out attack, because then the Germans wouldn't be on that side of the river. They wouldn't have kind of reformed.
You barely need an all-out attack, but just a couple of pincers.
Yeah,
a couple of tries
pin-
with pincer in the south.
Yeah.
Because I completely agree with you. That would have pushed through, and you can snake and get rounds with infantry.
Yeah, and also the Romanian forces were up in the northern part. Romania I don't think they have anything at home.
Okay, so the Germans have managed to claw back some armor divisions.
Yeah. So the
there was,
fun
again,
part
over
of
20.
the Soviet Union attack
They
is over.
need to concentrate these now and get a decent surround so they can start pushing the Soviets back. How are the Soviets looking for divisions? Have they gotten more out?
2.9 million, yeah.
Yeah,
A little bit better. Do they have any tanks?
I think they're training more.
They have some tanks.
They're trying,
just tanks.
Yeah.
but they're lacking a lot.
Yeah, but it
1600
looks like they
mechanized.
have 6 or 8 tanks, right? Something like that.
7.
I mean,
Seven,
he
yeah,
deserves it for the stupid name he named his divisions, but
Yeah, agreed.
Couldn't the US just send some tanks, perhaps?
Yeah,
They're also lacking tanks.
yeah, but I mean, they're lacking 1,100 tanks, but it takes 113 days for them to close that gap. And
seriously,
is there?
Antwerp.
We have a question from Kure in chat. Do we see a plans for a Hamburg invasion? Yeah, or can we go to Hamburg?
Hamburg? No,
No, nothing there. No.
there's some destroyers out there.
Yep. Yep. They're just.
If we're looking back over the big picture now, so we're seeing the Germans pivot back to the eastern front,
Mm-hmm.
trying to make an impact there before the Allies come again, and
The Allies will.
yeah, the Allies will, because the big thing is the US are pumping more divisions
Mm-hmm.
out. The Germans have also managed to get some armored divisions back in the field, but
Yeah.
now is where the Allied advantage in factories really start to tell.
Yeah.
So this might be the last chance for the Germans to really break the back of the Soviets and have an impact.
Yeah, and I would like to see something if Boppus, if you could have a look at that. How far along the nuke tech is the US?
Yeah.
If special products.
Is it the only special program?
Yeah, experimental factories.
Bottom.
Yeah,
Scroll down.
but you could also go to the history, because then we can see what have they got. They've gotten
Pile 1, isn't that?
that's just a reactor, I think. Yeah. Pile 1 is it. Yeah, pile 1 is the reactor. So, yeah, for use of nuclear weapons, they haven't done anything.
And
more.
they haven't. They're not right now.
Building any nuclear power
They're
plants.
not building nuclear power plants.
No.
They're not doing the special projects that lead to nuclear
No.
bombs.
No.
Yeah, I think they are going to go for a boots on the ground victory here. And here
Here we go.
we go. Here's some losses for the Soviets, because the tanks are back and the tanks are good. I mean, and how good? Even though the Mongolian divisions are good, one Mongolian division against 6 inf in a city, yeah, you won't beat that.
Yeah.
So.
And now we have a lot of soft attack, and the enemy tanks are getting harder and harder, probably.
But they were very good for breaking for that. Of course, it's
yeah.
1 or 2 infantry divisions.
But it's still 1 or 2 infantry divisions, and when you're starved for infantry, 1 or 2 infantry divisions, that's a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Oh no! Don't get in.
No, don't.
Okay,
Okay.
you got out. You got
Yeah,
out.
but
Thank you.
also move the inf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
What
this is
what
also,
a game he's had.
Yeah.
This is also typical.
Yeah.
The Soviets thinks they're pretty cool and good right now because
Yeah.
it went well for them,
Yeah.
and they're not really prepared for having 30 new armor divisions fighting against them.
Yeah.
Okay. While we have I'll see if I can, if he allows me to.
Oh, look here.
Oh, yeah. That's at least.
That's 3 tanks.
Yeah, that's 3 tanks. And how is Germany looking
Perhaps-
equipment?
perhaps-
wise?
where is it?
Ooh.
Where is it?
Race for time? No,
No.
the tanks are gone.
Yeah.
Tanks are gone.
Tanks are gone. Yeah. Oof.
And then we're back down to 17th.
Yeah, but how are the Germans looking in terms of equipment for their tanks?
In terms of fuel, at least
Yeah,
0.
0. Yeah, okay, but we know that.
Mechanized,
And as I think it's been
3,000.
and how long would it take to?
2 and 9. How many do they have in production?
2005. Yeah, it cancel every production because they probably have them in the production line. I'm thinking.
Yeah, and now
they
let's see,
can't.
140. Now the strategical bombing
Yeah,
is
the strategic
really...
bomber. Now it's starting to take it. But how many divisions do they have in production? In training,
4
yeah.
or 5.
They cancel those.
Yeah.
Cancel.
They're also
They're building.
they're on the highest priority.
Cancel that.
Yeah. Or at least drag down the priority so that you
Yeah.
make sure that you fill up your divisions in the field
Yeah.
first.
Yeah.
And
Oh, look here. More tanks.
yeah, more tanks and more inf. And those are that's. And now but then again we have Oscar and Hungary trying to let's push back, and he has 7 tanks.
Look at the manpower. 200,000.
Oh,
and he's
and service
at
by requirement.
by requirement. So it's time to put in...
No, I mean
Everyone.
no fuel, almost no manpower. How do you feel with your calling? Still confident?
Me?
Yep.
Well, it was based on them dominating the Eastern Front.
Yep. Yeah.
But we have been totally right in one thing.
Yeah.
It was a huge back and forth.
It was.
No one had any plans, and they really gone all in without plans.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the lack of plans, especially, I mean, when the Axis clawed the advantage in Africa, it was so clear that it was such a perfect plan.
Yeah.
with no contingency.
No, that was kind of the
Okay, the plan is done.
But yeah,
What's the plan?
I mean,
No idea.
That was the problem, and it's kind of going back to.
And he's going to get more.
We might have. I don't know.
No, he's going to get them in circle.
Yeah, he's going to get them in circle, pin them.
Very good.
Pin them.
Gold Star Soviets.
Yeah, that's Gold Star. That's. And Japan declared war on Mongolia because what Japan needs right now are more enemies. Yeah,
but I mean, they can't afford to put in. I mean, just because I think they have army divisions in the Asia axis.
I think so.
They're not really the quality.
But I mean,
to break the Raj.
No.
We have a poll.
But just send them into Mongolia and the Soviet Union. Absolutely.
But I mean, this is he's starting to walk in there, and I understand the U.S. that yes, we're going to go for D-days because we needed to relieve pressure from the Soviets.
Which I would say is right, but
but still, you could have. I mean, and this is
you have a whole navy that's not doing that much after Torch.
No, and this is kind of what you two have been touching on or saying outright. The first plan, the Italian plan, amazing plan, really good plan, but nobody had planned for what happens if it succeeds or when it succeeds. What are we doing then? And
on the other hand, I don't think I'm not that impressed by the Allied planning either.
No. To be honest, it's been a really fun game to cast, and it's far from over. Far from over. But planning-wise, I'm not that impressed with anyone.
No, but the good thing for the Allies now is that, okay, so they gave Soviets breathing room.
Yeah.
They got kicked out, but I mean, it was a concerted D-Day. They managed to pull most of their troops out. Yeah. And then they go back to the Eastern Front. And now Remmerfors and his crew is killing off the German tanks.
Have Germany cancelled productions, or have he changed his conscription law because it's up to 600,000 now?
What did you say?
He's up to 600,000 in manpower. Has he deleted some of the training queue, or has he upped conscription to scraping the barrel?
Should have made the. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. He might have. He might have
paused anyway. I'd like to hotshine, but I'm.
Yeah, but try it.
Yeah, I'll try it.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so now.
Yeah.
Why is my connection timing out?
I don't know, but we can see something else instead. But I mean, it's been a back and forth, and we hope that we were going to give you an exciting game for 2025, the first game, and I must say, it has been exciting.
Yeah, no one can fault us on that.
No. They can fault us on a lot, but not on that. We delivered the promise, or delivered what we promised.
I mean, we're still not sure about who's winning this.
No, I'm not.
I think you should start calling it for the Allies very soon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but switch from my computer, if it's possible. Yeah, I need to check the gentleman's chat.
So once again, Lobby Simulator.
Lobby Simulator, we do love you. We love you. And also, I have to say this. One of my things when we talk about actual historical events and the Russian army, we have a saying in Sweden, which is Russia, lol. Not this game. Russia has been really good. The Soviets have been good. Yes, it looked like they were going to collapse, but they're still here in 44.
No, I mean, as I've said, I mean, there are things to be said against the Soviets, but they're making, the mistakes they're making are pretty much the same mistakes Standard One. Yeah. And they are, even though they have lost more men, and I still think more divisions, they have been beating the Axis.
Yeah, they have.
And to their credit, once they took Order 2 to 7, they've been in a clear advantage. They had a catastrophe before that.
They had. They really had.
And got so stressed that you started to see, okay, this can really fall. This can really fall apart. And I didn't think they would be here.
No,
at this point.
I didn't.
But they managed to claw this back.
Yeah. Can I just say this? It's actually has a comment here with if they would have I think he means the Axis. If they would have kept the initiative instead of the 2-year break that it actually became, this would have looked very different. And it can probably come down to the Allied civ greeting and seeing what happened. But yeah,
No, but when was this game lost? When they got bogged down in Central Africa, of all places.
Yeah, for 2 years.
I'm exaggerating.
Yeah, and
but
and the game isn't
weird
over
thing
yet.
is that it's just such a spoiled chance.
Yeah, it is. It is.
And we should say, a while back, you could just declare on Iran.
Yeah, and go that way.
And that would have been, I mean, if we had had an easier path there, they could just have kept rolling. And I think the German tanks would not have been in Africa. They would have been in Iran. British Raj would have fallen.
Yeah.
That wouldn't have changed that much for Japan. But it means that even if they lose their navy, they're so safe on land that they can afford to just dump everything into navy.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm also curious what the Japanese have been doing. Connection timed out.
Yeah, that's might be something with your line, but try it again. But yeah, I completely agree with you there. But I also have to say, since Mako left and we talked about that can be stressful, that can be really bad, and a real problem. But Japan is still here. They've declared war on the Soviets. I mean, Hygge and Adam and Andreas, I don't think they have anything to be ashamed of in this. They've had a lot of bad luck, strokes and scores of bad luck. But they're still here because also the Allies didn't really capitalize on what they had.
No, and that's one thing to be said for the gameplay today. If there's something to admire, it is that people really don't just give up when they have even a hard year, or you have the catastrophe in Northern Africa and the Allies don't give up. Yeah. Kudos to Badger there.
Yeah, kudos to
Badger. Because Badger is the one that really starts to break that up.
Yeah.
Real kudos.
But also kudos, I think, to someone like Jonte, because he got capped.
We're paused.
Yeah, because he got capped, but he came back also with a vengeance, still keeping the good fight. And this is a question that we have from Cure, and I think I believe that it's been answered in chat, but I'm just going to double check with Boppus here. The save games. How do you get a hold of the save games? And I do believe that's a Patreon exclusive thing, right?
Oh, I'm in the Hygge Gentleman Communication channel.
I understand that. But
so what was the question?
The question was, could I have the same game somewhere? I'm really interested in looking at the builds. And
that's a Patreon feature for Stag 3 and above. You get save games from Danzig War, Barb, late game, perhaps someone in the beginning also.
Yeah.
So great news.
Yeah, and also, yes, Cure, it could be seen as greedy, but I do think we deserve that. So become a Patreon exclusive, and you get access to save games.
It's not that greedy. It's not like we have people here living a flash life off of this Patreon channel. It's been some equipment for the studio and the live games we play once a year.
Yeah, it mostly goes to that to be able to give you a better experience.
But the fantastic thing is, if you still think it is greedy, just don't become a patron.
Become a free patron.
You can become a free patron.
Yeah. And then when you like the content, maybe you want to pitch in.
And if you're just hate watching this, that's okay too.
Then what have you been doing here since 10?
No, he doesn't hate watching it. He's hate watching it.
Oh, he's hate watching it. Oh, yeah.
Okay, boomer.
I am boomer. I boomer. Yeah, but I mean, Curious, but you've been a good sport during the whole show.
I'm just throwing you one on the bus here to seem younger myself.
You are younger, so
quite a bit younger.
Quite a bit younger. Yeah. So I mean,
I'm 12.
Yeah. Oh, that explains so much. It does. And I might look 40, but I'm actually 75 in my mind. So yes, I'm going hard for the boomer, Hygge HOI. But I have an allied in night round 285. Boomers for HOI. Yeah. So yeah, this is what happens when we play Lobby Simulator.
Should we try and recap the game for people who have recently joined us? We are now up to the 30th of November 1944 in one of the most wild games I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
We can now throw my screen up here, and we'll take stock on where we are in the game before we start rolling. Lucas, if you please.
Yeah.
But we started the day out with me saying that the Axis would win this. Opus, our expert, saying that the Allies would win this, and Johan being a chicken in the middle and not daring to call the game. We are now in the end of 94. We are rolling into 1945, and it's still quite an open game. I would say that we have a clear advantage for the Allies. They have started to be able to mount naval invasions of Europe. They are bombing the Germans quite heavily.
Yeah.
The Soviets have managed to start encircling more and more German tanks on the Eastern Front, and the Euro-Axis is starved for infantry, while the Japanese fleet is all but sunk. Why do we have a Manchu again? That's weird.
That's
Did they release it?
No, Hygge is back on it as Latvian farmer. Look at Japan. Who's main for Japan here? Who's the main player? Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's go for that, and then click the flag so we can see. Yeah. Or no, sorry, where do I see that? Well, Manchukuo is back. Yeah.
Japan has had its fleet sunk. It has failed to break into India. It has been halted in the island hopping, but is still here and far, far, far from capped. Let's have a little look on the island defense. This is not a strong invasion defense. On the other hand, the Allies are nowhere close.
They are not bothered by this. They don't care. They're thinking. I think this. I think they're thinking that if we take out Germany and Italy and the Euro-Axis, Japan is so weak.
Yeah.
So then we can
So
just.
the Allies have pivoted hard to Europe.
Yeah. They have. And I mean, but still, this is a sizable fleet from the US, especially the submarine. Now I forgot to look at this, but
Holy mother of clusterfucks! This naval page.
Oh God.
We should say we also have rules that you can't, or there's a mechanic in the mod that means you can't have just death stacks. You have to split your fleets up.
Yeah.
Compounded by in-house rules that says that you can't cut too many sea tiles.
Yeah.
Which means that we get this with a late game major naval player. I am not envious of Martin Falk.
No, let's go back to the infantry and Eastern Front. I feel safe. Yes. I know how that works. Yeah, and we have.
Speaking of the Eastern Front, we had failed. We had a naval invasion in northern France that looked promising, but eventually pushed out. Not catastrophically. A lot of divisions managed to evacuate. The Euro-Axis pivoted to the Eastern Front.
Yeah,
and it's mainly Romania, Germany, and Hungarian tanks on the Eastern Front.
And we're rolling again. 30th of November 1944. And also, as Cure found out when he looked, yes, you also have, for Patreon, some of the mighty Boppus calculations are included, which just that is a treat. I mean, if you can read it, because I've tried to read and understand Boppus calculation in Excel sheets, I kind of get 20% of them, but it's okay because most times when I play with Boppus, he is the main and I'm the third or second seat. So I'm just happy that someone understands what it is.
Yeah, I checked last time. I think it's 122,000 calculations in the spreadsheet right now.
There you go. Value for money.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to quickly highlight, because we had another encirclement that picked down some German tank divisions. They are now down to 13 armored divisions. They have lost 8 divisions in the last few months on the Eastern Front.
Yeah.
But I wanted to highlight something else, and that is Hungarians that have been fighting here all day.
Yeah.
And doing a fine job of it.
As we said before, Oscar.
really, I mean, hard Eastern Front. He's been doing a fine job. But I just looked at his production, and he has 8 tanks out right now, decent for Hungary. But he's still struggling to get mechanized into all his divisions. It just highlights the problems of trying to play a minor, because I'm sure he's been he's been doing it as fast as he can.
And I'm also here now going to answer a question that we got in chat from Seva82. Is Finland in a separate war versus the USSR? No, they're part of the Axis.
They are part of the Axis. They are now in a high point
division-wise. Whoa. Is that Romanian Marines?
Romanian Marines, naval invading.
Yeah.
The question is why they're naval invading right here.
Yeah, I don't really know, and I thought they were go. Is he? He's not pulling out, is he?
I think he's trying to pull out. Let's try and shift into Romania
and see what's happening there. He's trying to run, but is he gonna get out?
And these are Marine commandos, so they don't need a port to evacuate. They're very nimble.
Yeah, they're very nimble.
But from what we can detect, they haven't had a huge game impact. So they've been more annoying than really game changing.
Yeah, go south. We go south.
We go south, and we're seeing that now we have huge breakthroughs. Now we have encirclements in the south, and we talked about this. There comes a point where the front line becomes so weak that the Soviets can push.
Yeah, and they are.
Really chugging now.
Yeah,
the Germans should be able to get this out.
Maybe.
No. They're encircled.
They're encircled.
These are. It might not look like a lot of divisions, but at this point in the game, with Axis so starved, Germany so starved for infantry and armored divisions.
This is really not good for the Axis.
Marines, these are infantry
divisions. And those tanks
and they
are
now breaking into Romania. Romania is desperately trying to move new infantry into line, get a defensive line going.
Yeah, and those are gone. Yeah,
those are gone.
And also,
and let's now just take a look at the total tally for. I mean, look, we are down to less than 40 German infantry divisions.
Yeah, Germany has lost 2 million to the Soviets now.
Yeah,
and that's a lot. I mean, through just focusing laser hard, they managed to still have 13 armored divisions, but 40 German infantry divisions on each front.
Yep.
This isn't Eastern Front anymore.
But look down at Crimea. That's also cut off because they can't move over that tide. So
and
that's,
correct me if I'm wrong, but the Soviets have.
I don't know if they have the naval supremacy.
They should have.
They should have.
I'm just trying to click into
this.
Yeah,
I get that.
I'm not sure where the Soviet Black Sea Fleet is.
It's not here, or is it?
No, wait. This is the bug again.
Yeah.
We are in the Soviets. Yeah. We're here. So let me click this. I can't see any Soviet Navy, so I think it's all been sunk, actually.
Oh, I just have to go on with this. First thing, thank you to Cure and Saxoliv, who says that the production is really nice. So here we go. And Saxoliv, who also says, yeah, and it improves every time. Have been enjoying the Boppus in a special commentary role. It's kind of almost like a sports broadcast. I'm so happy that you enjoy it. I am deeply, deeply grateful for that. And I've also enjoyed having Magnus next to me and Boppus from the side here with his amazing coffee table. But I still have to put a huge shout out to Marcus Kornov and Lucas Persson, because without those two guys, this would not be possible to the level it is. They are amazing.
And while we're just sitting here talking, they have been actually making sure that this runs at all.
Yeah.
I want to look at Germany right now, because the thing that paused the game is if you look at German production right now.
Yeah, I think it's your screen, actually.
It's, my screen.
Yeah, it's your screen.
So we have Germany having wenig Wirtschaftswunder, giving them 20% extra in consumer goods, and they also have wenig Wirtschaftswunder, giving them 100% factor. So they have 44% consumer goods, making their total tally of civilian factories producing something right now 0.
Yeah, because they went autarky.
Yeah, they went autarky.
And they have to have the war eco for it. They have to take things.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they also, I think, if
but
you
how
go
do you solve this?
Yeah, if you go to
I'm not sure that this is solvable.
But if you go to decisions.
Decisions?
Yeah, I think you can go down.
Ban communism.
Yeah, that's something you can do. If
that should solve this.
Yeah, that should solve this. If you scroll down. No. Or if it's, I think, at least in vanilla, you have decision buttons to actually take. Yeah, no, that's attaches. Because in the vanilla game, you have decisions to secure the gold from France, from Belgium, from things you conquer.
But do you think they've done that?
I think the thing is, I'm not really sure. We've been talking about this a little bit. Yeah. I think they've done everything they can. Now they've gone for the early game, early war, getting all the boosts then.
Yeah.
And now they're up to the max problems.
So the fact of spending 2 years in Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe not that good.
And getting strat bombed without any civilian factories.
And they can't repair.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know my part. This is a broken mechanic. It shouldn't work this way. But that means that since we now have a strat bombing campaign, the Germans can't repair anything.
They have the base repair.
They have the base repair.
Quite good.
Yeah, the one that's...
I think Paddy will do a repair guide next.
Yeah, do that.
For this Monday.
Yeah. So, on Monday, on our YouTube channel, I'm guessing you're putting it there.
Yeah.
Repair guide.
So, Johan, you are the undecided one on calling games. I think it might be time for you to start...
Nope.
Maybe calling a game.
Nope, I'm not calling it.
Considering that the Germans no longer build anything.
They can turn it around.
And now they are barely producing tanks anymore, and they have less than 40 infantry divisions.
Can we just go to Vladivostok? Can we just go into the German focus tree?
They're still pumping out armor divisions.
Yeah, but can we get into the German focus tree here?
Yeah.
Because if you go to autarky, where zoom out a bit here, and if you go to the right, more to the right. More to the right. Autarky achieved and partial autarky. Look at those two. They're down here.
Yeah.
Because that is actually Saxoliv who said it. You have to achieve it, and then you can get rid of this.
Oh, you can't get rid of it.
You can get rid of it.
Okay, so what are they?
But that wouldn't get rid of it.
No, it wouldn't get rid of it. Not in this.
No, but affect consumer goods factor.
Factor is 0. Sorry, I'm in the way here.
Okay.
Yeah, you get to 0.
Depending on, I'm not sure how to interpret that, but
no,
I think
but look at what they went for partial autarky. What does that say?
Lack of resource penalty.
Yeah.
10%. But I'm not sure they had.
I'm not sure they had, but
they must have had more oil. The question is if they didn't get up to 4,500 oil.
But they did not take Iraq. Italy took Iraq.
No, the Germans got Iraq.
They got Iraq, but then
off the Italians.
Yeah, but then they should have been up to that.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either.
That. Let's see. No, that's just about 1,000. They needed the Caucasus.
Yeah, they needed the Caucasus. Yeah,
they really needed the Caucasus, and they built next to no
refineries. Yeah,
refineries.
Yeah.
They built rubber refineries.
Yeah,
but
and thank you, Saxoliv, for pointing that out in the chat so we could start looking at that.
Really good.
Yeah, that's really good. But this is crippling, and
I'm not sure that we'll have to ask them about this after. I'm not sure they understood the focus.
Yeah, we have to look into that. But I mean,
now in German counter-encirclements, but they're still this Eastern Front is so close to being. They now have so little infantry that it doesn't really.
And they have a new D-Day planned.
Yeah, and once that lands, this is over.
Yeah,
there is
think so.
No way.
And I mean, I won't call it, but I'm leaning heavily towards that the Allies will fix this. And I didn't think they would when we saw how Africa developed.
No.
More
encirclement a little bit north.
Yeah, a little bit north.
One tank, one infantry unit.
For the Yeah.
This Eastern Front is almost broken.
Yeah, what have they? Oh, they've released a general governance.
Okay, so this they should just chance it and drag down on.
But Italy seems to have taken back North Africa. But that can also be for the fact that but then the Dutch East Indies are.
I'm not sure they really lost.
No,
but what they should do is evacuate North Africa and put the Italian infantry on the Eastern Front.
Yeah.
And this, once again, I'm not sure that we've seen perfect cooperation in the gameplay in the Axis team today.
Yeah. No.
But the point of holding...
go to the south, Daugavpils in Lithuania.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. If they get that...
Tank.
Oh, no.
Tanks.
Oh, no. Germany.
They're pinned.
This is about 20% of all the Axis division on the Eastern Front.
It is, and that's
They're getting out.
yeah, they're getting out, but
which is a testament to, I mean, the German armored divisions.
yeah, I mean
They beat almost everything, but you have to have infantry.
Yeah,
I would take one division now and start encircling, because now they're just fighting them.
yeah,
Yep.
They could go around here and actually take them out.
Actually, at this point, the Soviets could be extremely aggressive, and there's very little the Axis could do to punish them severely.
I would actually, if I were the Russians, go on an all-out attack. I mean, and they could actually, if they move the tanks up, they can cut off a lot
They
of
managed
infantry.
to kill some Soviet infantry.
Yeah,
and I don't think, I mean, we are...
But that's 9 tanks they have around Riga. But they're not. Look at the Soviets. Look at what they're doing south of Riga. They're moving into Yakobilis, and you have 9 tanks in Riga. I don't know how well the Germans are looking at that.
No. They're moving now.
Yeah, they're moving, but
But, I mean, the Eastern Front is finished.
yeah,
Now it's just a question of, do they manage to make some kind of defense in Germany?
yeah.
Uh,
But also we're looking at this. We have a question in chat. Aren't we like 30 minutes away from timeout time?
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
And I think if there is still something very interesting going on, they might drag over a bit.
Yeah.
But
it's a Sunday. People have work tomorrow and so forth because boomer hoy.
Yeah, in about 11 hours,
Okay.
I'm supposed to be at work
Yeah.
in Östergötland.
Yeah, and I'm going back north up to Sundsvall. So yeah, but I mean, this
Heroically, the H-Axis is
Yeah.
pursuing a quite slow invasion of
Yeah,
the Soviet Union.
but they're not being contested by the allies. I mean, Russia's not but they've been encircled by the Mongolians.
But why aren't they landing a D-Day right now?
Yeah, I don't know.
What are they have?
Just land.
yeah, let's,
Yes,
because it is
it's
ready.
Yeah.
Oh, was that a nuke?
Was
No.
it?
What?
No.
Something exploded in Cherbourg, I thought.
Yeah, I think that could be strat bombing.
Yeah, it must be
Yeah, and
strat.
they're landing.
And there we have it.
Yeah, they're landing, and this could mean
I
that's
look
strat
at
bombing.
what the Germans have here, because they moved practically every move.
They don't have that much, but some Italians are here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
They've landed there,
Yeah.
Yeah,
one
and we
board.
basically have nothing that can push that
No.
out.
Yeah.
No.
And they can't take the tanks from the Eastern Front this time.
no, and Spain can't come up and help.
Spain has some kind of adventure
Mary.
going on in North Africa.
Yep.
These divisions, maybe just
Yeah.
Italian Marines, Spanish infantry.
North?
I mean, it's great holding Africa.
Yeah.
But we've said this before. In
Oh, there's 20.
this is more infantry than the Germans have.
Yeah.
Just leave North Africa
Yeah.
and help your team out.
Yeah. Yeah. And now.
So I'm guessing they've given up since they are not responding to this.
No, exactly. And here.
No, the tanks are going. The tanks are going.
The tanks are
They're
going.
moving through
Yeah.
Berlin now, Magdeburg.
They're
Yeah,
racing.
but how many tanks do we have?
They have 16.
Yeah.
So
And they're all racing back.
they're on par in tanks.
Yeah.
with
They
the
have no
Americans.
fuel, though.
No. No fuels, no civilians.
Yeah.
Uh,
They're not
civilian
stopping this
factors.
D-Day.
No,
Not a
I
chance.
think it's going to be hard for them, especially now because this D-Day, and you see the tanks leave, all out attack, just push. That
It is
would be what I'm
Shockingly
doing.
few divisions, though. on
Yeah,
the
but
Allied
they're
side.
pumping in more, and for
No,
But
I
no-
mean in this whole area.
yeah,
Now the Soviets are
they're attacking.
no.
No, okay,
Now they're shielding again.
okay. So that okay.
They have no hurry right now.
They are attacking.
This is no attack,
Yeah,
Where
no,
is the
Kill them all.
Soviet tanks?
I say.
yeah.
So I think the Soviets basically they felt like, okay, we've overcommitted the tanks.
Yeah.
Get the infantry out.
Yeah.
So they are down to 7 tanks.
Hmm.
Right around.
And
they have,
also-
but they have.
Victor is also having some kind of adventure towards Moscow. Liberation of Paris.
I mean, the Soviets
this
can't
is quick.
afford to have
Yeah.
a front line towards Finland.
Yeah, I mean they can. But
Oh, these troops in Britain is gonna be
Yeah.
surrounded.
Yep.
yeah, this is and that they won't get those men out of the
And
pocket.
this is also a classic mistake when you have this kind of advanced front line. A classic mistake you do is the troops you move up to meet it, you move them too far forward.
Yeah.
They are non-entrenched, they don't have planning, and then they get beat and surrounded.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure they will be surrounded, but they will get beat. What you should do in this occasion, I know we said this before, we said it too early the last time, I'll accept that. But now, if there's anything to do, it's pull back to a Rhine line or some kind of defensive line.
Yeah. And we have this, Cure actually had a fun little snippet in chat with, my title for this game would be A Lost Opportunity. And yes, I agree with you,
I
Cure.
think you'll have to go into the plural for that. Lost opportunities.
Yeah.
Opportunities.
It's called the reach of wrong direction. So
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not
So
far off.
it's very fitting, actually. So
I mean, the fun thing is because Johannes Badger, he names our games after it's kind of like a riddle on actual
operations,
World
right?
War II operations. So, and the fun thing is that is one of the few operations we haven't seen.
No.
Today in this game is the operation you named this after.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to say the name of the operation.
Yeah. But I mean, this is going to be a hard and. Is Italy moving? Yeah, but are they moving their troops from Africa?
No, wait. This is
No, Spain is staying in Africa.
Yeah, and it's
the
looks
Italians
like
are keeping their
divisions in Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not really sure if Pontus was like, okay, I did my part,
Yeah.
and I'm not losing what I've
Stop looking
conquered.
at Africa. I want to see Europe.
yeah.
Sorry.
Screw Africa.
This
Yeah.
is amazing. I love this.
Yeah.
Now the Soviets are attacking and moving forward.
They are
with all
attacking.
they
Yeah,
have.
they're all out attacking now. And
But the Italians are moving home. This game is finished. I will say it if you want, Johan. Because this will never hold.
this won't hold. They have too little
And
infantry.
this will never hold.
No.
They're
No.
using 3 tanks now in outside Lille. So
Yeah. So I'm saying this. I'm gonna call it for the Allies.
Yep.
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 Good game, guys.
So should we conclude who was right from the beginning?
Yeah, of course, you. And I would say I was 50% right because I was, undecided, but
Yes.
leaning towards the Allies.
Also want to say I've started
You get
to
no
take
points.
off my
Dawn
clothes.
Dawn
gets
gets
kudos.
points.
Johan gets no kudos.
You get minus kudos. You
No
called it
falafel for you.
happily
I
say
can't really say I'm
No.
proud of my prediction.
No,
It was
but,
not really like this. I thought.
No.
I didn't think the game would go like this.
no, but I mean,
I mean, that should be your thing. You shouldn't be allowed to just call it. You should have to say, okay, the Axis, for example, are going to win because.
Yeah.
yeah.
Because I'm fine with there was a high likelihood that the Axis would lose.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been hard pressed to say that it would lose in this manner. In this way.
Yeah. But I
But
mean,
when the game ends, I want you to summarize this game in like 1 minute for our viewers.
Yeah,
yeah,
will.
we're gonna
Yeah.
summarize it.
Also,
in
I'm
1 minute.
sorry to. Okay, I can just talk about this, but we should remember also that the Germans sank like the whole UK fleet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to add on to the huge stack of weird things that has happened today.
But now they have a decision here to do for the Allies. Just hold the line between Italy and Spain.
Yeah.
Push in there or focus to just cap Germany and then turn
Cap
around.
Germany.
Yeah, I would go for capping Germany.
The only thing that could prolong this if they feel like, oh, Spain is open, let's kill Spain. Just roll into Germany.
Now I agree with you. Don't go to Japan right now.
No.
Cap Germany.
Cap Germany. Yeah, cap Germany. That's because Germany. Oh, they are down to so few men.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
This is it, boys.
Yeah, who's getting to Berlin first?
I think it's the Americans.
Yeah, I think the Americans
Yeah.
will do that.
Mainly because the Soviet has so few mobile divisions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically. But they are all out attacking. They've gotten another tank gone.
I think that on the point of pride, I think Rosen will want to defend Romania as far as possible, and he still has.
He has divisions. He has troops.
He's lost very few divisions.
Yeah.
Oh, he has more than 500,000 men.
Yeah.
The problem
in
is
field.
his team has lost the game, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm sure he will be able to tell me after the game. I'm not really sure where the Romanian game impact was today.
No.
The Romanians have been stalwarts in defending.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're also giving up.
Yeah,
just-
Bulgarians are just running home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to defend Bulgaria.
Yeah, Italy is going to defend Africa and Italy.
Oh,
and
we
it-
have troops going for Berlin now. You
Yeah,
tried to say
yeah,
that.
And
they're-
it
they're
is a
rushing.
sad end
Is
to
it-
this
is-
that
is that
his
Brazil?
their teammates are abandoning Germany.
Yeah.
Everyone is going home to defend their own turf.
Yeah, but that's Brazilians, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Brazilian game impact here. I love it. I love it.
Samba!
And Samba in Berlin.
Infanteria motorizada.
Yeah.
There it is.
There it is. Berlin has fallen. How?
Actually, very historical as well.
Yeah, the Brazilians in Berlin. Yeah,
May 1945.
Yeah, May 1945. Yeah, but they're not capped yet. So I mean, Dönitz has some time to implement his plans.
Where is done?
Yeah, I don't know who they have as a leader now. But what is the surrender progress for?
40% just.
Yeah,
So,
okay,
They still have this massive strike
no,
force.
6%.
6%. Yeah, but this is
All the tank divisions they produced, all the tank fleets, and in a fitting end, they are now chased down into the lower Baltic.
yeah,
This could still beat most navies.
yeah.
in the
That
game.
could beat a lot of navies. So
Too bad you won't have any ports.
you don't or yeah. The fall of Manila. So Japan is going ham on Philippines, just trying to. But the US says no. We're doing this now. We're coming for you later.
Pontus on Italy is building up a very strong defensive line in the east.
Yeah,
I think
but
he might
the
have
north.
forgotten that
Yeah.
he's going to be invaded from the east.
Yeah, that's also. And are they still Italian troops in Africa? Yes,
He has.
No, he's pulling them
Yeah,
back. He's
by
pulling
May
back.
45, he started to pull sizable divisions.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's also just leaving.
Yeah.
This doesn't matter.
This doesn't matter. No, this is a formality. But yeah.
But I do think that, I mean, Italy could hold out for a while.
Yeah.
He has no air, though.
And Romania has pair-dropped Odessa.
Oh,
Yep,
yeah, they have.
they have. Lost hooray.
yeah.
But I mean,
They're still holding Crimea. Should they go for the oil?
yes.
Yes.
Yes,
thing.
go for the oil. Last hurrah. Just fall of Berlin came. Yeah,
Now we got the
know
event. We know that.
That. Yeah, Cielo and Custer, and yeah, they're just snaking. They're just snaking for this. Yeah, I mean this. Victor's still here. As
Yeah.
Finland. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he deserves. No, that would be hard.
Yeah, he deserves to be here, but
He's still attacking.
he's going for Moscow. No guts, no guts, no
So
glory.
Victor started this game by trying to bum rush Leningrad in the Winter War. He has actually captured Leningrad, but I think it's fitting that he's ending it by trying to bum rush Moscow.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty on point for Victor. But I mean, the
He's
Mexico.
still binding Soviet resources.
Yeah, he is. But there goes some of the last panzer divisions for Germany. This is
I love that Italy has a huge army on the border to France and
Yeah.
they're not fighting.
not advancing, not doing anything.
No.
I think that was
They're
the last.
positioning themselves to the end of the war.
Yeah.
We didn't really do anything.
No, we didn't do anything, and we're still holding this territory. Can we keep it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last German armor edition has been wiped off the face of the earth.
And Vienna is
Let's
gonna
see
fall.
how far off we are.
91%.
7%.
Yeah, they're gonna take
So
Vienna
when
soon.
Königsberg falls,
And Vienna.
where is
Yeah,
it?
and
Vienna
Vienna
is
is
south.
There.
There. Yeah, and
So this
it's
could
gonna
very well
fall
be
to. Is that an Australian division or?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
It is.
It is.
The Australians, who have also had a tough game, they
Yeah,
were down
yeah.
to one infantry division.
Yeah. And now they're
One.
marching into Vienna
Yeah.
and probably delivering the coup de grace.
And that was what capped it.
Yeah, that was.
Amazing.
That is some poetic justice, though.
That's poetic
That
justice.
is some poetic justice.
Yeah.
And we have a good game in the.
So GG has been called in
Yeah.
the chat. Yeah, okay. It was a really good game. And before I say thank you here, I'm going to leave this task to you, Magnus. Recap this in a minute. What have we witnessed during these?
Should I just come join you now?
Yeah, come join us. Come
Is
join
that
us.
possible?
Yeah, I think you can. I think you can.
Finns det hjärterum, finns det stjärterum.
Yeah, we can try to do that.
I thought I could sit behind you.
Oh, you could.
Because I'm
yeah,
tall.
yeah. So if you
Or do you
jump
want
that
me-
way,
Do you just want to see how? So this is how big Don actually is. We've been joking a lot about
Yeah.
Don's size. He's not that much of a giant.
no, but get down
Okay,
here.
so to summarize this game, for those of you who hasn't been here all day, we started out with a very Civ build from the Allies, an early game build from the Euro-Axis at least, and got right into weirdness with the Sino-Japanese War. Japan almost lost the Sino-Japanese War to an AI China, overextended, got back down, and we thought that the Axis had a long way back up. When the war started, we had a fantastic plan from the Italians, which captured almost all, or didn't capture, but led to almost all Allied field divisions outside of England being destroyed. For example, Australia was down to 1 fighting division. South Africa was capped. Canada was also down to 1 division. But then the game kind of fizzled out, and the Axis didn't capitalize on their gains. We had a late entry of Japan. Japan got their navy sucked to the US. And when Barb, which was delayed a year, finally came, Operation Barbarossa, it kind of just fizzled out. It met a very determined Soviet defense. We had a very weird Eastern Front with tons of armor, way too little infantry, more surrounds than we can count on from both sides. And it just ended up with Germany without a single civilian factory available, just not being able.
Your thoughts and impressions from this game?
I can just agree. I was quite impressed of your summarization. 1 minute. 10 hours. Yeah.
I'm sure it was a minute,
but it was amazing. I didn't expect anything of this, and the frustration, just do something, please, something. And no, they didn't want to.
No,
they wanted to execute their plan, and they didn't want to. It was hot and nice in Africa. Why not stay here for a year or two and not capitalize on that?
Not do anything to have the gains.
And MVP to the Chinese AI, I guess.
Yeah, I really think so. Yeah. Might be that would turn the game.
It might be what turned the game. And I just want to say before we end, I want to thank Boppus and Magnus so much for spending this time with me and making this day enjoyable. But I want to take some extra time to thank Andreas Eriksson, who made it possible for us to lend this studio. And I also want to give the biggest of shout outs to Lucas Persson and Marcus Kuna, because without these two guys, nothing would have been possible here. Hats off, you guys are amazing. And also the final thing, to you, our viewers, you've been amazing. I've had so much fun sitting here, talking to you, streaming this game for you. There will be a new game in about a month, I think. That's kind of how often we do. On Monday, a new guide on YouTube for repairing this time, which I think will be really interesting to see.
Said no one.
Said no one. But yeah, repairs are important. A big thank you to all of you who spent this day with us. You're amazing. Have a really lovely evening. Okay, so you want to say something?
No, I just want to say, are we signing off, or are we going to just a little bit of overtime?
I was thinking about signing off here, actually. Yep. What did you have in mind?
I just wanted to get your 3 most weird moments from the day.
Most
you guys.
Oh.
Because it's been such a weird game, and I hardly agree with all the thank yous, but I just wanted, since it's been kind of the weirdest game I've seen.
I have 3 from the top of my head.
Okay.
The first one is the AI win in China. I really didn't expect it. I thought it was a quick China war, which can be that you're overextending, but the total collapse of the Japanese army, that really threw me off. The next thing was actually Remifor's plan actually working out. 100%. That threw me off. And this last thing was the safari. We have talked about it several times. But they just let's stay put for 2 years.
It really.
It was, and I understand. I have so much sympathy with all the players, because this is extremely hard, and you get stuck and you get tunnel vision. But sitting outside, not even casting like you did, just looking on my computer for 10 hours and just do something.
It was a lot of do something. I completely agree with all those 3 tops. That's good picks. Do you have any other picks?
Very good picks, and maybe the weirdest thing is just the weird safari fizz out.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Germans actually sink in the UK Navy, and it leading to absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
Squat. Absolutely nothing. I think it's just because it's so symbolic somehow of the weird priorities we've had that have led to very little.
Yeah. You can also see this, that in the background the game is running, but GG has been called as far as we're concerned. So we're signing off with this. A big thank you to everyone who spent their time with us today. You are amazing. Take care and good night.
Thanks.
Yeah, they need to pin here. They need to pin here.
Yeah, they need to click him.
They need to click him. Click. What are they doing? You have to click. Oh no.
Oh,
No allies.
okay.
Oh no.
And
That's a big blow to the allies. That's all the South